Chapter 463. An opportune encounter. Hanli raised his hands with a solemn expression, and tossed several spirit beast pouches into the air. As they floated in the air, he formed his hands into an incantation gesture, causing the pouches to open and release countless gold-devouring beetles. They formed a cloud of shining gold and silver shimmers in the air. In regards to numbers, the gold-devouring beetles were far fewer to the recently seen colony of iron fire ants. With his confidence strengthened from looking at the gold-silver insect swarm, he pointed to the ground not far away and softly shouted, "Go!" With a buzz, the glittering cloud flew forward, moving to descend and blanket the ground. But before they touched the ground, a black cloud of ants suddenly rose to meet the swarm of gold-devouring beetles. In the instant that the two sides clashed, huge streams of dark flame suddenly spouted out from the black ant colony, violently enveloping the gold-devouring beetles in black radiance. It was clear the ant colony had realized the gold-devouring beetles were fearsome and rushed to strike first by using their innate flames. Were it another breed of insects, the strange flames would have burnt a majority of them at the very least. But not only were the gold-devouring beetles completely unscathed by the black flames themselves were cleanly devoured. Once the flames were gone, the beetles charged forward with a buzz. The two insect swarms fiercely clashed, interweaving colors of black, silver, and gold. After only a moment of tearing away at each other, countless dead insects began to successively fall to the ground with piercing screeches. A vast majority of them were black, with only a sparse few being gold and silver. In just a short moment, the gold-devouring beetles had achieved an overwhelming victory, exterminating a majority of the ants. The iron fire ants also sensed that things were far from good. Their remnants released a weak cry and suddenly gathered together to form a jet-black arrow. They shot past the gold-devouring beetles in an attempt to escape. But at that moment, a streak of dazzling azure swordlight pierced through the air and chopped down at the arrow. The arrow trembled and was greatly slowed down. In that moment of delay, the gold-devouring beetles swarmed around the arrow. In the blink of an eye, the black arrow was submerged in a sea of gold and silver and could no longer be seen. By the time the insect swarm dispersed, the arrow had completely disappeared. At that moment, Hanli slowly walked over and serenely looked at the dead insects on the floor. He silently pondered for a moment while clasping his chin. Only about several hundred of the dead insects belonged to the gold-devouring beetles, a trifling amount. The gold-devouring beetles' decisive victory clearly illustrated the superiority of the gold-devouring beetles. After all, the iron fire ants had outnumbered the gold-devouring beetles 10-1. After a moment of analysis, Hanli revealed an expression of relief. It seemed that his gold-devouring beetles would be able to get him through the black desert without problem. After taking another look at the ground littered with dead insects, a strange expression flashed through his eyes. A low whistle left his mouth. The gold-silver insect cloud shrieked in response and fell from the sky, cleanly devouring the dead insects like an autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. They then obediently flew back into Hanli's spirit beast pouches. Having put away the pouches, Hanli gazed into the depths of the black desert before walking forward without hesitation. Hanli motionlessly stood in the distance as he expressionlessly gazed at the sky. The largest battle that his gold-devouring beetles had fought since entering the desert was currently taking place in the sky. Countless gold-devouring beetles and iron fire ants were scattered across the skies at a low altitude, mutually devouring each other. Dead insects rained from the sky, forming a thin, dense layer on the ground. It made for a truly shocking sight. Hanli's brow creased during a moment of carelessness. Although only about a day had passed, he had already lost nearly 10,000 gold-devouring beetles. It was as if he'd encounter a colony of iron fire ants every short distance he walked, numbering anywhere from 3,000 to 10,000. But now, he'd encountered a tremendously large iron fire ant colony that numbered at around 50,000. He reckoned that this battle would result in the deaths of at least 8,000 of his gold-devouring beetles. It was no surprise that Hanli felt regretful. The gold-devouring beetles took a long period of time to breed. Who knew when he'd be able to next replenish their numbers? After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the ant colony retreated in defeat. Apart from the several thousand survivors that managed to retreat, the winged ants had been cleanly devoured by the gold-devouring beetles. Hanli was uninterested in wasting time pursuing the remaining iron fire ants. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the glacial ice pearl and continued on his way with roused spirits. He supposed that he was currently at the center of the desert, which was why he had encountered such a large colony of ants. He had better be more vigilant on the path moving forward, else he would waste the much-needed magic power to fuel his heat-repelling magic treasures, leaving himself in a dire situation. After walking about 20 kilometers, Hanli's expression froze. He stared to the right with narrowed eyes. After a short moment, he revealed a trace of suspicion and suddenly changed his direction to a dune he was looking at. When Hanli arrived at the top of the dune, he unconsciously frowned. He had spotted yet another colony of iron fire ants in his line of sight. This colony of winged ants only numbered about 10,000, and were attacking a sphere of faint blue light. The sphere of light was on the verge of collapse. As it flickered, the image of a person with a strained appearance leaked through. Hanli gazed at this with complete indifference. At that moment, the iron fire ants had transformed into a keen long sword blazing with black flame and fiercely chopped at the sphere of light. Hanli was certain that this person was doomed. But then, an unremarkable, dark green pellet shot out of the light sphere. Just as the pellet touched the black sword, a fist-sized dark green flame violently combusted. The ants that were wrapped up by the flame rapidly dispersed, with nearly 100 iron fire ants falling to the ground. Hanli felt surprised. That dark green pellet was an exceptional treasure. It was fearsome enough to burn away at fire-attributed iron fire ants without resistance. An inconceivable display. It seemed he was still quite ignorant of the countless unique treasures that existed in the cultivation world. The appearance of the green flame infuriated the ant swarm. They scattered and wildly charged towards the light sphere without any intent to retreat. The cultivator inside the light sphere seemed to no longer have many pellets remaining. By the time the iron fire ants had scattered, it was already too late to shoot a second pellet, resulting in a helpless situation. However, he had also become aware of Hanli's existence. As he was under attack from the iron fire ants, he occasionally glanced in Hanli's direction. Hanli indifferently turned away and continued on his path. He currently had no mind to acquire his treasures or waste the lives of his gold-devouring beetles. His gold-devouring beetles had far more value in this strange desert than ordinary treasures, and he didn't wish to squander them in vain. But who could have known that just as he had taken his first step, he suddenly heard the transmission of a hoarse, familiar voice from the light sphere. "Fellow Daoist Han. Please wait. This is Yuan Yao. I must trouble fellow Daoist Han to assist me. I will definitely express my gratitude afterwards." Yuan Yao's voice was filled with anxious panic. Yuan Yao. Hanli suddenly stopped and hesitated for a moment before slowly turning around. This was truly a small world. In an area as large as the Path of Molten Rock, he actually managed to encounter this woman he could barely be considered acquainted with. Unbelievable. Since she could be considered somewhat of a friend, Hanli felt reluctant to leave her to die. Moreover, he had initially considered finding her for a secret matter. This was just killing two birds with one stone. After looking at the dimmed light sphere and quickly muttering to himself, he tossed a spirit beast pouch from his waist and released a swarm of gold-devouring beetles into the fray. When she saw this, she was left speechless. The gold-devouring beetles only numbered about 1,000 but were able to easily exterminate a swarm of iron fire ants that was over 10 times its size. She had finally recovered from her shock when Han Li calmly retrieved his gold-devouring beetles, and she quickly put away her blue light sphere. Yuan Yao's complexion had paled from the expended magic power, but this only made her appear even more endearing. Her black robes had already been replaced for thin, well-fit clothes, revealing her graceful, youthful figure. Her body was also drenched with the fragrant scent of her sweat, filling the air with deadly allure. Han Li was stunned by this, but he soon recovered. Yuan Yao saluted Han Li with a beaming smile and spoke with a charming voice. Yuan Yao cannot thank fellow Daoist Han enough for his rescue. Chapter 464, Weeping Soul Pearl. Han Li glanced at her and calmly said, "It was but a minor effort. Now that fellow Daoist Yuan is out of danger, I will be taking my leave." He then turned around and walked away without any intent to stay. Still shaken from her near-death encounter, Yuan Yao turned pale at this and was incapable of staying reserved. She hastily said, "Brother Han, I still haven't expressed my thanks for saving my life." The gorgeous woman's delicate appearance tugged at the hearts of those who saw it. However, Han Li didn't turn around and merely gave an indifferent response. "I don't need your thanks. I merely assisted you for a moment and cannot help you the entire way through. Do your best, Lady Yuan." After this was said, Han Li was already 40 meters away, walking at a breakneck speed. This only caused Yuan Yao's pale face to become even more panicked. She no longer possessed the strength to resist the scorching heat, let alone any more iron fire ants she may encounter. She was unable to give up as Han Li held the string that her life hung upon. But as a result, her charming pleas were completely ignored as Han Li further walked away. She revealed apprehension at Han Li's indifferent response and could only say what Han Li expected to hear. She gritted her teeth and said, "Please wait. So long as fellow Daoist Han is willing to protect me on this path, I will bestow a grand treasure to you. Your magic power won't be used in vain." "A grand treasure?" Han Li stayed still, revealing slight hesitation. Seeing that Han Li appeared interested, she didn't dare to be negligent. "I still have many green flame blasts that I am willing to give fellow Daoist. That was the green pellet that you had used a moment ago. It is quite the uncommon item." Han Li slowly turned around with an expression of deep consideration. Since he had acted to save the woman, he naturally didn't intend on truly abandoning her. Besides, he had saved her with another reason in mind. His previous act was merely taking one step back so he could take 2 steps forward. Now that this woman took the initiative to request his aid, his objective was fulfilled. He reckoned that if he were to demand greater concessions, she could only begrudgingly accept. This beautiful woman clearly understood this. Regardless of whether it was for paying Han Li for his previous rescue or his continued protection, Yuan Yao had no choice but to continue with a helpless expression. "The green flame blasts are firebombs secretly refined by the Devil Dao's Pure Yang sect. Not only does each one require a great quantity of rare resources to refine, but it also consumes a great amount of time. Their might is equivalent to a nascent soul cultivator's yang essence flame. I still have 3 of them and will give them to you." The woman's expression grew more determined as she spoke. She extended her snow-white hand to reveal 3 pellets shining with a gentle green light. At that moment, Han Li unhurriedly walked back over and glanced at the 3 pellets. He calmly said, "These green flame blasts truly are an exceptional treasure, but it isn't enough for me to take such a large risk. Bringing you through this path will double my magic power consumption at the very least. Does fellow Daoist Yuan truly think this is worth that level of danger?" Han Li's words faintly concealed a trace of mockery. Yuan Yao's beautiful expression fluctuated for a long while before settling on a charming smile. "Brother Han, please don't hesitate to state your conditions. This young woman doesn't wish to continue speaking in circles." Could it be that fellow Taoist wishes for me to give my heart to you? Yuan Yao turned her hips and puffed up her soft chest, showing off their exceptional plumpness. Her bright eyes were filled with a peculiar haze that was beyond flirtatious. Han Li was somewhat stunned by the woman's gorgeous beauty. But he soon narrowed his eyes and sized up her dainty, well-rounded body. The woman blushed at his unrestrained gaze. Her beautiful eyes became increasingly bright and captivating, as if capable of enrapturing the deepest depths of a man's heart. Han Li stroked his chin and calmly spoke with a radiant gaze. As expected, Yuan Yao's full use of her charming technique along with her beautiful appearance is without match. However, since it has no effect on me, fellow Taoist had best save her magic power for survival instead. Tearing off her beautiful guise and halting her charming technique, she flusteredly said, "Humph. What a crude, uncultured boor. You don't hold the compassion for women in the slightest." Han Li insincerely smiled, saying, "How could Lady Yao say that? If this weren't such a place as dangerous as the Heaven Void Hall, I definitely wouldn't have refused your seductions. But, here we are, hee hee. You sure like to dream. If it weren't this place, how else could I have possibly thrown myself into your arms?" Yuan Yao glared at Han Li with a resentful gaze. "It seems I've saved the wrong person. Since this is the case, I don't wish for fellow Taoist Yuan to give her heart to me. And there is also no need to express your thanks for my rescue. I'll be taking me leave." As if to deliberately anger the woman, he cupped his hands to her as if he were about to set off. Seeing this, Yuan Yao's words immediately grew soft and she returned to being lovingly pitiful. "Brother Han. It was my wrong, please don't be angry. Please don't hesitate to say what must be done to receive your assistance through the path of molten rock. I will absolutely do as you ask." Could it be that Taoist doesn't wish to help this poor woman despite being her acquaintance for 100 years and a fellow companion that accompanied you through the ghost mist? As for treasure, apart from these green flame blasts, I have no other treasures to give you. Although Han Li was wearing a mysterious smile, he inwardly felt astonished. Yuan Yao was a truly fickle person. Standing tall one second, and submitting the next. From her currently powerless pleads, her recent mature, flirtatious charms, to her proud, elegant impression from the very beginning, all of them had given Han Li a distinct, unique impression. How truly strange. As this woman was capable of cultivating to core formation stage from chi condensation stage in only 100 years, she was by no means ordinary. With this thought, Han Li started to mutter himself. Yuan Yao revealed a hopeful expression as she nervously stared at him. After a short moment, he looked up and spoke with seemingly great reluctance. "Since Lady Yuan is an acquaintance I had met over 100 years ago, I would appear truly heartless if I do not protect you. However, I was never someone to work for free. If fellow Taoist Yuan Yao wishes for me to take her through the path of molten rock, then how about she gives me the weeping soul beast? I am extremely interested in the beast's soul absorption abilities." After walking around so many pretenses and plots, Han Li finally stated what he wanted from the woman from the very start. With this strange beast, he'd be more confident in working together with the old ghost bone sage. From what he had seen, this weeping soul beast was by no means weak. "You want the weeping soul beast?" Yuan Yao's eyes widened after hearing Han Li as if she couldn't believe what he had said. "What? Will it not do?" Han Li's expression sunk, and his voice grew cold. "If I give the weeping soul beast to you, you will take me through the path of molten rock?" Yuan Yao asked Han Li this question word by word as she stared him with a strange expression. "That's right." Han Li frowned but still spoke with certainty. He faintly felt that there was something amiss. "That's good. Then I will give it to you." After Han Li confirmed this, he immediately took a spirit beast pouch at her waist and gave it to Han Li without the slightest hesitation. Han Li blinked with a nervous heart. Why was it that it appeared that she was so impatient to give the weeping soul beast to him? Could it be that there is something wrong with the weeping soul beast? After thinking for a moment, he calmly took the spirit beast pouch into his hand. He swept his spiritual sense inside to see the weeping soul beast soundly asleep. Hanli nodded his head and put the spirit beast pouch at his waist. Just as he thought to say something, Yuan Yao opened her mouth and spat out a dark gray pearl into her palm. This is the weeping soul pearl. It is the item used to control the weeping soul beast. If you refine this like you would with an ordinary magic treasure, the weeping soul beast will be forever yours. I haven't owned the beast for long and haven't completely refined its pearl. You can forcefully erase the traces of my spiritual sense from it without problem. Yuan Yao chuckled and gave it to Hanli. Hanli looked at the weeping soul peel with interest and didn't move to take it. This pearl was something that he had known about from Fairy Violet Spirit when he inquired about the weeping soul beast. He later realized that she was incapable of smoothly controlling the weeping soul beast because she hadn't fully refined the weeping soul pearl during that time. This had raised his interest in acquiring the strange beast. But seeing as she had so quickly gave it to him with delighted expression as if she ridding herself of a demonic plague, Hanli grew greatly hesitant and didn't hurry to take the pearl. Chapter 465, Surging Undercurrents. Yuan Yao's luminous eyes stirred. She chuckled and said, "What? Does Brother Han not want this animal? Or does he fear that I've given him a false weeping soul pearl?" Her voice concealed a teasing tone. Hanli didn't immediately reply and examined the pearl for a moment before saying, "I can tell it is legitimate from its ghost aura. However, I do not know much about the weeping soul beast. Could it that my body would suffer from refining the pearl?" After Hanli said this, he rigidly stared into Yuan Yao's beautiful eyes. How could that be? If there was ever such a problem, I wouldn't have personally refined it. However, refining the pearl makes oneself feel unwell. So long as one bears with it, there is no problem. Yuan Yao had a calm expression and spoke with an uncaring tone. Feel unwell? Hanli wrinkled his brow and stared at the woman for a moment before turning his gaze towards the pearl. He was sure that she hadn't been entirely truthful, but he couldn't make it out as of now. After muttering to himself for a moment, he decided to take the pearl and put it away for later research. If it were truly harmful, he just wouldn't refine the pearl. So long as he had the pearl, he would be able to control the weeping soul beast all the same. After putting away the weeping soul pearl, he calmly said, "Let's go. I will do my utmost to protect Lady Yuan for the rest of the way. But let's get the ugly talk out of the way first. If I come across a danger that fully occupies my attention, fellow Taoist Yuan had best flee by herself." He then touched the glacial ice pearl that floated above his head, causing it to suddenly envelope them with chilled air. Of course. I understand what would happen if we were to truly encounter such a circumstance. However, I am quite confident that with Brother Han's gold and silver beetles, the odds of such a situation occurring is quite small. The gorgeous woman wrinkled her nose for a moment before revealing a smile as charming as a flower. Hanli bluntly admired the beautiful scene before him for a moment before wordlessly turning around and setting off. When Yuan Yao saw this, she followed after him with light steps and a faint smile. She soon walked alongside Hanli, creating a rather intimate appearance. This was because the closer she was to Hanli's side, the more cool air that was present from the glacial ice pearl. She naturally wanted to feel more comfortable. Now that I think of it, the path of ice and fire is somewhat strange. How could there be a black desert here along with such fierce winged ants? Not only can those ants fearlessly endure magic treasure attacks, they can spout black flames and can undergo swarm transformations. They also managed to break through one of my ancient defensive treasures. If I didn't have the green flame blasts, I wouldn't have lasted long enough to meet Brother Han. Yuan Yao grumbled with a relaxed expression as she continued walking. It was clear that she didn't recognize the iron fire ants. Hanli was stunned by her words. He couldn't help but ask her with, "The Black Desert hasn't been seen before." He felt that the appearance of such fierce exotic insects at this location was somewhat odd. Apart from cultivators with extraordinary abilities and exceptionally powerful magic treasures, it would be unlikely for even a late core formation cultivator to leave the Black Desert unscathed. No. This is the first time the Black Desert has appeared on the path of molten rock. Previously, other cultivators that underwent this trial merely faced high temperatures and dangerous areas. At most, they would encounter a few flame beasts as well. But these bizarre winged ants haven't been seen before. Had it been known that such ferocious winged ants existed on the path of molten rock, far fewer cultivators would have been willing to brave it. Yuan Yao replied without hesitation. Despite appearing to know quite much, she remained puzzled by the appearance of the ants. If that's the case, there must be something amiss with the paths of ice and fire. Hanli muttered to himself with a contemplative expression. This is completely abnormal. Someone must have taken action. In a forest of blood-red icicles on the path of profound ice, Layman Qing looked at the sky with his arms behind his back. Countless floating inch-large spheres of azure lights revolved around him, separating him from a dense swarm of several hundred silver beasts that surrounded him. These small beasts strongly resembled mice. Not only was their fur sparkling with silver light, but they also had a small, delicate horn on their heads. They surrounded the old man as streaks of silver light and continuously struck at him like arrows with their horns. Each of the strikes released a thunderous boom in a display of astonishing momentum. However, the azure lights surrounding the old man's body remained motionless, completely unaffected by the erratic attacks of silver light. Courting death. The Confucian-robed old man grew annoyed by the strange mice's attacks. After lowering his head towards them, he swept his sleeves outward with a cold expression. A burst of azure light immediately spread out, illuminating an area of 40 meters in blinding brilliance. After a short moment, the azure light faded away to reveal a ground filled with the corpses of the small, silver-furred beasts. Their bodies were densely pricked by thin azure needles that shone with a cold blue light. Layman Qingyi's expression was unchanged. It was obvious that the outcome was as he had expected. After indifferently glancing at the ground, he extended his shriveled right hand and lightly swept it across the air. The needles flew back towards him as azure streaks of light and disappeared into his body. Silverlight mice. How could these damned animals appear at only the second trial? Could it be? The old man pondered motionlessly and his expression grew sullen. Humph. Since these silverlight mice have appeared on the path of profound crystal, the path of molten rock should also have something equally inconceivable. I'm afraid that youngster Han will encounter quite the problem. Layman Qingyi coldly snorted with annoyance and spoke to himself with slight apprehension. Soon after, he deeply sighed, disappearing from sight with several blurs. The forest of blood-red icicles appeared quite strange with its ground littered with the corpses of the small silver beasts. In some lightless place in the Great Canyon, two voices were calmly having a chat in the darkness. Weren't you too sloppy, using both iron fire ants and silverlight mice? Although we've always played our tricks in each of the treasure hunts, they were well hidden. The appearance of the Black Desert and Blood Icicle Forest is far too brazen. Apart from the few that didn't encounter these obstacles, I fear that a majority of devil and righteous Tao cultivators will have died. When that time comes, those nascent soul cultivators will no longer be fooled. A voice spoke with slight fear. Fool! Did you truly believe that our previous actions in the Heaven Void Hall were unnoticed by the righteous and devil Daos? They had long figured them out, but they chose to feign ignorance due to our Star Palace's power. They also knew that we could only control a few of the Heaven Void Hall's minor restrictions that wouldn't result in too great a death. In each treasure hunt, it would merely result in a few more deaths of the righteous and Devil Dao core formation cultivators. The other voice unhurriedly replied. The Black Desert and the Blood Icicle Forest are the most ferocious restrictions I can control. It is only somewhat of a pity for them to be used like this. After all, as the previous generation masters of the Star Palace, we've spent quite some effort to grasp them. He unhurriedly spoke with a tone of regret. There is nothing to regret. Right now, there are rumors widely spread that the two sages have reached a crucial point in their seclusion and cannot be contacted, causing the inhabitants of the scattered star seas to be alarmed. However, this has caused the inner disciples of the Star Palace to become restless. They are completely reliant on us old fellows to handle the arduous affairs of the palace. With the righteous and Devil Dao starting to stir, it is becoming far more difficult to suppress them. Although each of the sides alone prove no threat to us, it will become dire once they join forces. The only method we currently have is to forcefully cripple the strength of the two sides and cause them to become doubtful and unsure of our true circumstances. After all, given the many years that the Star Palace has governed the scattered star seas, it is impossible for them to not have misgivings. So long as we can drag this on for a moment more, the two sages will be able to leave seclusion. At that time, even if the two sides joined hands, we won't have to worry about them. Our two Lord Sages' divine essence fused light will be able to force that madwoman from myriad gates of enlightenment and Devil Saint Island's archsaint of the six paths to retreat. The usage of the iron fire ants and silverlight mice restrictions were unavoidable. Apart from these two restrictions, none of the others are nearly as destructive against core formation cultivators. They all lack the proper fierceness to admonish them and reflect our unyielding attitude. As for your fears of the two sides using this as a pretext to act, they are groundless. Those among the dead aren't their own personal disciples, and they are our opposition in the contest for the Heaven Void Cauldron. What we've done isn't enough for them to act. At most, they'll be inwardly seething. The cold voice sneered as he gave his long explanation. The first voice remained silent as if approving of the other's judgments. Chapter 466, Refined Crystal, How many swarms have we hit since we've traveled together? Hanli slowly asked as he looked at the insect corpses on the ground. 7. Although we've encountered many ant swarms, we haven't encountered any that numbered in the 10,000s. Standing at Han Li's side, Yuan Yao obediently replied. They'd already traveled together for half a day. Han Li frowned at hearing the number and his expression grew sullen as if he had worries on his mind. After some thought, he swept his arm towards his gold-devouring beetles that had finished consuming the corpses. They followed his command, transforming into a cloud of sparkling light as they flew back into his floating spirit beast pouches. Han Li then calmly put them away. What? Fellow Daoist Han appears unhappy. We've already crossed through the center of the desert, the most dangerous area. The path out should prove to be much safer. Yuan Yao blinked upon seeing Han Li's expression and spoke with slight confusion. Safer? Do you really believe so? Han Li glanced at Yuan Yao and sneered. Could it be that there are still more dangers ahead? Yuan Yao unconsciously frowned and spoke without confidence. With an indifferent expression, Han Li said, I don't know if there are more dangers ahead, but I am certain of something. We will be quite lucky to not encounter any ant swarms that don't have any late-stage ants. As of now, we've yet to encounter any megacolonies that contain late-grade ants. We have to be more careful on the way out. If we don't encounter any mishaps after half a day more of walking, we should be truly safe. Yuan Yao's complexion turned white, but after a short moment, she feigned indifference. She forced a smile and said, Aren't you being paranoid? I hope that is the case. Han Li didn't continue speaking despite knowing that the late-stage ants existed among the iron fire ants. Although the strength of late-stage ants are ordinary, their astonishing intelligence would be certain to prove more than troublesome. Due to their previous conversation, they remained completely silent for the next 4 hours. However, something strange had occurred. They hadn't encountered a single ant colony on their path. Yuan Yao had become conscious that something was amiss, and her face revealed a trace of unease. But, when they mindlessly climbed up a tall sand dune, they saw an astonishing scene ahead of them. Yuan Yao wore a terrified expression. Her red lips moved several times, but no words came out. While Han Li's expression was a bit more calm, he was still quite alarmed. In the sand ahead of them was a solidarity pillar of ice with a height of about 100 meters. The ice pillar was extremely cold. Not only did it flicker with faint white light, it also contained a black giant of the same height. The giant appeared hideous. It had wide, glaring eyes and a smooth, shiny bald head, and was frozen inside the pillar of ice. How strange! After staring at it for a moment, Han Li immediately swept his eyes past the nearby sand. The nearby ground was filled with holes of all sizes as if a great battle had been fought there. A strange expression stirred from Han Li's eyes as they fell upon the giant once more. But when Han Li gazed at one of the giant's eyes, he couldn't help but shout in surprise. Did fellow Daoist Han discover something? Yuan Yao couldn't help but turn her head and ask after hearing Han Li. Han Li slightly smiled in response. He then narrowed his eyes and released his spiritual sense. After confirming that nothing was concealed in the nearby area, he bluntly walked down the sand dune and towards the pillar of ice in large strides. Humph! Yuan Yao sulked and expressed discontent at Han Li's attempt to remain mysterious, but she still followed him. After all, she'd have to waste magic power to resist the high temperatures if she left the range of Han Li's glacial ice pearl. It was a rare material that was formed in the abdomen by beings that had frequent meals of or that remained undigested. Although the cultivators that knew of its existence were a sparse few, Han Li had read a rumor of it from an ancient book and was unsure of its validity. But when he saw the pearl contained within the iron fire ant giant's eye, he suddenly recalled this and his heart began to stir. He didn't expect that he would truly acquire the refined crystal. It was a peak supplementary material for strengthening magic tools. So long as this material was joined together with a magic treasure, not only would its might increase, but the resilience of the magic treasure's body would immediately strengthen to a point of disbelief. After that point, it would be hard to imagine anything that could break it. It was also unknown whether Wan Tianming had not known about this item or had overlooked it from negligence. Either way, it had benefited Han Li. So long as he took the time to refine it into his bamboo cloud's warm swords, their strength would surely increase by another level. While Yuan Yao didn't know about the refined crystal, she knew it was certain to be a good item from Han Li's happy expression. However, she had tactfully remained silent about things that had little to do with her. The two continued on their way in silence. In an extremely crude stone hall with an area of about 200 meters and a height of about 30 meters was a transportation formation. Apart from the transportation formation at the center, each of the walls had a huge stone gate about 10 meters tall. At the moment, each of the gates was sealed as tightly as a prison cell. There were also about 100 mismatched stone tables and chairs. These stone chairs were sparsely occupied by 6 cultivators with various expressions. Grandmaster Zenithine, Layman Qingyi and Wan Tianming were the only nascent soul cultivators present. The other cultivators were late core formation cultivators, none of whom could be considered weak. Each of their expressions were sullen, and they possessed no interest in talking. The stone hall's atmosphere was beyond stifling. Grandmaster Zenithine was particularly dreadful with his ashen complexion. He stared at the transportation formation as his eyes continuously flickered with ominous glints. As a multitude of various attitudes and sinister designs stirred among those inside the stone hall, the two white-clothed Star Palace elders suddenly appeared in the transportation formation at the center of the hall. At that moment, everyone gazed at the two cultivators with menacing expressions. The kindly-faced white-clothed man ignored their icy gazes and swept his gaze across the room. He then deeply sighed and said, "Sigh. Just which of you imprudent fellow Taoists activated those ferocious restrictions on the path of ice and fire? You stirred up huge changes in the canyon. Us too were unable to find a way to reverse these changes, resulting in a loss of many Taoists from the cultivation world. We are quite ashamed at this failure and will beg for forgiveness from the Star Palace sages when we return, spending over 100 years in meditation." He appeared as if he were truly lamentful. Having heard that, the righteous and devilish Tao cultivators shamelessly cursed them out in their hearts. They planned on cleanly brushing the matter aside with those frivolous words as if the affair had nothing to do with them. However, what happened next was just as the two had anticipated. Although the people in the palace coldly glared at them, none of them took the initiative to question them. Man Huzi, one Tianming, and the other nascent soul eccentrics fiercely glanced at them several times, but they eventually turned away, each minding their own business. It seemed none still dared to easily provoke the Star Palace. After the two white-haired elder glanced at each other with a smile, they sat down in a corner and closed their eyes in meditation. Although many still felt unresigned, nobody was willing to take the initiative to act. In that next moment, two people appeared with a flash of white light from the transportation formation, Hanli and Yuan Yao. In the moment Zenith Yin saw Hanli appear, his eyes brightened and he shouted, "Hanli." He then waved his arms towards Hanli with a smile, having him immediately come over. Man Huzi and Layman Qing Yi also revealed expressions of pleasant surprise. After exchanging a glance with one another, the two bluntly walked over to Zenith Yin's side. Hanli let out a sigh in his mind. After saying a few words to Yuan Yao, Hanli roused his spirits and walked over towards Zenith Yin. As Hanli fortunately knew that these Devil Dao eccentrics needed him in their hunt for treasure, he was able to remain calm. In addition, Hanli felt particularly assured after spotting the bone sage when he entered the large hall. After Zenith Yin called Hanli, he warmly greeted him and assumed the standard role of a kind master, inquiring about the circumstances of the path of molten rock. Hanli didn't go far into detail and merely gave a short, vague description to go through the motions. He understood that Zenith Yin didn't actually care about the matter. As he had expected, Grandmaster Zenith Yin didn't pursue the matter and praised Hanli instead. The Confucian-robed old man looked at Hanli with a smile and would occasionally chime in as if he was quite concerned with Hanli. As befitted him, Man Huzi indifferently watched from the side and didn't take the initiative to ask any questions. However, when Hanli returned the glacial ice pearl to him, Man Huzi waved his arm in a relaxed manner, indicating that he was giving it to Hanli. It seemed these old eccentrics valued Hanli far more now that he was one step closer to entering the inner halls, having rushed through the paths of ice and fire. However, Wu Chou gazed at him from the side with increasing hostility, occasionally revealing a malicious glint from his eyes. Zenith Yin seemed to have noticed this and suddenly glared at Wu Chou, transmitting a few words to him. Wu Chou suddenly lowered his head, and his expression had returned to normal after he raised his head again. While Hanli dealt with Zenith Yin and the other eccentrics, he thought about whether or not he should contact the Bone Sage. It appeared that the old eccentrics didn't have a concrete plan in mind. Could it be that they were planning on responding based on how events would unfold? As Hanli thought about this, the final moments of the path of ice and fire had passed. The transportation formation at the center of the stone hall disappeared without a trace. There were only about a dozen people in the room before it disappeared. At that same moment, the walls around them began to rumble. The stone doors then opened by themselves to reveal long, narrow limestone passages. 3 of these 4 passageways lead to their own pavilion, each separately holding ancient treasures, medicine pills, and cultivation arts left behind by ancient cultivators. However, all of those items are sealed and each person may only pick one item. After the item is chosen, that person will immediately teleport to the next trial, the boundary of fantastical illusion. As for the last passage, it will teleport those immediately to the next trial. Whoever walks that path can only accept their bad luck for having passed the previous trial without reward. The restrictions here are a bit strange. The passage they lead to changes with each occurrence. But if one chooses a passage, they will have no option to withdraw. If there is anyone who doesn't wish to attempt the boundary of fantastical illusion, so long as you stay in this stone room for the day, you will be teleported back to Heaven Void Hall. I wish the best for all of you. Upon seeing the passages appear, the kindly-faced elder slowly gave the explanation as he remained seated with legs crossed. When the others heard him, they indifferently glanced at him before ignoring him. When the Star Palace elder saw this, he didn't seem to care and closed his eyes with a smile. Chapter 468, Treasure Light Pavilion. The cultivators that managed to arrive here were all unwilling to return empty-handed after having braved those previous dangers. As such, there wasn't much discussion to be had. A few of them even walked towards the stone passageways without a word. After a short moment they silently disappeared into the passageways. One by one, they gradually left the room. After seeing Wan Tianming's party enter a passage, the Devil Dao eccentrics coldly glanced at each other and displayed no haste to enter a passageway. As for Grandmaster Zenith Yin, he coldly looked at the 2 white-clothed elders that were still sitting in meditation. After some hesitation, he pulled out a sparkling bright bracelet made of 4 thumb-sized beads that released faint azure light. This is the Matron Screen Pearl. It possesses the wondrous effects of steadying the mind and protecting the soul. With these beads, you will be able to keep your mind clear, even if the dangers of the boundary of fantastical illusion increased by several-fold. After this was said, Zenith Yin handed the bracelet over to Hanli. Hanli was delighted and accepted the bracelet while repeatedly saying thanks. He had long since heard of the renowned Matron Screen Pearls. It was said that with a single pearl in your possession, one was far less likely to be interfered with by their inner demons during cultivation. Hanli found it truly surprising for Zenith to magnanimously give him a bracelet that strung these 4 of these grand treasures in order for him to make it through the last trial. From Zenith Yin's reluctant and hesitant appearance, Hanli reckoned that since it would be embarrassing to immediately reclaim it, Zenith Yin would be certain to take it back after the treasure hunt when there was no longer anything to be gained. However, there were many sinister designs lurking inside Heaven Void Hall. Even a nascent soul cultivator such as Grandmaster Zenith Yin was being secretly plotted against by the Bone Sage. Hanli had strong doubts about whether or not his in-name master would be able to leave Heaven Void Hall alive. Hanli wore the bracelet in front of Zenith Yin and carefully examined it. The Matron Screen Pearls appeared to be made of wood and gold, yet they weren't. They also carried a heavy fragrance similar to that of sandalwood. When one smelled it, their mind grew clear and their spirits were roused. As expected, it was outstanding. It is reasonable to say that these Matron Screen Pearls should be enough to keep you safe. But to make sure of your safety, young friend Han should carry this as well. This is a treasure talisman that I refined from my Night Azure Needle, but its power is several times stronger than common magic treasures. Please use it to protect yourself. The Confucian-robed old man took out an azure talisman and handed it over to Hanli with a smile. A treasure talisman of the Night Azure Needle. Hanli was initially stunned when he heard this, but he soon grew excited. This was a treasure talisman from a nascent soul cultivator, fundamentally incomparable to common trash treasure talismans. Although the divine Devilbane lightning from his bamboo cloud's warm swords was formidable, he couldn't use it at every turn. With this item, his safety would be greatly increased. Hanli took the item without any refusals and respectfully said his thanks. At that moment, Manhuzi wordlessly took out a piece of black armor. It was covered in silver Chilan scales and appeared quite heavy. When Zenithine saw this, his heart was moved and an expression of greed momentarily appeared on his face. He hastily said, "Brother Man is quite magnanimous, to give this distinguished treasure for the survival of my junior disciple. I, his master, and my junior disciple heavily thank you." Manhuzi glanced at Hanli and said with a malicious expression, "I acquired this treasured armor over 100 years ago, and it still proves useful to me. But as my heaven-bearing devil arts have already reached the great success stage, I'll lend this item to the youngster for protection. When the time comes, you had better not disappoint me, or else, hee." Hanli was incapable of keeping his calm appearance after hearing him. Zenithine appeared disappointed for a second when he heard the armor was only being lended, but he soon wore a smile, saying, "Good. With these treasures, my junior disciple will surely remain safe regardless of what dangers he encounters. Let us go take our treasures. The passageways won't remain open forever." Manhuzi and Layman Ching Yi had no objections to this, but they didn't move to leave. Instead, they first took a deep look at Hanli. Hanli was startled for a moment before bitterly smiling. It appeared they were fearful that he would turn back from fear, so they would watch him go through a passageway first instead. As a result, Hanli walked into a passageway with a slight smile. Soon after, the three Devil Dao cultivators looked at each other with a smile, each walking into one of the three other passageways. When the two white-clothed old men were the only ones remaining in the stone hall, the harsh-faced old man slowly spoke without opening his eyes. "Don't you think the Devil Dao cultivators' actions are a bit strange?" His tone felt slightly sinister. The kindly-faced old man frowned and agreed. Although those old eccentrics used methods to interfere with our prying, it appeared from their expressions that they heavily valued that early core formation cultivator youngster. Moreover, they even gave him several items for protection. After this exchange, silence resumed. The harsh-faced old man asked with a grave expression, "What do you think?" "The only things those old eccentrics value are benefits. And the only thing that would move them so would be the heaven void cauldron in the inner halls. That core formation youngster should be able to assist them in seizing the treasure." The kindly-faced old man hesitantly replied. Had Hanli heard them, he would have been speechless. These two were truly cunning. With only a few sparse words, they managed to nearly guess the truth. This would have resulted in both Hanli's fear and respect were he there. Seize the heaven void cauldron. They still daydream of this. Unless one possesses those spirit beasts long extinct from the scattered star seas, any attempt would be made in vain. Otherwise, the master heavenly star sages would have seized it several generations ago. The harsh-faced old man spoke with disdain. That could be the case. Perhaps there were some ambitious individuals who entered the wilderness, spending the time and effort for the sliver of a chance. After all, in the last occurrence of Heaven Void Hall, the Heaven Void Cauldron had nearly been seized. Chapter 469, Acquiring Treasure. While Hanli was normally steadfast, this sight caused his mind to sway, leaving him in a daze. After forcing himself to look deeper and ignore his feelings of discomfort, he turned away without gaining anything. Despite having immense spiritual sense, he was unable to figure out anything about the abyss. Afterwards, Hanli continued on his way without hesitation. Once he grew closer to the pavilion, its true size was revealed, appearing at least 4 times as large as common buildings. Its entrance was an arched door that was 6 meters tall and was covered in a screen of yellow light. After Hanli arrived at the front, he examined the light screen and tilted his head in thought. With a flash of azure light, his hand was covered in sword light. He lightly touched the light screen with his finger. The light screen rippled, but it allowed the sword light in without the slightest resistance. Hanli felt slightly surprised by this. He then withdrew the azure sword light and inserted his arm into the yellow light. It felt slightly cold, as if his arm were surrounded by water. Without any further hesitation, Hanli stepped forward, disappearing into the light barrier. But after he entered the arched doors, Hanli stood in place with a look of astonishment. He saw rows of round white jade tables about a meter tall, each of differing sizes. Their surfaces were covered in flickering light barriers of all colors, as if they were concealing something underneath. Hanli's gaze focused, revealing a race of excitement. When Hanli first saw the words, "Treasure Light Pavilion," he had already guessed that he had come across great fortune. This pavilion most likely contained ancient treasures. However, it appeared that the pavilion was desolate. It seemed all the people that had arrived here either went to the second floor or had already chosen an ancient treasure and moved on. With that thought, Hanli examined the jade tables. As he had expected, there were jade tables that lacked both an item and the light barrier. And the stairs to the second floor. Hanli was slightly puzzled. He swept his gaze all around and couldn't find it. After looking around several times with great interest, Hanli spotted a particularly unusual jade table. This jade table was at the back of the first floor and appeared alone. It was extremely smooth and was engraved with profound, cryptic talisman markings. Hanli examined it several times and drew from his own knowledge of spell formations to conclude it was a simple transportation formation with peculiar shape. He then slowly walked past the rows of jade tables and gazed at the ancient treasures they contained. After looking at them, Hanli frowned. Aren't these ancient treasures a bit too lacking? After looking at several tens of jade tables, Hanli completely lost his interest. He stood in place, muttering to himself with crossed arms and a doubtful expression. The items on the jade tables were unworthy of the name of ancient treasures. They were all either spears or halberds of an ancient style. Although they all flashed with various colored ancient chi, Hanli clearly understood that these items were the near equivalent of flying swords and saber magic treasures that were used in the present. Their abilities wouldn't be particularly exceptional. Of course, they couldn't be said to be useless. But with the bamboo cloud's warm swords in his possession, the items on this floor held little interest to him. He wanted ancient treasures that had extraordinary abilities like his flower basket. Although he thought this, he forced himself to look through all the items on the floor in fear that he would miss something. As a result, Hanli sighed and walked to the transportation formation without further hesitation. He believed that the items of the second floor should prove different. After placing several spirit stones on the transportation formation, Hanli arrived at a new location with a flash of white light. This was the second floor of the Treasure Light Pavilion. Hanli looked ahead of him with squinted eyes and tight lips. The room wasn't large. Apart from a huge spherical light barrier in front of him, there was nothing else in the room. The light barrier was about 40 meters tall and floated about 3 meters above the center of the room, shining with a soft azure radiance. Several tens of different ancient treasure calmly floated within. There were scrolls, jade tiles, alm bowls, and black banners, as well as many other items that Hanli hadn't seen before. There were no duplicate items to speak of. When Hanli saw this, he was delighted and knew he had come to the right place. However, these items were so openly on display. If they were so easily taken, they wouldn't still be there by the time he arrived. With that thought, Hanli slowly walked towards the sphere of light with his hands behind his back. After quickly circling around it several times, he stopped and opened his mouth, spitting out an inch-long azure sword. It spiraled above his head many times before it struck at the bottom of light barrier as a streak of azure light. Pang! A flicker of blue light sparked from where the sword light attempted to pierce the light barrier. The sword light was then immediately repelled, leaving no mark behind. Hanli wasn't particularly surprised by this. This merely displayed how valuable the ancient treasures were. With an excited expression, Hanli opened his mouth and spouted out 8 more small swords. The 9 swords released a long shriek above him and combined into a huge azure sword. "Strike!" Hanli softly shouted. The huge sword struck the light barrier with mountain-breaking momentum. Boom! In the instant the huge sword touched the barrier, a meter-large hole appeared. Hanli revealed a trace of happiness, but before he could move, a huge force suddenly blew away the huge sword from the light barrier. With a flash of blue light, the light barrier returned to normal. Hanli was astonished. He then re-examined the sphere of light with a gloomy expression and with his chin in hand. Not long after, Hanli's expression relaxed and he faintly smiled. He pointed towards the huge sword, causing it to disassemble back into 9 small swords with a clear ring. Having returned them into his body, he reached towards his waist and took out the gold-devouring beetle's spirit beast pouches without the slightest hesitation. With a loud buzz, the gold and silver insect swarm flocked out from the pouches. Hanli whistled in a low tone, causing the insect swarm to charge towards the sphere of light. In an instant, the insects had covered the bottom of the light barrier. In mere moments, the insect swarm forcibly gnawed out a meter-large hole from the light barrier. Blue light flourished from the light barrier, causing the round hole to distort and shrink. The barrier was recovering at greater speed than the gold-devouring beetles could destroy. When Hanli saw this, he didn't dare to delay. He immediately turned into a streak of slender azure light and quickly flew into the hole just before it closed. The azure light faded away inside the light barrier to reveal Hanli. He gently floated amongst the many ancient treasures inside the light sphere. Their ancient aura caused him to feel somewhat excited. However, Hanli didn't dare to wait too long and hastily released his spiritual sense in an attempt to probe the intensity of the ancient treasure's spiritual chi. He soon wore a bitter expression. His spiritual sense was actually unable to leave his body inside the barrier. As such, he would only be able to rely on experience and intuition to choose a treasure. Without any other choice, Hanli could only glare at the items with widened eyes. The strange blade. No, it was clearly an offensive ancient treasure. Those weren't rare. The command medallion. No, it was engraved with the image of a strange beast. It should be the same as the scroll painting of the congealed young birds and contain the souls of spirit beasts. The snare drum. What's this? I can't make out its use. Let's forget about it. One by one, Hanli eliminated the ancient treasures he wouldn't choose. Eventually, Hanli narrowed his selection to 3 items, a gold oval mirror, a chain of 5 different colored copper bands, and a wide dark red cloak. Hanli naturally had his own reasons for why he had picked them. Needless to say, for the golden mirror, mirrors-type magic treasures each possessed unique and remarkable abilities. Hanli didn't wish to pass on such a powerful treasure. As for the chain of 5 different colored copper bands, they simultaneously contained the 5 elements. Although he didn't know its ability, he knew it couldn't possibly be weak. And for the cloak. Chapter 470, Strange Black Armor. Hanli's gaze focused on the black cloak, the longest out of the 3 treasures. This cloak's appearance was very peculiar, consisting of 2 layers. The interior was made of silver thread, and the exterior was made of the feathers of an unknown bird. The feathers emitted a fluctuating dark red blood light from within the light barrier, appearing rather bizarre. This was also the first time Hanli saw this type of magic treasure, and he was very curious about its abilities. Hanli guessed that this ancient treasure had either defensive or stealth properties. Both of these were something that Hanli direly needed if he wanted to survive the countless powerful enemies inside the inner hole. Hanli appeared hesitant as he gazed at the 3 magic treasures. As soon as he picked an item, he would be teleported out of the building. He had to pick carefully. It was reasonable to say that the golden mirror was the safest choice. Han Li was almost certain that it held significant power and would prove to provide an immediate and great increase to his strength. As for the odd 5-colored copper bands, they could prove to surprise him. Their synergistic properties and multicolored brilliance caused it to appear rather mysterious. As for the cloak, there was a good chance that it would also be immediately useful. Perhaps it could save his life during a moment of danger. Han Li's focus continuously changed between the three items. Although he would normally be happy about being able to acquire such powerful treasures with ease, he was worried about what would be gained or lost from choosing one over the other. A while later, Han Li took a deep breath and grew calm. He muttered to himself for a moment more before a spirited light flashed from his eyes as wild imagination unfolded in his mind. These unexpected thoughts caused Han Li's heart to become restless. According to Han Li's knowledge of formation spells and restrictions, the room's high-grade involuntary teleportation restrictions couldn't be tricked or worked around apart from finding the central crux of the formation or forcefully erasing the restriction from the entire room. Once someone was caught in the restrictions, they would be automatically teleported out. Both of those options were out of reach for Han Li. Finding the central crux of the room's restrictions was something that would take a Grandmaster-level formation expert several years to accomplish. The very thought of it was something best left alone. As for forcefully erasing the formation, it was only something that Han Li would attempt if he were out of his mind. Given the many nascent soul eccentrics that clearly hadn't succeeded, he would have to be deluded to think that a core formation cultivator like himself could succeed. However, he did possess the formation-breaking insights of the genius spell formation master Audiobook Ryan. Her records described a theoretical response to area restrictions that could disable an area's restrictions temporarily. Although it was only for a short instant, it would give Han Li enough time to acquire an extra ancient treasure. This method required the cultivator's own spiritual power to be completely severed from the energy-contained room, leaving not the slightest connection for the duration. After Audiobook Ryan wrote this in her records, she self-mockingly added that even a nascent soul cultivator couldn't perform such a feat. The thought was but an indulgence moment of her imagination. If a cultivator truly had such amazing abilities, they wouldn't have to go through the trouble of this, as they could rely on their own strength to forcibly break through the formations. After all, the cultivators of this world were only at most capable of chi concealment techniques that could hide themselves from others. A strange hand of jet-black light moved to snatch the nearby cloak at the speed of lightning. At the same time, Han Li clumsily turned around and floated towards the 5-colored bands. In the same instant Han Li grabbed the cloak, he was surrounded in brilliant blue light. The countless rays of light swept over him, but after they touched the strange black armor, they immediately disappeared into the black light without a trace. However, this didn't cause the blue light to retract. Instead, it grew increasingly overbearing and attempted to violently suppress the black armor with all its strength, causing it to sway on the verge of collapse. Han Li was burning with impatience, but his movement still remained careful and smooth, for fear that he would disturb something else. Traveling a mere 20 meters, Han Li felt as if he had made a difficult trek for 2 hours before having finally arrived in front of the 5-colored copper bands. While forcefully suppressing his wild delight, Han Li swiftly grabbed the bands with his hand of black light. At nearly the same time his hand closed around the copper bands, Han Li's black armor was overwhelmed by the blue light, causing it to loudly shatter. The armor dissolved into little blots before completely disappearing. Before Han Li could even react, he was drawn into the blue light and the world changed around him, causing him to disappear without a trace. In a flash of blinding blue light, Han Li appeared in a small stone room. After swaying a few times, he managed to find his bearings and stand straight before carefully examining his surroundings. He immediately let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there wasn't a single person around. Otherwise, they would have caught the extremely abnormal sight of him being covered in layers of crawling beetles. Having finished pondering, Han Li whistled. In response, the gold-devouring beetles flew off of his body and into a sparkling gold-silver cloud above his head. Without paying them much mind, Hanli hastily looked at the two items in his hands. Although he had previously seen them many times, Hanli could not hold back the thrill from having the items in his hands. He gently stroked each of the two ancient treasures for a moment. The cloak was extremely light and emitted a bit of heat. As for the 5 copper bands, they were ice-cold to the touch. After admiring the two treasures for some time, his attention shifted to the stone room. It was completely empty apart from the transportation formation that brought him here and a rectangular passageway that appeared completely desolate. There was nothing else of interest in the room. Chapter 471. An odd treasure. There was no question as to whether or not this passageway led to the boundary of fantastical illusion. With his cultivation of the great development technique along with the matron screen pearls that Zenith Een lent him, passing through this trial should be a matter of ease. With that thought, Hanli turned his attention to carefully examining the two ancient treasures in his hands. If he couldn't fully understand the scope of their power, he wouldn't be able to effectively use them when the time came. With a flash of blood-red light, the cloak disappeared from his hand, leaving only the chain of 5 copper bands in his other hand. These 5 copper bands were about as wide as an ordinary arm and had mysterious talisman markings engraved on their surface, causing them to appear mystifying. Hanli lightly shook them with a wave of his wrist. The colorful glow of the copper bands continuously fluctuated in response and released the faint cry of a phoenix. A flicker of spirit appeared from Hanli's eyes as he lowered his head in thought. He then slowly poured spiritual power into the copper bands through his fingers. During this, Hanli solemnly gazed at the bands without blinking. Then with a flash of colorful light, the chain of 5 bands abruptly disappeared without a trace. Hanli was startled, but something soon came to mind. He looked upward to see the 5 copper bands floating not far above his head. They were ceaselessly flickering with demonic light. Hanli frowned and raised his arm, sending out an azure incantation seal. The copper bands immediately twirled for a moment before striking the wall to the side. With several muffled pings, the wall flashed with white light, revealing not the slightest damage. The copper bands had instead been pushed far away. It seemed the copper bands were not intended to be used to directly attack. Hanli's expression remained unchanged. He waved his arm and had the copper bands fly back above his head. Then without any hesitation, he spouted out a breath of spiritual chi towards the rings, causing them to swell into a huge size in the blink of an eye. Blinding radiance coiled around the bands, and their talisman markings began to move. Ring-type magic tools weren't ordinarily used to make direct attacks. A majority of them were used to either trap the enemy or defend oneself, something that Hanli had learned through experience. After looking at the huge bands and the astonishing pressure they radiated, Hanli lifted his head and slowly uttered the word, "Execute." Immediately after he spoke, the huge bands released a cry and directly fell down onto him. The rings overlapped one another and covered Hanli within them. Afterwards, the huge bands revolved around him with increasing speed, completely covering Hanli in a blurred screen of rainbow light. Hanli wore a slight smile. It seemed the copper bands possessed defensive abilities. As for how effective they were, that was something that could only be tested during an enemy confrontation. With that thought, Hanli shot an incantation seal towards the light screen with a flick of his finger. In an instant, the light curtain dissolved and the rings returned to their original appearance. But after a period of violent swaying, the copper rings released a flash of brilliance and disappeared from sight. This time, Hanli remained calm as he extended his palm. Following a flash of rainbow light, the 5 palm-sized copper bands appeared in his hand. Hanli calmly gazed at the copper bands with a pensive expression as if something had come to mind. Not long after, Hanli chanted a series of cryptic incantations, causing the bands to disappear from his hand. But after only a second, they appeared around Hanli's limbs and neck in a flourish of light. Han Li's stance grew unsteady as he began to drop down like a log. Fortunately, he had already prepared for this and hastily muttered an incantation to release the copper rings. Han Li hastily recovered his balance and rubbed his choked neck. However, his eyes betrayed immense excitement. This magic treasure could be used as a sneak attack, and was something that was impossible to defend against. Even if his opponents had immense spiritual sense and realized something was amiss with the copper rings before they were restrained, they still wouldn't have time to react. Han Li was confident that even nascent soul cultivators couldn't guard against them. He reckoned that the odds of success for an ambush were quite large. Of course, he still had no way of knowing how long the bands would be able to restrain his opponents. Han Li was delighted to find that the copper band's abilities went far beyond his original expectations. Feeling completely content, Han Li placed the copper bands in his storage pouch, and he took out the dark red cloak. Tests for this ancient treasure were naturally much simpler. He simply wore the cloak on his body and poured a bit of magic power into it. It brightly flourished with a blood light and caused Han Li to feel a burning sensation on his body. At that same time, his magic power began to wildly flow into the cloak beyond his control. Han Li was greatly frightened and hastily severed his magic power towards the cloak, causing its brilliance to immediately dim. Han Li was startled and took off the cloak. He looked through it once more with squinted eyes. After a short moment, he donned it again and began to gradually pour spiritual power into the cape with great care. Once again, magic power began to rush out from his body, but this time, Han Li was prepared and remained calm. Instead, he turned his eyes to the cloak and carefully examined it for any oddities. In that moment, the cloak's outer layer of feathers grew longer and blood-red, covering Han Li in a dense barrier of blood light. After staring at it for a moment, Han Li waved his arms and slowly hovered off the ground. He then gazed around himself for a moment, before disappearing without a trace. A series of muffled bangs soon followed, and a ball of blood light burst from the right wall. Han Li fell from the ruptured light and tumbled several times, nearly falling in a dignified manner suiting a cultivator of his stature onto his behind. His face was filled with shock. He hadn't even used its full strength and only utilized the most common flying technique. However, this had caused Han Li to abruptly crash into the wall, much to his dismay. With disbelief, Han Li attempted to use several other movement techniques, but the results were all the same. He would into a wall and end up disoriented without making any progress on controlling the cloak's abilities. It seemed this treasure allowed him to use this astonishing speed without any option of going slower. Han Li silently stood in place with complete astonishment. This cloak was far too bizarre. This was undoubtedly a top-grade life-preserving treasure given its light-like speed. Han Li was confident that even if a nascent soul cultivator were to chase him, they would lose his trail after only a short moment with this amazing treasure. But at the same time, this cloak had significant flaws. Not to mention the astonishing expenditure of magic power, its speed completely uncontrollable, much to Han Li's disappointment. It was clear that this top-grade ancient treasure was flawed and limited. Why else would it appear in the outer halls? But despite this item was still immensely useful in fleeing from enemies. Han Li put away the cloak with complicated feelings. He then lowered his head in bitter laughter before sitting cross-legged on the floor to refine qi. As the cloak had consumed quite a bit of magic power in such a short time, he couldn't afford to just walk out of the room in his current condition. Han Li rested for over half a day, and when he had nearly replenished his spent magic power, Han Li opened his eyes and stood up as he solemnly gazed into the passageway. With the bracelet of matron screen beads in one hand and his great development technique circulating throughout his body, he slowly walked into the passageway. Upon entering, Han Li discovered that the passageway was quite short. After turning a corner, he had arrived at its end. Light flashed before his eyes, fading away to reveal an outdoor corridor. The corridor was magnificent and refined, but at a glance, it appeared to be endless. It was unknown just how far it reached. White clouds and divine melodies flowed in from outside the corridor along with the faint image of a lustrous jade pavilion. When Hanli saw this, a faint sneer appeared on his face as he walked onto the promenade with long strides. Just as he set foot on it, Hanli circulated magic power throughout his body. According to what he knew, this one was like the other trials. Flying techniques could not be used and one could only travel by foot. Hanli wasn't bothered by this and intensely studied the aura outside the corridor. The divine melodies became clearer after entering the corridor. Hanli attentively listened to the so-called divine melodies with a blank face. Not long after, he unconsciously wore a mocking expression on his face. Hanli walked without the slightest urgency as if he were taking a stroll in his own garden. However, the further he walked down the corridor, the more beautiful and clear the melodies became. At that same time, extremely graceful cranes began to appear from within the white clouds. Their elegant dancing along with the cries they unleashed were extremely impressive. Chapter 472, Black Palace in Illusory Realm. Hanli gave the cranes a mere glance before continuing along his way, paying no further attention to them. But as Hanli continued on his path, the divine melodies descending from the sky gradually increased in intensity. The white cranes that had been dancing in the air abruptly flew to both sides of the corridor and spread their wings with a long cry. A short moment later, amidst the divine melodies, the crane spun several times before transforming into young women in palace dresses. These young women appeared to be only 18 years of age and were astoundingly beautiful and full of youthful vigor. They smiled towards Hanli with bright eyes that were filled with affection as if he were their beloved sweetheart, and then swung their slender waists with a flexibility that made them appear boneless. At that moment, the divine sounds changed, becoming soft and tender like the caress of a lover. The very air was filled with the sensation of passionate romance, unwillingly bringing forth emotion within even those who have long buried them deep within their hearts. When Hanli heard these new sounds, his expression changed for a moment before he immediately steeled his heart and continued on his way, pointedly ignoring the sweet nothings whispered by the young women. After walking about 100 meters, Hanli heard a sudden change in tone, causing the melodies to contain feelings of grief and sadness. The young women's expressions transformed with the melodies, and their dancing halted. Each of their faces held immense sadness as they gazed at Hanli with extreme grief, as if he were a heartbreaking ingrate. Anyone who gazed upon the women would feel immense heartache and compassionate affection. Interesting. Hanli smiled and walked from side to side, appreciating the saddened expressions of the young women as if he were watching an interesting play. Hanli clearly understood that since the boundary of fantastical illusion followed after the paths of ice and fire, there were certain to be more than these mere tricks. As expected, after seeing that this was unable to stop Hanli, the divine melodies shifted to subtly invoke lust. At that same moment, the young women aged by several years with a flash of light, each of them now appearing as curvaceous beauties in their prime. With flushed complexions, the peerless beauties' eyes fluttered with enticing passion as they took off their muslin dresses. Along with the seductive moans leaving their small red mouths and the demonic lust-provoking sounds being emitted by the sky, it was more than enough to drive any man mad with temptation. Hanli was stunned. But after circulating the great development technique once through his body, he immediately regained his calm. Even if a master of bewitchment techniques were to assault Hanli with full force as he was now, Hanli wouldn't be fazed in the slightest. In comparison to such an event, these crude illusions were beneath his notice. As Hanli walked through the 2 rows of gorgeous women, their actions became even more unrestrained. A few of them looked to Hanli with flirtatious glances as they pressed their hands against their chest. Others stroked their entire body as they shook their hips, along with other increasingly lewd acts. Hanli watched on with dazzled eyes and clicked his tongue. While he remained unfazed due to the protection of the Great Development Technique, he still made sure to properly appreciate such a rare view. Following this, the women's appearances changed once more, transforming into all sorts of different types of beauties. There were dignified and scholarly noblewomen, fiery whores, pure-hearted maidens, and elegant and icy matrons, each with their own different bearings and mannerisms. The scene that was revealed was much like a gathering of all the peerless beauties of the mortal world. Chapter 473, Opening of the Inner Halls of Little Sister. Han Li's gaze darted around as he studied the young woman. Her words and appearance had evoked something that he had long buried at the bottom of his heart. Fourth brother, how did I get here? Didn't I die from illness many years ago? I'm scared. The white silhouette shivered as she stood. He could see that her complexion was pale as she grew near him, appearing just like a small, terrified bird. Han Li's eyes revealed a strange expression. This young woman who resembled his little sister was just 2 steps away from him. Han Li's eyes suddenly revealed a cold glint and he raised his hand, silently shooting out a small azure sword. In an instant, it pierced right through the young woman's forehead. The white silhouette released a tragic scream before turning into a puff of black smoke. Even if you take the form of my little sister, the 2 of us were separated when we were young. Not only should my current appearance greatly differ from long ago, but I imagine she had already forgotten my appearance as well. Just how could she have recognized her 4th brother at a glance? Han Li looked in the direction of the fading black smoke and revealed a trace of loneliness. With that finished, he brought his wrist up to his eyes and looked at the 4 matron screen beads. Although he had spoken those words with confidence, Han Li might not have taken action if the matron screen pearls had not burned him when the white silhouette had approached him, dispelling the last trace of hesitation from the depths of his heart. Although he knew it was only either an illusion or a transformed ghost, he had wanted to take a longer look at his sister's appearance. Bearing a trace of indescribable sadness, Han Li continued forward through the darkness. There were over 10 people sitting motionlessly in front of an enormous pagoda. The pagoda appeared to reach the clouds and was constructed entirely out of huge limestone bricks. From a distance, the pagoda appeared to be separated into 5 floors, with each floor being slightly thinner than the one below it. However, each floor was separated by at least 400 meters. Even the limestone gate at the very bottom was at least 200 meters tall, making for an astonishingly grand display. The entire pagoda was covered by a white barrier of light, with everyone resting outside of it with their eyes shut. They appeared like ants compared to the White Tower. A white transportation formation was set up at the center of the resting cultivators. All of the nascent soul cultivators were amongst those resting in front of the pagoda. Apart from Wu Chou and the Bone Sage, there was also a late core formation cultivator there. Han Li, Yuan Yao, the 2-star palace elders, and another late core formation cultivator had yet to appear. Zenith Yin's face appeared calm as if he were without a care. However, he was inwardly anxious. As both were core formation cultivators, Han Li should have arrived here at the same speed Wu Chou had. At that moment, a flash of white light appeared at the center of the transportation formation, revealing a silhouette. Manhuzi and the other Devil Dao cultivators opened their eyes to see, but a moment of disappointment flashed from their eyes as it was the masked Yuan Yao who appeared. When the woman saw so many nascent soul eccentrics simultaneously gaze at her, her heart dropped. But she soon forced herself to silently walk out of the formation as if nothing were wrong. Coincidentally, just as the woman walked off the formation, it flashed once more to reveal Han Li. Zenith Yin unconsciously smiled with raised eyebrows. Manhuzi and Layman Qing each silently glanced at each other, expressing their relief. Just as Han Li appeared, he was surprised to find Yuan Yao in front of him. After glancing at her with a slight smile, he walked towards Grandmaster Zenith Yin and saluted before standing behind him. Zenith Yin was very pleased to see Han Li behave so dutifully to his revered master. He turned his head and nodded to Hanli without saying anything else. As expected, he wasn't about to embarrassingly raise the topic of having Hanli return the matron screen pearls to him here. Equivalently, Manhuzi didn't ask for his treasured armor back. It was as if these people had deliberately forgotten lending these treasures to Hanli. When Hanli appeared, he saw that the cultivators were all sitting still without any intention to move, as if they were waiting for something. At that moment, Hanli discovered the huge pagoda in front of him and was greatly amazed. So this is the inner halls. It's very different from what I had imagined. Hanli inwardly muttered. He then took a moment to shoot a stealthy glance at the bone sage. He was near the back, sitting in earnest meditation. He didn't appear to notice Hanli's gaze. The bone sage's voice suddenly arrived at Hanli's ear without warning. Youngster, turn your sights elsewhere. Take care not to reveal me to my traitorous disciple. Rest assured, I've already made plans on how we will deal with Zenithine with complete confidence in success. However, the opportunity will only arise after you use the Blood Jade Spider to seize the Heaven Void Cauldron. I will act after that. Remember, do not send me any voice transmissions. We can't expose the act. Hanli's expression remained calm as he listened, and then turned his gaze elsewhere. There will be an opportunity after seizing the treasure. What does he mean? Could it be that this old devil also wishes to acquire the Heaven Void Cauldron? Hanli began to feel restless and suspicious. As the inner halls was just about to open, he became worried about how events would unfold after the treasure was obtained. Regardless of whether or not he succeeded in obtaining the Heaven Void Cauldron, what happened afterwards would be anything but good for him. As Hanli was inwardly pouring out his grievances, he heard a cold voice from his front. The inner halls are about to open, and the 2-star palace fellows have yet to appear. It seems they won't be muddying the waters. Wouldn't you agree, brother man? Wan Tianming, who sat at the center of the righteous Tao cultivators, opened his glistening eyes. Staring at Manhuzi with concealed emotion, he slowly spoke while emitting an astonishing pressure from his body. He. What, is old Wan impatient? Let's wait a bit. After all, those Star Palace fellows are rather crafty. Perhaps they will only appear when they expect us to have already fought amongst ourselves. Manhuzi disdainfully smiled and lazily stroked his beard. When Wan Tianming heard this, he appeared somewhat pensive, but he soon nodded his head and shut his eyes once more as if approving of Manhuzi's words. 2 hours later, a series of violent tremors suddenly shook the ground. The huge stone doors to the inner halls slowly opened to reveal a limestone passage. Even at a distance, the passage appeared lofty and expansive. At the same moment the gates opened, the transportation formation at the center faded from a dim light to nothing. Manhuzi suddenly leapt up and threateningly grinned. Without waiting for Wan Tianming to speak, he fervently said, He. Good. Good. It seems those 2-star palace fellows won't be stirring up any mischief. How about this, Wan Tianming? We'll have a proper battle, and the loser's party is barred from entering the inner halls. No, I don't wish to fight you. I have different plans. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Wan Tianming gave a staunch refusal with a resolved expression. Manhuzi was initially stunned before wearing an evil grin. He mockingly said, different plans. Could it be that you're taking the initiative to admit defeat and withdraw without fighting? Wan Tianming shook his head and unhurriedly said, withdraw. Of course not. But, it would be ridiculous to fight without having even acquired the treasure. Would it not be better for our parties to take turns in attempting to acquire the treasure? Before this, we will restrain ourselves temporarily. As such, we can prevent a mutual struggle. After all, our current enemy is the Star Palace, not each other. We may appear brimming with confidence, but odds are that we will both be incapable of acquiring the treasure. In that case, there would have been no point to our battle. The Devil Dao cultivators were somewhat shocked and couldn't help but exchange a glance with one another. They soon began moving their lips and sending voice transmissions. Wan Tianming and the other righteous Dao cultivators seemed to have already discussed this and were calmly waiting for the Devil Dao cultivators' response. After a short moment, Zenith Yin spoke with a gloomy expression. Your words are pleasant, but in the end, what will happen to the side that takes the treasure? If we were to succeed, how could we trust that you wouldn't then try seize it from us? Are your words merely the result of a silver tongue? Wan Tianming grinned in response and said without hesitation, Zenith Yin, you're speaking nonsense. If you successfully acquire the treasure, then of course we will fight over it. Likewise, you'd contest us if we were to acquire it. When that time comes, we will rely on skill to decide. All in all, it's still better than potentially wasting our time fighting now. Chapter 474, The Mantis and the Oriole One. When Zenith Yin heard Wan Tianming call his words nonsense, a sinister expression appeared on his face, but after hearing what Wan Tianming said after, he forcefully suppressed his fury. He then turned his head to Man Huzi and Layman Qi, and spoke to them in voice transmission. Not longer after, their discussion was finished. Zenith Yin coldly said, as per your esteemed suggestion, we will cease fighting for now. We will wait until after the treasure is seized. Wan Tianming chuckled, good. You've made a wise decision. Let us enter together. He then walked towards the huge limestone gate with Tian Wuzi and the old farmer closely following after him. Humph! Man Huzi couldn't help but snort at their grandiose mannerisms. His gaze then suddenly swept to Yuan Yao and the core formation cultivator that Han Li didn't recognize with an ominous glint in his eyes. At that same moment, the two paled at having become aware of Man Huzi's malicious appearance. They both turned into a streak of yellow and red light, rushing towards the stone pagoda. Man Huzi evilly grinned, where do you two think you're going? He rubbed his hands and then waved them, shooting out two streaks of gold light in an instant, striking at them from behind. The male cultivator in the yellow light released a miserable shriek before he tumbled to the ground. He was then swept up by the golden light and was split apart, scattering across the ground as a dismembered corpse. As for when the golden light neared Yuan Yao's red light, several bursts of blinding green flames temporarily scattered the golden light. As if spurred on by this, her red light transformed into a scarlet-red bird and became even faster. Shooting past the golden light in a blur, she entered the stone pagoda's entrance and disappeared. That's odd. Layman Qingyi softly said with a frown. Layman Qingyi and Zenith Yin didn't mind Man Huzi's actions, but upon seeing Yuan Yao escape Man Huzi's attack, they couldn't help but be surprised. Man Huzi, what is the meaning of this? Why did you attack the innocent? Tian Wuzi turned around and spoke with an angry expression. Man Huzi gave an uncaring glance at the old Daoist and callously said, I wasn't in a good mood. What does it matter to you if I kill a few strangers? Could it be that you wish to take justice on their behalf, or do you just wish to personally test my heaven-bearing devil arts? Without turning his head, Wan Tianming shouted, enough, Tian Wuzi. Those two aren't members of the righteous Dao. Leave them be. We have more important matters to attend to. Tian Wuzi could only hatefully glance at Man Huzi after hearing this and begrudgingly turn around. Not long after, the righteous Dao walked past the stone gate and entered the inner hall. Zenith Yin glanced at the righteous Dao cultivators as they left and applauded Man Huzi with a sinister smile. Brother Man had done good in attacking them. We don't want any annoying rats scurrying around us before the big event. Those two core formation cultivators actually wished to enter the inner hall and take advantage of the chaos for their own gain. How the living are so impatient. Still, there is still one person here who Brother Man still hadn't killed. Having said that, his gaze fell upon the bone sage. The bone sage was completely calm and indifferent, as if Zenithine was talking about someone else entirely. Manhuzi expressionlessly said, "This person has somewhat of a connection with me. As he had done me a favor, it is natural that I do not attack him. You too are also forbidden from disposing of him." Zenithine narrowed his eyes and carefully examined the bone sage, confirming whether or not he recognized this person. He then ambiguously said, "Since he is a junior with relation to Brother Man, it is only natural that we won't dispose of him. Although, it is quite surprising that Brother Man would accept a favor from someone." Chapter 475. Wolf-head puppets. Currently, Hanli and the others were walking through a maze-like series of intersecting stone passageways. Each intersection had a stone gate inscribed with strange talisman characters. These stone gates were identical in size. They were over 30 meters wide and were in the shape of a square. They would always point in the direction of north, south, east, or west, seemingly at random. However, they all shined with a faint white light. They were clearly affected by some sort of restriction. Although he would only encounter a crossroads after a long distance, Hanli reckoned that during their entire time in the inner halls, they've already encountered at least 8 stone gates. Each time, they neither changed direction or entered the stone gates. They eventually arrived at an intersection that made Hanli's expression stir. The gate there slightly differed from the others' ones. Although its talisman characters and structure was the same, it was completely lightless, as if the restriction on it had been extinguished. As a result, Hanli further looked at it with a strange expression. Wu Cho saw Hanli's expression and spoke to him with a familiar tone. "Junior Marshal Brother Han, this stone gate had already had its treasure seized by others. What is worth seeing? If it weren't for the fact that each person could only use a single Heaven Void map fragment before being teleported out, I would have also thought to pick a stone gate and hastily see what was within. Once a Heaven Void map fragment was used to open a stone gate, one would be unable to leave until the treasure was acquired. As core formation cultivators, we will only be able to acquire treasures on the first floor. Picking a room on the later floors would nearly be the same as suicide. Junior Marshal Brother Han." When Hanli heard Wu Cho address him as such in a voice transmission, he felt disgust spread throughout his body. When Hanli eventually managed to recollect himself, he replied with a beaming smile, "Then why isn't Brother Wu choosing a gate on the first floor? Would it not be a waste of an opportunity to wait until you've arrived to the second floor or higher?" Sigh. "I wish I could, but my esteemed grandfather had repeatedly warned me that I must stay by his side on this treasure hunt, as I may prove useful." Wu Cho wore a reluctant expression as he glanced at the stone gate. A trace of greed flickered from his eyes. Hanli slightly smiled and swept his gaze at the stone gate. So long as he entered and acquired the treasure it contained, he would be teleported outside. He would be keeping this in mind. Who knew whether or not he could use this as a method of escape? At that moment, the group passed through another intersection and into the passage ahead of them. But at that moment, a heavy, muffled thud came from their front. The sound continued as if something huge was slowly heading towards them. Zenithine and Qing Yi's expression slightly changed and they halted, staring into the passageway ahead of them with grave expressions. In contrast, Manhuzi chuckled and revealed a trace of excitement. At the same time, his body flashed with golden light and a layer of golden scales suddenly covered his entire body. He had activated his heaven-bearing devil arts. This was the first time Hanli saw the bizarre appearance of the heaven-bearing devil arts up close. He couldn't help but take a curious stare at Manhuzi's transformation. Manhuzi keenly felt Hanli's stare and turned his head around, giving Hanli's sinister grin. The face covered in small scales made for a frightening sight. Hanli's heart dropped, not knowing what he had meant by it. But still, he forced himself to return the smile. Fortunately, after Manhuzi smiled, he immediately turned his gaze back. The approaching thuds were now only about 100 meters away. But as the passage across from them was pitch black, Hanley wasn't able to see within it. There were still restrictions inside the inner hall that restrained a cultivator's spiritual sense. Still, Hanley noticed the cold glint from the old eccentric's eyes. It seemed they were able to see what it was. Without waiting for Zenith Een and Ching Yi to act, Manhuzi deeply roared, flying into the passage as a streak of golden light. A series of loud impacts followed afterwards along with deafening clangs of metal. When Zenith Een and Ching Yi saw this, they couldn't help but look each other in dismay. Hanley was at a loss when a huge rumble sounded out as if something had been cleanly split into fragments. Hanley's mind stirred and something came to mind. In the next moment, only the sounds of Manhuzi's wild, carefree laughter could be heard. Zenith Een seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but laugh. "Let's go. It is no longer a problem. We've already forgotten that we no longer have the same cultivation as we did 300 years ago. The guards on the first layer are no longer a threat to us." Ching Yi chuckled with a relaxed expression. "That's right. This old man had nearly forgotten this as well. The last time I came, I had just entered nascent soul stage, and the guards had left far too deep an impression. It was good that Brother Man had taken care of it with his heaven-bearing devil arts. Else, we would have spent too much effort on them." Afterwards, the two began to take the lead with Hanley and Wu Chou closely following after them. The Bone Sage, who had originally been expressionless this entire time, wore a trace of disdain as he calmly followed them in the back. After walking about 30 meters, Hanley saw Manhuzi in front of them with his hands behind his back. He was standing on something that was shining with silver light. When Manhuzi saw Zenith Een, he stretched his neck and indifferently said, "Not bad. This served quite well for a warm-up. The Heaven Void Hall this time around is truly interesting." However, it wasn't nearly as formidable as rumors had it. It was because of the incredible force of Brother Man's heaven-bearing devil arts. Other cultivators used magic treasures in such a narrow area, so they had experienced a bit of trouble. Layman Ching Yi said with a smile. When Manhuzi heard his flattery, he chuckled but said no more. The golden scales on his body quickly faded away, and he indifferently took the way. It seemed the previous fight had left him unsatisfied. Zenith Een and Ching Yi glanced at each other with a smile. Since Manhuzi was so willing to lead the way, they were more than willing to quietly follow after him. When they walked past the silver item, Hanley stopped and lowered his head to look at the item. A mechanical puppet. Hanley was astounded. It was indeed a puppet, but what grade of puppet was this to have not been instantly destroyed by a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator? Most of what was scattered across the ground were pieces of an unknown silver metal. Chapter 476, the second floor. Following after the first encounter with the wolf head puppet, they encountered more puppets in quick succession. But under the unyielding transformation of the heaven-bearing devil arts, Manhuzi smashed them into pieces as if they were made of clay. Zenith Een and Ching Yi didn't need to help the slightest. With each encounter, Hanley bluntly gathered and put away the remains of each puppet, much to the confusion of the Bone Sage and Wu Chou. As for the nascent soul cultivators, they turned a blind eye to Hanley's actions. However, it was clear that they walked a path from Wan Tianming's party. When Hanley saw that the Devil Dao cultivators were still calm and unhurried, Hanley knew that these old devils probably had an approximation of where they were. But ever since they encountered the puppet guards, Zenith Een and the others no longer continued straight ahead. They began to take turns. However, Hanley felt that there was something odd. From their earlier advance, Hanley had a clear feeling that all pathways were the same. But these three nascent soul cultivators made a sudden turn to the left and another turn to the right without the slightest hesitation. It was as if they already knew the route in advance. Were it just Zenith-Een and Ching-Yi doing this, Hanli wouldn't find it strange. After all, they've been to the inner halls before. Perhaps they already memorized the route from their last time here. But this was clearly Manhuzi's first time coming here, and he was leading them at the very front with Zenith-Een and Ching-Yi following after him without any objections. Hanli found this baffling. Hanli's mind set into motion as he stealthily swept the intersections for any differences or markings. After passing several intersections, his efforts was vainly spent as he had found nothing. He could only leave the matter be for now. After Manhuzi wrecked the 8th wolf head puppet along the way, they arrived at a small transportation formation. The transportation formation was at the center of an intersection and emitted a faint, sparkling light. This will take us to the 2nd floor. I wonder if Wan Tianming and his party had used any tricks. They actually managed to get ahead of us. Layman Qingyi grumbled upon seeing the transportation formation, but a trace of a grin was still on his face. Manhuzi coldly snorted and said without concern, "Humph. Let's go. Even if they're ahead of us, the Heaven Void Cauldron isn't something that is so easily acquired." Soon after, he led the way, entering the transportation formation in stride. Layman Qingyi smiled at the sight. After Manhuzi entered, Zenith-Een and Layman Qingyi stood still. After taking a glance at each other, they heavily gazed at Hanli. Hanli felt his heart shiver. He had no choice but to enter the transportation formation under their supervision. Hanli saw a flash of white light and regained his bearings before raising his head. He was shocked. He was at another intersection of stone passageways. If it weren't for Manhuzi standing in front of him, Hanli would have thought that the transportation formation had failed. While Hanli was at a loss, white light flashed from behind him, bringing along the rest of the party. Just as Zenith-Een appeared, he took a look around. He grimaced and muttered, "What method did those righteous Dao folk use to travel so fast? I can no longer find them." Layman Qingyi's eyes coldly glinted as he stood behind Zenith-Een. "Leave it be." I had felt it was strange as to why the righteous Dao cultivators had made such a sly proposal outside. From we've seen, it seems they were scheming against us all along. But it'll still be fine if they try to seize the treasure first. Actually acquiring the Heaven Void Cauldron with Wan Tianming's gold-threaded silkworm is merely wishful thinking after all. They're merely testing what little luck they have. It wouldn't be too late for us to hide and lie in ambush. As for the old man, Qingyi opened his mouth and an azure thread of light wildly rushed out from his mouth towards the puppet. The azure thread of light wrapped once around the puppet and bursted into a cluster of explosions, causing the puppet to tumble. A fierce expression flashed from Manhuzi's face. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he released a low roar and the scene flourished with blinding light. He then appeared with his arm penetrating the abdomen of the puppet. A green gem was rigidly held in his grasp. The snake puppet immediately lost the power to move and collapsed to the floor. Manhuzi looked at the inanimate puppet and glanced at the green gem in his hand. With a malicious expression flickering from his face, he crushed the gem with a clench of his hand. But after he unfolded his hand, he found the gem to be completely unharmed. Even Manhuzi's ordinarily savage expression changed upon seeing this. With his heaven-bearing devil arts infused into his hands, he would have been able to warp-powered magic treasures, let alone a single gem. He should have been able to somewhat damage it at the very least. As Manhuzi's face appeared somewhat blank, Qing-Chi chuckled and walked over. "Brother man, there is no need to be surprised. This strange stone had already been researched by others. Although this gem cannot be destroyed, it also cannot be refined or used to strengthen magic treasures. I reckon that unless the cultivators of antiquity were dealing with it, it'd just be a mere bauble. Even puppet refinement sects don't know what to do with the stone. The items of antiquity are quite unusual. Youngster, you seem to fond of such remains. Here. Concealing his embarrassment from earlier, Manhuzi grimaced and casually tossed it to Hanli. Hanli's mind went blank. He unconsciously received the item. After he had realized what had happened, he silently put it away into his storage pouch. After he swept his gaze around, he walked forward and swept up the snake puppet remains with a trace of politeness. What is the point of saying such nonsense after already arriving? First, let's see whether or not Wan Tianming had already went to seize the treasure. Manhuzi frowned and spoke with impatience. Zenith Yin appeared somewhat displeased by his words, but he didn't respond. Wearing his ordinary expression, Layman Qing Yi chuckled and said, "Relax, brother man. According to Brother Wu and my secret probing arts, Wan Tianming's party had already ascended several hours ago, but they have yet to leave. It would be best for us to wait here as these stairs are the only entrance and exit from the Frozen Dragon's terrace. The only way. Is that true? The righteous Dao cultivators could be slipping away at this moment as we foolishly wait for them." Manhuzi glanced at the old man and seemed to distrust him. The old man twirled his beard as he said, "Hee hee. There is not question about this. This light barrier was famous even in times of antiquity. It was known as the Celestial Tail Star Restriction. Apart from the opening at the steps, there are no other exits that can be easily opened." Manhuzi nodded his head. "Fine, we'll do just that." He then sat cross-legged near the steps and began meditating. As for Zenith Yin and Qing Yi, they moved close to each other and started having a whispered discussion. After seeing all of this, Hanli wryly smiled in his mind, but betrayed none of this from his face. These Devil Dao cultivators weren't incorrect in their actions, but Wan Tianming appeared to be a rather shrewd person himself. Perhaps he had wanted them to wait outside all along. With that thought, Hanli looked around. He found that the Bone Sage was the only person that was close to the stone platform. He gazed into the white light barrier as if he were thinking of something. Hanli's expression stirred. This was a good opportunity to have another discussion, but he soon had second thoughts. This old devil forged a relationship between him and Manhuzi. Hanli's value towards should have decreased tremendously. It was most likely that he had the same thoughts as Zenith Yin, to use his blood jade spiders to acquire the Heaven Void Cauldron and dispose of him afterwards. Why else would he forego this excellent opportunity to kill Zenith Yin? It must be to first acquire the treasure. If he were to take the initiative to contact him, he would merely be allowing the Bone Sage to see through his doubts. The situation could only become worse as a result. It seems he would have to rely on himself to plan for his escape. With that in mind, Hanli's gaze unconsciously turned cold as he looked at the Bone Sage. The Bone Sage seemed to have perceived something and turned his head, happening to see Hanli. Hanli inwardly cursed and immediately restored his normal expression. He then walked off as if nothing had occurred. As the Bone Sage stared at Hanli from behind, a trace of doubt flickered from his face. Chapter 478, Gold-Threaded Silkworms. Acquiring the treasure. Hanli didn't immediately take action. Instead, he carefully released his spiritual sense and searched his surroundings. Certain that Zenith Yin and the others weren't spying on him, he no longer hesitated and extended his finger. A blade of azure swordlight extended from its tip. Hanli calmly used the swordlight to carve a fist-sized hole in the stone wall before willing it away. He then used his other hand to quickly touch the circle, causing a gap to appear in the stone wall. Hanli knew that his time was limited and instantly extended his arm into the hole. The area within wasn't large. After randomly reaching out, he managed to grab onto something. His expression stirred. The item was slender, curved, and soft. After he took it out from the wall, he saw that it was an aged yellow scroll. Just about as Hanli was about to open it with amazement, his expression suddenly changed and he quickly placed the scroll in his robes. His body blurred as he placed his back against the hole in the wall, pretending to rest against it. Just as Hanli finished his movements, he heard Zenith Yin's gloomy voice, "Hanli, return to us quickly. We are about to enter." Having heard that, Hanli's astonishment flickered from his eyes. Weren't they to rest for the time being? Why the sudden change of mind? Could it be the three old devils became aware of something amiss? After Hanli felt Zenith Yin's spiritual sense disappeared from his surroundings, he immediately turned around and repaired the stone hole. He then walked back to the front of the stone platform. When he arrived at the front, the old devils were standing in front of the steps, looking upwards with a grave expression. Standing behind them, Wu Chou and the Bone Sage were mimicking them. Hanli astonishedly followed their gaze up the stairs. He could only see blue light up above, twinkling with blinding intensity. Several threads of gold light flashed out from a flicker of blue light. In a short moment, those threads became several inches thicker. But because of the separation of the white light barrier, Hanli was unable to feel anything strange. Zenith Yin nodded when he saw Hanli arrived. He turned his head to Man Huzi and said, "Brother Man, my junior disciple has arrived. Let us go up." I hadn't expected that Wan Tianming's gold-threaded silkworm could actually rock the heaven void cauldron. Although I don't know how this happened, it would be best for us to go see. Man Huzi replied by wordlessly approaching the stairs. Zenith Yin and the others closely followed after him. Boom! Man Huzi endowed his fist in devilish arts and fiercely bashed the light barrier, blowing open a 10-meter large hole. Man Huzi took the lead. Zenith Yin and Layman Qing Yi surrounded Hanli and forced him to walk between them. The Bone Sage and Wu Chou followed them from behind. So cold. Although Hanli had made a few preparations outside the light barrier, Hanli couldn't help but shiver from the surrounding cold. He quickly covered his body in a barrier of light, greatly reducing the chill. Man Huzi didn't wait for the rest of them. He walked straight towards the center of the flourishing blue light with large steps. After Qing Yi and Zenith Yin glanced at each other, they couldn't help but wryly smile as they caught up to him. But before Zenith Yin chased after Man Huzi, he turned to look at Hanli, indicating that he had best hurry. Hanli released a torrent of curses at Zenith Yin in his mind. He knew his place and didn't have any thoughts to flee. He merely wanted to drag along at the back and take a look at the scroll. It could perhaps provide assistance towards his current predicament. However, Zenith Yin's extortion seemed to remind Wu Chou of something. He began to stare at Hanli with absolute focus. The Bone Sage then shot a look of doubt at Hanli. Hanli had no choice but to quicken his steps. But after he walked several steps, his speed slowed down through no intention of his own. Although his light barrier was protecting from the freezing blue light, Hanli felt a chill pass through his body with each step he took. After only a short moment, his face turned pale white. He quickly closed his mouth, fearing the frost would spread throughout his core. At that moment, Hanli heard Zenith Yin's voice in his ear. The white rhino emblem doesn't only protect from the heat. It also works against the cold. What are you waiting for? Hanli came to a sudden realization and hastily brought the item out, hanging it from his waist. Once the white rhino emblem brightly shined with light, he instantly felt warmth surround him. No longer impeded by the cold, Hanli leisurely walked forward and glanced how the others dealt with the cold. Man Huzi and the other nascent soul cultivators only used a light barrier on their bodies and continued without obstruction. As for the Bone Sage, he wore a chain of sparkling red beads and displayed no trace of cold. As for Wu Chou, he had put on a grotesque serpent scale armband that emitted a pink light barrier around his body. Hanli then turned his gaze to the center of the platform up above. There was a small altar protruding his vision. There were 8 orbs of gold light pulsing above the altar. At the center of the lights, there was a large hole that shined with blinding blue light. Han Li's mind was roused at the sight. He quickly examined the scene. Each of the golden orbs of light contained a meter-long silkworm, with each worm pulling on the thick golden thread they released into the hole. Their bodies swayed as they tugged back as forcefully as they could. Each sway caused the blue light from the hole to wildly flicker. 3 silhouettes were standing to the side of the altar. They were Wan Tianming's party of righteous Tao cultivators. They clearly knew that Man Huzi and the others had arrived, but they completely ignored them. They were only focused on the golden light in front of them, each with a tense expression. A cold glint flickered through Man Huzi's eyes when he saw the scene. He wordlessly raised his hand and shot 2 streaks of golden light towards the righteous Tao cultivators. Glacial Dragon. Phantom Tortoise. Wan Tianming and Tian Wuzi simultaneously shouted as they coldly gazed in the direction of the attack. With a sudden burst of fluctuating sounds, 2 streaks of azure and blue light intercepted the golden lights. Return. Man Huzi was startled by their quick reaction and had 2 streaks of golden light return with a wave of his hand. They landed in his hand as 2 golden knives. The azure and blue lights didn't pursue and instead revolved in place. Their true appearances were revealed to be a 10-meter-long white flood dragon and a bizarre transparent turtle. After Man Huzi clearly saw what those 2 things were, he appeared surprised. The Mad Matron's glacial dragon and Tian Yuanzi's phantom tortoise. Layman Qingyi blurted this out with a face of astonishment. It was no wonder that Wan Tianming's party was so arrogant. Those 2 old eccentrics had lent them their spirit beasts. From what I know, those 2 old freaks treasure those spirit beasts to the point where they would never leave their side. Just how do they have them in their possession? Zenith Yin spoke with an aghast voice and a resentful expression. Man Huzi replied with a solemn expression, "Humph. Just look at the borrowers. Wan Tianming is the Mad Matron's blood nephew. Tian Wuzi and Tian Yuanzi are disciples of the same master. There is nothing odd about being lent those 2 spirit beasts." As Layman Qingyi worryingly gazed at the white flood dragon and the huge tortoise, he said, "This is going to become troublesome. Those 2 beasts are by no means weak. Even if us 3 were to do our utmost, we would be unable to break away from them for quite some time." Man Huzi wore a sinister grin and said, "Qingyi, Zenith Yin. Have your azure thorn bird and heaven-wide corpse distract them. They might not prove to be an opponent to those beasts, but we need those beasts occupied for a moment if we are to act. We don't even need to defeat Wan Tianming and the others. It will be fine so long as we can kill one of the gold-threaded silkworms." Having heard this, the Zenith Yin and Qingyi looked at each other in dismay and revealed some hesitation. "Don't worry, I will also send my spirit beast to fight. They should prove to be quite troublesome altogether." Man Huzi glanced at the 2 and wore an expression of slight disdain. With that said, Qingyi's and Zenith Yin's expressions relaxed, and they agreed. Chapter 479. The sky blue flower. Before Zenith Yin could release his demon corpses or Qingyi release his spirit beast, an astonishing change had occurred. One of the huge green silkworms in the orbs of light suddenly trembled. The golden light surrounding it quickly dimmed. At nearly the same time, its gold thread was severed with a snap. "Not good." The righteous Tao cultivators to the side shouted out in alarm. But before they could take action, the other gold-threaded silkworms followed suit. Their golden light greatly dimmed, and 2 of the gold threads snapped. Wan Tianming's heart dropped into an abyss. He stood still in a daze. But it still wasn't the end. 3 silkworms remained, and the collapse of half of their companions caused their burden to quickly increase. They cried out as they were dragged towards the hole with immense force. Soon after, the huge clang of something heavy being dropped could be heard. Immediately after, the stone platform trembled for a while after. The blue light coming from the hole immediately dimmed and the air became significantly warmer. The faces of the righteous Tao cultivators became extremely unsightly. As for the old devils that were about to act, their eyes were uncharacteristically wide open with their faces wearing expressions of extreme marvel. Ha 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 ha. Manhuzi guffawed with delight. Even his yellow beard was wildly shaking. At that moment, Zenith-Yin and Qing-Yi responded, both basking in schadenfreude, laughing at the righteous Tao cultivators without restraint. At that moment, Wan Tianming's face became ashen. In order to acquire the treasure, he had spent much effort concocting this plan and at great cost. And what did he gain? The ridicule of his devil Tao rivals. This set Wan Tianming's heart aflame. He could no longer restrain himself and suddenly turned to the devil Tao cultivators with a chilling expression. Zenith Yin's and Qing Yi's laughter halted for a moment. Wan Tianming was a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Even if they were already on opposing sides, the two were unwilling to rashly breed a deep hatred between them. As for Manhuzi, despite no longer laughing, he returned the glare with no trace of politeness. What? Sect Master One wishes to battle with me. I do wish to experience the true heaven-sifting art's 3 Confucian marvels. After coldly glaring at Manhuzi for a moment, Wan Tianming eventually regained his rationality. Go! With a wave of his sleeve, he led the departure from the stone platform, ignoring the remaining gold-threaded silkworms and recalling the white flood dragon from its confrontation against the devil Tao. With an equivalently unsightly expression, Tian Wuzi recalled the huge tortoise and followed Wan Tianming. As for the old farmer, despite his cold gaze, he followed after them with a far calmer expression. Just as the righteous and devil Tao brushed past each other, they glanced at each other with extreme vigilance. Despite being extremely domineering, Manhuzi fortunately didn't provoke them. He merely sneered at Wan Tianming and the others as they disappeared from the light barrier. Qing Yi looked behind them and said, I'll have my azure thorn bird hide at the entrance. If the righteous Tao fellows come back, we will know. Zenith-Yin shifted his gaze and sinisterly smiled, then I will also dispatch 2 heaven-wide corpses to lie in ambush at the entrance. If they attempt to mount a sneak attack, they will be deterred. After Qing Yi heard this, his gaze grew blank, and he soon became silent. A moment later, his sleeve trembled and a fist-sized streak of light shot towards the sky. As for Zenith-Yin, he tossed something on the floor. 2 puffs of black smoke spread out along with a fishy scent where 2 tall demon corpses emerged. Go! Zenith-Yin solemnly pointed towards the entrance. In an instant, the demon corpses blurred and disappeared from sight. The scene caused Han Li's heart to tremble as he recalled the demon corpse's strange appearance when it had first appeared before him. He couldn't help but feel fearful towards the demon corpses. Afterwards, Han Li's attention shifted towards the gold-threaded silkworms that were lying down the altar. He couldn't help but curiously walk over to them. But after taking only a few steps, he stopped. Someone had already quickly arrived in front of them. Han Li was astonished to discover this person to be the Bone Sage. Manhuzi walked over and asked, "What's this about?" The gold-threaded silkworm could be considered a rare exotic insect. From their previous golden light, their abilities should be quite formidable. It is quite strange of Wan Tianming to abandon them without care. After examining the gold-threaded silkworm for a moment, the Bone Sage calmly answered, they had consumed the sky-blue flower to forcefully raise their capabilities so that they might have a better chance at acquiring the Heaven Void Cauldron. But after consuming it, the gold-threaded silkworm could be considered to be completely crippled. I had originally thought the gold-threaded silkworms couldn't acquire the heaven-void cauldron. But to use the sky-blue flower, he ended up losing everything from trying to gain an advantage. Manhuzi couldn't help but laugh in response to the bone sage's words. Zenithine walked over with his hands behind his back. Sky-blue flower. I didn't think that Wan Tianming could actually find it. I had thought of using such a method before, but I was unable to find the flower after so many years of searching. For Brother Mans Jr. to know of such a flower, he must be a renowned character. Perhaps I've heard this junior's name before. After he changed the subject, he stared at the bone sage's face. The bone sage softly spoke with a smile, "My name is not renowned. I am merely someone who spent too much time reading books." Senior Wu jests. Is that so? Zenithine said with an indifferent expression. It was unknown whether his suspicions had been exhausted or if he was fearful of repercussion from Manhuzi, but Zenithine gave up his questioning and turned towards the large hole and peered within. The blue light from the hole reflected off his face, making for a weird sight. Hanli indifferently watched from the side, but in his mind, he felt slight admiration at the bone sage's patience. Old Devil Bone Sage's temperament must be quite fearsome indeed for him to so calmly address his enemy as senior. Nevertheless, there was no one here that was fooled, except for perhaps Wu Chou. Each of them were sly foxes that had lived for over several hundred years. They were devious to an extreme. Just as Hanli gloomily thought this, he heard Qing Yi say, "Since these gold-threaded silkworms are useless, let's exterminate them and remove their irksome presence from our eyes." Qing Yi then flipped his wrinkled palm and a ball of blinding azure light appeared in his hands. After Han Li's gaze swept past the three huge silkworms, his heart stirred. He spoke to the old man, "Wait. This junior is interested in these gold-threaded silkworms. Please give them to him." The old man's face revealed both surprise and doubt. Hanli then smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "This one has always been interested in exotic insects. Since they're still alive, this one wishes to research them for some time. This one hopes Senior will allow this." Having heard Hanli, Qing Yi didn't immediately reply. Instead, he examined Hanli with a pensive expression. Hanli felt his heart on edge. He didn't know what intentions Qing Yi held. Qing Yi shook his head and spoke lamentably, "Sigh. This old man was also rogue cultivator. I naturally know that core formation rogue cultivators aren't comparable to their peers from great sections. How they are truly pressed for resources. Fine, since young friend Han wants this rubbish, take it." It was clear that he had misunderstood. Hanli inwardly rolled his eyes, but he took advantage of the situation and wore an embarrassed expression as he repeatedly expressed his thanks. Afterwards, he reached for an empty spirit beast pouch and stored the three gold-threaded silkworms within it. It appeared as though that at the same time Wan Tianming had discarded them, he had also erased his marks of ownership from them. As such, they entered Han Li's pouch without a trace of resistance. After staring into the hole for a moment more with fervent eyes, Zenithine shouted at Han Li without turning his head, "Han Li, stop wasting your time on these useless matters. Quickly take out your blood jade spiders. I want to see what grade the spirit beasts are. When the time comes, I will provide some assistance with my flame python. We must succeed in one attempt." Hanli inwardly frowned and walked forward. Layman Qing Yi and Manhuzi happened to glance at Hanli after hearing Zenithine. "Be at ease, so long as you acquire the Heaven Void Cauldron, your master won't treat you unfairly." Zenithine turned around and spoke to Hanli with a kindly face, fearing that Hanli wouldn't attempt his best. But when Hanli heard those words, he felt a fierce chill run down his spine. Chapter 480, seizing the treasure. No trace of Han Li's feelings were betrayed on his face. Instead, he approached the hole and took a deep glance. Han Li was astonished by the sight. The hole wasn't as amazingly deep as he had imagined. It only dropped to about 100 meters. With his abilities as a core formation cultivator, he could clearly see a flourishing ball of blinding blue flame. A black object could faintly be seen through the flickers of the blue flame. It seemed that this was the famous Heaven Void Cauldron. But when he leaned over the hole, he felt a bone-piercing cold spread throughout him. Even the white rhino emblem was unable to block most of the cold. He feared if he looked any longer, he would freeze over. The brilliant blue flame at the bottom of the hole was actually releasing such a fantastical cold. But after glancing at the blue flames for only a few moments more, his head started to spin. Aghast, he quickly turned his gaze away and collected himself. As Zenithine stood by Han Li's side, he stared at the hole and slowly said, "How was it?" "That was the celestial ice flame, a flame that roars with a cold beyond freezing. Let alone core formation cultivators, even us nascent soul cultivators don't dare to touch it. Even the slightest burn by the fire would cause a nascent soul cultivator to easily perish by refinement. It is said that this flame isn't something that came from this world, and it is unknown how the ancient cultivators found such a thing. Even nascent soul cultivators would be refined." Han Li's breath grew cold when he heard this. But soon after, his expression returned to normal. If it weren't for this flame, then the Heaven Void Cauldron would have been seized long ago. Although the celestial ice flame is extremely deadly to us cultivators, there are a few things that are resistant to it. For example, the gold thread from the gold-threaded silkworm, and the spider thread of the blood jade spider, along with unusual exceptions such as my 2 fire pythons. It's about time for you to take out your blood jade spider. Let us take a look at it. Zenithine gave an order with an assertive tone. With Manhuzi and Qing Yi staring at Han Li from behind Zenithine, Han Li didn't delay any further. He clasped his hand on a spirit beast pouch on his waist, causing a streak of white light to fly out and circle around him before landing in front of him. The light disappeared to reveal the blood jade spider. When it saw so many strangers in front of it, it bared its fangs, and its eyes were brimming with hostility. Manhuzi and the others didn't mind this in the slightest. They merely glanced at the spirit beast as if they were looking at treasure. Just as Manhuzi glanced at blood jade spider, his expression wavered and he said in a tone of amazement, "TCH TCH. The blood jade spire is quite large." It seemed to be a peak grade 4 demon beast on the verge of breaking through to grade 5. It has a good chance of seizing the treasure. Zenithine also stared at the blood jade spider with excitement and said, "Hee hee. My junior disciple's blood jade spider is inferior in strength to some wild breeds. But it is an optimal choice for the purpose of seizing the Heaven Void Cauldron." As acquiring the treasure was no longer a hopeless dream, Qing Yi appeared delighted. He said, "It is as Brother Wu says. This spider's grade is far higher than the grade 2 gold-threaded silkworms. Even with just one spider, the odds of success are far greater than theirs." Seeing that there were no problems with the Heaven Void Cauldron, Zenithine gave out his orders, "Let us start now. Any delay could bring unexpected events. Han Li, have your spider spit out a net around the Heaven Void Cauldron and have it pull it up. At the same time, I will have my 2 fire pythons assist your blood jade spider." "Yes." Although he felt unwilling, Han Li could only agree. Zenithine coldly glanced at Wu Chou and the Bone Sage and ordered, "You two, go down below the altar. As the Heaven Void Cauldron grows closer to the surface, the celestial ice fire will as well. You will be unable to withstand it given your cultivation. As for junior disciple Han Li, I will have to trouble Brother Qing to protect him." He then turned to Qing Yi and smiled. The old man agreed with a chuckle, "Well said. In order to acquire the Heaven Void Cauldron's Heaven Mend pill, I cannot allow young friend Han to fall to any surprises. Wu Chou and the Bone Sage obediently descended from the altar and took several steps back. Han Li inwardly sighed after seeing the covetous gazes of the three old devils and issued the command to his blood jade spider. It immediately shot out a web of thread into the hole. Having arrived this far, Han Li could only take it a step at a time. He hoped that when he acquired the treasure, Zenith Yin would find it too embarrassing to immediately cut ties with Han Li, giving him a moment of respite. This would hopefully allow enough time for the Bone Sage to deal with Zenith Yin and give Han Li an opportunity to turn his situation around. As for the Heaven Void Cauldron, he didn't particularly care whether or not he could take it out. This was because he knew his situation wouldn't change regardless of success or failure in acquiring the treasure. As Han Li was inwardly planning out his countermeasures, Zenith Yin arrived at the opposite side of the hole from Han Li. He took out a pitch-black spirit beast pouch from his robes and turned the pouch upside down. With a flash of red light, two 15-meter-long, fire-red pythons appeared on the ground. These two fantastical pythons had bright red scales the size of fingernails. Their heads were both imprinted with a wondrous design consisting of talisman characters. Their eyes were sparkling with red light as if they contained blazing flames. After Zenith Yin's fire pythons unfolded themselves from their spiral resting position, he immediately flicked his sleeves at them, shooting two black medicinal pills at them. The two pythons swiftly caught them in their mouths and swallowed them. Go! Zenith Yin pointed towards the hole. The two fire pythons slowly slivered towards the hole in a lazy manner. When Zenith Yin saw this, he solemnly clutched his hands into an eccentric incantation gesture and mumbled a series of cryptic incantations, resulting in an astonishing scene. The fire python's bright red scales were stained black during the incantation, and they enthusiastically began to follow Zenith Yin's orders. Pang! Pang! The two fire pythons' tails fiercely stabbed into the ground nearby the hole, cutting about a meter deep. They then dropped their upper halves into the hole and began to stretch out as if they were boneless. Their tails held firm onto the ground. It seemed as if they had turned into two black-red ropes. During Han Li's amazement, the ropes twisted for a moment. Chapter 481, Returned Paw. Manhuzi loudly shouted, spitting out a beam of blood-red light towards the blood jade spider. With a puff, the beam of light burst on contact, enveloping the spider in a large blood-red mist in an instant. The blood jade spider hissed and became frantic as if it had been provoked. When Han Li saw this, his heart flared with anger. Upon hearing its name, Han Li was certain that the berserking technique was a secret devil Dao cultivator technique that carried repercussions. These old devils had used the technique without even telling him or showing any consideration towards the aftereffects the blood jade spider would suffer. It seemed they simply didn't view a core formation cultivator to be worth considering. Although Han Li had already anticipated this, he couldn't help but grimace when he was actually treated this way. At the moment, the blood jade spider had nearly absorbed the entirety of the blood-red mist. The spider's original sparkling, translucent body had turned completely blood-red as if it were cut from a single piece of scarlet gemstone. Upon seeing this transformation, he immediately recalled the violet appearance of the blood jade spider in the underground cave in the heavenly south region. It had the same color and intensity as the furious blood jade spider he had seen back then. When he worriedly scanned its mind, he sensed a crazed violence from it as if it had lost its intelligence. Just as Han Li attempted to forcefully placate it in his fright, Manhuzi suddenly roared from his side, "What are you spacing out for? Quickly have your blood jade spider start pulling. The duration of the berserking technique is limited." He was fiercely glaring at Han Li, stifling his anger. Han Li had no choice but to command the blood jade spider to resume pulling. Fortunately, the blood jade spider still obediently listened to his orders despite entering a berserk state. A blood-red light flickered from its green eyes as its pointed legs frantically scratched the ground before managing to gradually pull up its taut spider thread. A series of even more intense trembles rocked the ground, soon followed by thunderous clangs ringing out from the hole. Manhuzi and the others were delighted by these developments. Blinding blue light suddenly bursted from the hole and reached over 30 meters above the altar. Hanli felt his body grow cold for an instant before he grew warm once more. A barrier of brilliant azure light had protected him. Hanli was stunned for a moment before he realized that Qing Yi had enlarged his light barrier by several times and was covering him under its protection. The old man said with a solemn expression, "Be careful." A far harsher current of cold erupts in the instant that the heaven void cauldron is raised. It is unknown just how many treasure-seeking cultivators have pitifully succumbed to the unexpected occurrence. After saying this to Hanli, Qing Yi's gaze rigidly focused on the hole once more. He appeared nervous. When Hanli heard this, his heart was shaken. Just how many had previously attempted to move the cauldron? How was it that they all failed? Although his heart held doubts, Hanli knew that now was not the time to ask these questions. He could only recollect himself and look at how things were developing at the center of the altar. It was obvious by now that the heaven void cauldron was extremely heavy. The full strength of these spirit beasts could only move it a sliver at a time. But even so, the blue light at the center of the altar grew brighter by the second. Let alone Zenith Yin and the others, even Wu Chou and the bone sage down below were staring at the scene without blinking. But while Wu Chou had his hands tightened and wore an expression of excitement and greed, the bone sage's eyes revealed a complicated expression containing both anticipation and hesitation. Chapter 482, The Battle Begins, Split It Evenly with You. Zenith Yin frowned as if he were tempted by the thought. In Zenith Yin's eyes, so long as he was able to take the portion from his in-name disciple, he wouldn't be given too small a share, regardless of how the treasure was split. But before Zenith Yin could further consider the matter, Manhuzi insolently laughed as he stood at the very front. Evenly split the heaven void cauldron. Wan Tianming, you sure can dream. You want take food out of this lord's mouth. First, let's see just how sharp your claws are. Manhuzi then shouted, and the huge panther that was crouching in front of him suddenly stood and roared. The beast's third eye opened, shooting out a yellow beam of light towards Wan Tianming. Animal, you're seeking death. Wan Tianming furiously shouted. He hadn't anticipated that Manhuzi would launch an attack without giving his proposal even the slightest consideration. Regardless of how it could be seen, his side currently had the advantage due to the assistance of the glacial flood dragon and the phantom tortoise. Wan Tianming flusteredly responded by shooting out a beam of violet light from his hand to meet the yellow beam. In the instant the beams of light met, a burst of yellow radiance erupted. With a bang, the violet light disappeared without a trace. Instead, a smoking white object fell from the air. Before anyone could clearly see what it was, it had already shattered to pieces. After carefully staring at the pieces, it was apparent that there were pieces of common stone. A majority of the people who saw this were stunned and filled with doubt. When Wan Tianming saw this, his expression changed several times and the spirited look in his eyes disappeared. He shouted with disbelief, an aberrant technique. Your three-eyed panther is a spirit beast variant. Upon hearing the words, spirit beast variant, everyone on both sides appeared shocked. Spirit beast variants and antiquity variants sounded somewhat the same, but the difference was actually as large as heaven and earth. Antiquity variants were remnants of a few uncommon spirit beasts that were left behind from ages long past. Due to changes of appearance and characteristics over the long passage of time, they became an entirely new species that only possessed a few of the characteristics of their predecessors. However, these spirit beasts were extremely rare and difficult to find. As for spirit beast variants, each one is an entirely unique existence. They were spirit beasts that have underwent unpredictable mutations for some unknown reason, resulting in their capabilities being greatly changed. The quality of these variations all differed from one another, but each of these variants all had amazing abilities that exceeded what was capable of common magic techniques. The ability to petrify a majority of magic tools or magic treasures was among the better-known abilities. This ability was quite incisive. If a core formation cultivator were to make use such an ability of their own spirit beast variant, they would be able to cleanly deal with 4 cultivators of their rank in a single breath. As the abilities of these spirit beast variants often caused tremors amidst the scattered star seas, they became collectively known as aberrant techniques, distinguishing them from common magic techniques. Originally, a 3-eyed panther was only capable of shooting fire attribute attacks out of its third eye. But now, it was capable of shooting out a beam of light that was able to turn magic tools and treasures into stone. This was an ability that only a spirit beast could perform after a mutation. Spirit beast variants were a rare existence that hardly ever occurred. In addition, the variations only appeared in spirit beasts at grade 4 and above. Ever since the existence of spirit beast variants became widely known in the scattered star seas, no more than a dozen had appeared. And among those dozen, less than half of them possessed any useful abilities. Even worse, spirit beast variants had come increasingly rare. It had been over 1,000 years since the last spirit beast variation had been seen. As such, spirit beast breeders no longer held any hopes that one of their beasts would become a variant. The thought had become nothing more than a fleeting daydream. At that moment, Wan Tianming realized the reason Manhuzi had so bluntly refused the offer to split the treasure was because he had this to rely on. His 3-eyed panther variant was fearsome enough to even the odds against both their glacial flood dragon and phantasm tortoise. Having understood this, Wan Tianming's expression grew solemn, and he turned his gaze towards Zenith Yin and Layman Qing Yi. The two revealed both surprise and delight. It was clear that they had already decided to refuse his offer to split the Heaven Void Cauldron. Wan Tianming guessed correctly. Now that Zenith Yi knew that Manhuzi's 3-eyed panther was a spirit beast variant, the thought of sharing had been thrown to the back of his head. As for Qing Yi, this towering figure of the Devil Tao was by no means a true layman of Buddhism. He would naturally be unwilling to split the treasure with the righteous Tao cultivators if he could monopolize it. Zenith Yin meaningfully exchanged a glance with Qing Yi before he started to spin in a circle. Countless strands of profound black qi spread out around him. The many heaven-wide corpses around him began to distort and then disappeared without a trace in a flash of black light. Layman Qing Yi sent a voice transmission into Han Li's ear, "Stand a bit farther back, and protect your life as best you can. We won't be able to protect you in the coming fight." After this was said, the azure thorn birds above his head received their orders. They released a chilling cry and shot towards the righteous Tao cultivators as a swarm of azure arrows. The old man also threw out another the swarm of birds. Seeing the Devil Tao cultivators rush to act, Wan Tianming responded without restraint. Even if Manhuzi's spirit beast variant was somewhat troublesome, he had nothing to fear from it. In the end, a vicious spirit beast variant is no more than a mere beast. Besides, he clearly understood that while this aberrant technique could petrify objects, it didn't have much effect on a cultivator's body. So long as he was somewhat careful and prevented his magic treasures from being struck by the yellow light, the spirit beast could be dealt with. With that thought, Wan Tianming snorted and quickly shouted, "Move!" With that said, he released his white glacial flood dragon and struck his palms against his chest, causing a purple flame to wildly erupt from his body. In the next instant, he was enveloped in purple flames and was charging down towards Manhuzi from the sky. When Tian Wuzi saw this, he quickly called out to the phantom tortoise and struck its shell without any hesitation. An ominous glint suddenly flickered from the huge tortoise's small eyes. It slowly opened its mouth, spouting out a white icy mist in overwhelming quantity, sending a raging snowstorm in the direction of the incoming azure thorn birds. Unwilling to be outmatched, the azure thorn birds opened their sharp beaks in response. Slim streaks of azure flame successively shot out, rapidly merging into a huge beam of azure flame. Both the azure flame and the icy mist scattered upon impact as if they were evenly matched at the moment. The old, dark and thin farmer's actions were particularly strange. He suddenly flipped his hand in a stiff manner, summoning a glistening emerald willow branch to appear between his fingers. With a slight wave of his branch, circles of countless green phantasms of itself flew off, densely filling up an area of over 40 meters, turning into a sea of verdant green. But with two flickers of black light, two armored demon corpses suddenly appeared among the green light phantasms. The green threads around them tightly bound the several heaven-wide corpses as if the threads were alive. These demon corpses possessed monstrous strength, but in the bindings of the green thread, they were powerless. Unable to break free from their bindings, the two corpses howled as they struggled in vain. When Zenith-Een saw this, his face grew icy. In a mere second, he had turned his body into a large black cloud, rapidly shooting towards the sky. As each individual heaven-wide corpse was quite difficult to refine, he was unwilling to abandon them lightly. And since his opponent was obviously using a wood attribute technique, his heaven-wide corpse fire would be doubly effective at half the effort. Seeing that the battle between the nascent soul cultivators was unfolding, Hanli didn't need any further instructions before deciding to take over 10 steps back. Although he clearly understood that even taking 100 steps back wouldn't make a difference, Hanli subconsciously wished to be further away. If the righteous Tao cultivators changed their minds and didn't wish to acquire the Heaven Void Cauldron, they might aim to exterminate the master of the Blood Jade Spider. In that case, his death would be certain. He couldn't possibly trust that Manhuzi and the others would arrive in time to save him. After all, to a nascent soul cultivator, traveling any distance on the stone platform would only take an instant. At this moment, his mind suddenly wandered to the Bone Sage. Zenith-Een was currently tangled up in a fight against the other nascent soul cultivators, providing a good opportunity for the Bone Sage to ambush him. Would he prioritize settling his own score and taking revenge, or would he decide to be patient and refuse to provide aid to the righteous Tao? With that thought, Hanli couldn't help but look in the direction of the Bone Sage who stood below the altar. At that moment, the Bone Sage was expressionlessly watching the battle unfold. His face was completely devoid of any emotion, preventing Hanli from reading him in the slightest. Old fox. Hanli couldn't help but gloomily curse at him in his mind. Chapter 483, Transformed Treasure. Still unsure of the Bone Sage's intentions, Hanli's gaze moved towards his nearby Blood Jade Spider. The red light in the spider's body began to shine even more brilliantly and, trembling ever so slightly, it pulled its thread back. In that moment, the milky white spider web sparkled with a faint, yet chilling blue light. The light traveled up the web until it collided with the Blood Jade Spider's own red light and immediately dissipated into specks of white light. It couldn't make even the slightest contact with the Blood Jade Spider's body. Hanli frowned. There was no doubt this strange light had something to do with the celestial ice flame. Nor was it any no wonder why those eccentrics wouldn't dare assist the spirit beast in acquiring the treasure. They were fearful of this blue light. But just as Hanli finished this thought, he heard the sound of Manhuzi laughing as an explosion went off in the sky. The spectacle brought Hanli's attention back to the battle at hand. He watched as Manhuzi's body grew 13 meters in size. The clothes on the upper half of his body disappeared to reveal the densely packed golden scales that lined his body. They radiated brightly to the point where they can't be directly seen. But what was even more strange were the several silver rings of light rotating around his huge body. The silver rings seemed illusionary and fluttered erratically, but they were very much capable of preventing Wan Tianming's purple flame dragons from approaching Manhuzi, always blocking their every advance. Although Manhuzi proclaimed that his heaven-bearing devil arts was ranked first in the scattered star seas, even he was unwilling to foolishly take on Wan Tianming's true flames with this technique alone. In addition to the change from heaven-bearing devil's transformation, Manhuzi was also now wearing a malicious-looking pair of dull, pitch-black gloves that was covered in inch-long needles. Manhuzi brandished his hands and started punching the air, sending out huge golden fists with every strike, all aimed at the huge purple draconic sword that Wan Tianming had summoned earlier. Every strike knocked the huge sword back several. A malicious expression appeared on Wan Tianming's face as he floated in midair nearby. He ordered 2 of his purple flame dragons to fly through the skies and look for a weak point in the silver rings. He hoped to corner Manhuzi in a single move. As for Layman Qingyi and Tian Wuzi, they were the sort to treasure their lives above all else. They kept a large gap between themselves as they fought. Qingyi was continuously issuing orders to his azure thorn bird as he attacked with magic treasures, while Tian Wuzi relied on the phantom tortoise and his short, sparkling club to form an impenetrable defense. The two were calmly battling as if they were exchanging pointers. The most lively battle was between Zenith Yin and the dark, skinny old farmer. Their battle took place over a large area where both ghostly wails and phoenix cries interweaved amongst each other. Green silhouettes flickered within a huge vortex of black qi. The only images that could be seen from the outside was the occasional flicker of a heaven-wide corpse or the wild whips of huge green vines skirting the edge of the black mist. As for the heavily valued 3-eyed panther variant, it was currently tangling with the white glacial flood dragon. The dragon was clearly at a disadvantage, the panther's aberrant technique putting heavy pressure upon him. The white, icy mist that it spouted immediately turned into chunks of stone upon contact with the yellow light, leaving the panther completely untouched. However, it was still able to tie down the leopard, preventing it from attacking the 3 Devil Dao cultivators. But under the current circumstances, the dragon wouldn't be able to last for much longer. As Han Li observed the battle, a strange thought popped into his mind. While their battle was quite lively with magic treasures constantly fluttering about and secret techniques being unleashed without restraint, he still felt the absence of the desperate struggle that comes with a battle of life and death. It was as though they were not fighting for their lives, but merely sparring instead. Could it be that all battles between nascent soul cultivators were all like this? After finishing his thought, he took another look at the Bone Sage. The Bone Sage's blank face now had a trace of a sneer. But after sensing Han Li's gaze, his face became blank once more and returned to its normal, unreadable state. Han Li's heart trembled and felt as though he were on the verge of realizing something. But before he could further pursue the thought, a huge explosion erupted from the altar's hole, followed by deafening clangs. Greatly startled, Han Li turned to face the hole, readying his guard. He watched as a pulsating blue light emerged from the hole, before violently exploding into a red flame as the cry of a dragon echoed from within. The fiery light quickly wrapped itself around the altar before stopped in midair and merging into the form of a huge 2-headed wolf. Its entire body was made of blazing flame. The beast took one look at the scene before it immediately fled. Upon seeing this, both sides stopped fighting, dumbfounded. The closest to it, Layman Qingyi, immediately slapped the top of his head. An azure hand of light shot out from his head, sweeping towards the flame wolf. When Wan Tianming saw this, he anxiously shouted, "Don't you dare! That treasure is mine!" He spun his body, separating himself into 2 identical selves which both flared with purple light as they chased after the huge hand. Having finally collected themselves, the others hastily used their abilities and launched themselves after the wolf, producing a streaks of multicolored lights all focused on a single point. The others were obviously a step behind Qing Yi and Wan Tianming. Qing Yi's large azure hand was not only fast, but it also had a head start. It had arrived at the flame wolf first and was just about to grab it. Everyone was certain that Qing Yi would capture it successfully, except for the wolf that was. It rocked its heads back and forth, causing a red and yellow barrier of light to appear and wrap around its body. When the hand collided with the barrier, it was repelled with a muffled bang. At first Qing Yi was shocked, but soon a smile had emerged on his face. Just as the azure hand flourished with light and tightened its grip, Wan Tianming's purple light appeared right behind. In that instant, he had quickly changed his target. The streaks of light merged into a purple fire dragon and fiercely attacked the large hand. When layman Qing Yi saw this, he inwardly rained curses upon Wan Tianming's treachery. The hand was a profound transformation of his spiritual sense. Chapter 484. Battling over treasure. Wu Chou hadn't anticipated that the taciturn bone sage would silently compete with him for the treasure. With a savage expression, he furiously shouted, "You dare to fight this young island lord over treasure?" The bone sage sneered and spoke with unconcealed derision, "Funny. Was this treasure created by your clan? Why can't I contend for it?" Wu Chou flew into a fit of rage out of embarrassment, but something soon came to mind and he foully grimaced. Instead of further refuting, he clasped his hand into an incarnation gesture, forcefully using the black pythons to exert more strength. It seemed Wu Chou understood that since the bone sage was supported by Manhuzi who Zenith Yin held in fear, he was unable to use his grandfather's status to subdue him. Wu Chou's actions caused the bone sage to sneer. Without speaking further, he pointed at the green web, causing its light to brightly flourish as its threads grew thicker and tightened. Wu Chou's and the bone sage's techniques had both restrained the wolf, but its light barrier grew increasingly firm and bright despite having decreased several times in size. The unscathed flame wolf gazed at the two, as they were at a standstill. The nascent soul cultivators that were still fighting in the sky were caught by surprise. None of them had expected that the treasure would run towards the core formation cultivators. The righteous Tao cultivators grew increasingly anxious and wished to break off from the battle to seize the treasure. However, the eccentrics of the devil Tao were largely unbothered. Regardless of how you looked at it, it was their side that had acquired the treasure. They were happy to tie down the righteous Tao cultivators and allow their juniors to safely acquire the treasure. Besides, Manhuzi and Zenith Yin felt that they had a high chance of acquiring the treasure for themselves. Wu Chou had been given many treasures by Zenith Yin, and he also used the profound Yin devilish art, one of the best cultivations arts in the scattered star seas. As such, Zenith Yin felt confident that Wu Chou would be able to wrest away the treasure from the bone sage who only appeared to be an early core formation cultivator. Manhuzi, knowing the bone sage's true identity, held far more confidence in acquiring it than Zenith Yin did. Qing Yi could only look at the circumstances with a trace of sadness. After hesitating for only a moment, he decided to tangle with Tian Wuzi and keep him occupied. At that moment, the sole person near the altar was Hanli. Hanli didn't feel leisurely in the slightest. In fact, he felt cold sweat line his back. He had instinctively taken out the ancient flower basket a moment ago due to the fact it was the most suitable to seizing treasures. But when he saw the bone sage move to take the treasure, he instantly recalled something significant. His ancient flower basket treasure was something he had acquired from the ugly man that was watching over the bone sage's prison. If he were to take it out, then wouldn't he be informing Zenith Yin that he had released the bone sage? This caused Hanli to break out in cold sweat. Thinking about seizing treasure was now the last thing on his mind. Rather, his mind was chaotically filled with all sorts of distracting thoughts, doing his utmost to come up with an appropriate answer for Zenith Yin. But in that next moment, Hanli felt amazed. He had clearly felt Zenith Yin's gaze sweep past the flower basket, but he didn't react in the slightest. Hanli suddenly came to a delighted realization. The ancient flower basket wasn't something that Zenith Yin had given to the ugly man. Furthermore, it wasn't something that he realized the ugly man had possessed. Having come to that conclusion, Hanli felt greatly relieved. Hanli had guessed correctly. That ugly man had stood guard at the Bone Sage's island for a very long time, but he heard word of the ancient flower basket and left to retrieve it. Although he managed to smoothly acquire the treasure, Hanli's party had already surrounded the Bone Sage's formation and were just about to destroy it. This frightened the ugly man into a furious rage, but he ultimately ended up dying to Hanli's bamboo cloud's warm swords, allowing Hanli to acquire the flower basket as spoils. Having recovered his calm, Hanli glanced at Wu Chou and the Bone Sage struggling over the fire wolf. He thought to himself, "You're quite in luck, old devil. Had Zenith Yin discovered this matter, I would have dragged you down with me. Don't think that I'll leave you unscathed." Another round of heavy, thunderous clangs rang out from the hole. Having gone through this before, the nascent soul cultivators slowed their hands and glanced at one another. Not knowing who was the first to move, they all blurred and appeared in the direction of the altar's hole. At that moment, the heaven void cauldron was close to the surface. The nascent soul cultivators were forced to block the fantastical cold that it had released, each making full use of their techniques and summoning their defensive treasures. As these actions produced flashes of wondrous light, both sides were cautious, staring at one another. At that moment, Zenith Yin was extremely vexed. His original thoughts were to fend off the righteous Tao and seize the treasures in one go. Then they would split the treasures in agreement. But who could have thought that as the heaven void cauldron neared the surface, the ancient treasures would independently fly out? In this manner, the acquisition of treasure was entirely a matter of skill. After all, regardless of who seizes the treasure, it was impossible to ask them to hand it over to others as they had been acquired through battle. This would render the original agreement of splitting the treasures null and void. Zenith Yin's eyes furiously looked around, wishing to see if there was a way he could acquire more treasures. But just as these thoughts appeared in his mind, a deafening screech was heard, followed by two sounds of rustling wind. A streak of red and a streak of white radiance shot out of the blue flame at the center. The 6 nascent soul cultivators were quite close to the hole. They all acted nearly simultaneously, using their secret techniques to wrest for control. Wan Tianming was contending for the yellow light against Zenith Yin and Qing Yi. As a result, Wan Tianming ordered a purple flame dragon to chase after the yellow light. Simultaneously, he opened his mouth with a strange expression appearing on his face, directly shooting out 2 sparkling purple pearls towards them. True heaven-sifting minds. When Zenith Yin saw these unremarkable pearls, he shouted out as if they were vipers. The two didn't dare to use magic treasures to block them. They quickly dodged out of the way, but in that time, the purple flame dragon had swallowed the yellow light and was returning to Wan Tianming. Wan Tianming excitedly clasped the yellow light and twisted his hands, revealing the ancient treasure's original appearance, a 4-pointed ornament. From the flickering talisman characters that flickered on its surface and its spiritual chi fluctuations, one could tell its treasures was outstanding. As for the 2 purple beads, they shot about 10 meters away before they softly bursted and disappeared without a trace. When Zenith Yin and Qing Yi saw this, their complexion turned ashen when they glanced at Wan Tianming fiddling with the jade ornament. What a truly great sect master of the righteous Tao! To think he would use false tricks to deceive us. Zenith Yin uttered each word through gritted teeth. Qing Yi's face appeared just as ghastly as he chillingly stared at Wan Tianming. Wan Tianming sneered and returned their insults. Who would have thought that these long-famed cultivators, who even weren't able to see whether or not my true heaven-sifting minds were actually real, would be able to so shamelessly say those things in front of this sect master? Could it be that you didn't know that I would only use the true heaven-sifting minds during a matter of life and death? They're hardly appropriate to use over treasures. As I must produce those weapons by harming my own cultivation, why would I be so wasteful? But of course, if you two fellow Taoists wish to witness their true might, I am willing to make the exception. Wan Tianming softly clasped his hands. With a flash of purple light, the jade ornament could no longer be seen, instead replaced by a purple pearl that looked exactly the same as the one before. Zenith Yin and Qing Yi's expressions changed and they glanced at each other with a gloomy expression as if they were both uncertain of his intentions. At that moment, Manhuzi shrugged off a blow from the dark old farmer and Tian Wuzi with the overbearing defense of his heaven-bearing devil arts and managed to forcefully capture the white light. It was revealed to be a sparkling ancient coin. When Zenith Yin saw this, his face became even more unsightly. At that moment, Qing Yi shouted out as if he were amazed. Zenith Yin couldn't help but turn his gaze over, revealing a similar expression of astonishment. At that very moment, Hanli was below the altar carefully examining a red-yellow Rui scepter in hand. It was finely carved with two lifelike carvings of wolf heads on each end. It seemed this was the ancient treasure that had transformed into the two-headed flame wolf. Not far from him, Wu Chou and the Bone Sage were hopelessly gazing at Hanli with resentful expressions. A trace of confusion flickered from Zenith Yin's eyes and he grew silent. He indeed felt quite shocked. The treasure hadn't fallen into the hands of Zenith Yin or Wu Chou, but rather to Hanli, who hadn't displayed the slightest intent to act from the very start. With the scepter in hand, Hanli rejoiced. This was far beyond his expectations. He had originally thought that acquiring this ownerless treasure would be an easy matter with his profound Yin arts. He hadn't expected that the Bone Sage would contend with him for the treasure before either realized that the treasure itself was quite difficult to capture. Just as he was about to use another magic treasure, the wolf had been easily captured by Hanli, leaving Wu Chou in a hapless state of miserable, impotent fury. The Bone Sage wore an odd expression when he came to his senses. Although he soon returned to being expressionless, Hanli caught a glimpse of anger from his eyes. In addition, the old devil felt somewhat baffled when he saw the copper bands suddenly appear on the silver wolf's body. Hanli didn't have the time to muse over the Bone Sage's expressions. Instead, he excitedly glanced into the flower basket. The copper bands seemed to be the bane of the silver wolf. They tightly restrained it, preventing it from moving in the slightest and binding it so that only its small head could be seen. It appeared rather pitiful. Hanli chucked and lightly rubbed the wolf's head without a second thought. His hand then shined with azure light and completely enveloped it. Soon, the silver wolf's body weakened before it eventually faded away to a jade scepter. Just as Hanli had acquired the scepter with delight, Qing Yi and Zenith Yin looked at the scene with astonishment, having just lost their treasure to Wan Tianming. Zenith Yin inwardly frowned. He couldn't do anything about it now as he was facing such a great adversary as Wan Tianming. Moreover, there was no problem with giving Hanli possession of the treasure for now. After all, how could a junior possibly keep such invaluable ancient treasure that possessed its own illusory body? After this was all over, he would naturally have Hanli sincerely give it to his master. Having settled his thoughts, Zenith Yin turned his attention back to Wan Tianming. The heaven-sifting mine was a nascent soul weapon of rarely seen ferocity. He was forced to be particularly focused when facing it. But unfortunately, no action had been taken in the end. The stone platform suddenly shuddered with astonishing intensity as if it were about to cave in. At that moment, a sliver of blue flame had finally reached beyond the hole. Although only a small bit of the flame was exposed, in that same instant, a magnificent blue light blossomed, permeating throughout the entire stone platform. With the sounds of light crackling, a layer of blue frost also began to quickly spread across the ground. Frightened, Hanli instantly reacted, shooting into the air. The bone sage had also acted quickly, flying into the air at nearly the same time as Hanli. However, Wu Chou hesitated for a moment, and in that mere moment, the blue frost had already spread over his feet. The profound yin qi hovering around his body was unable to protect him in the slightest. At that moment, Wu Chou became fearful and promptly wished to fly, but his feet were already frozen to the ground and the frost continued to spread. Wu Chou yelled in fright as he watched the frost cover his feet and spread up from his lower leg. As Hanli and the bone sage watched this from up above, they couldn't help but glance at each other with horror. Just as Wu Chou was about to turn into an ice sculpture by the blue frost, a thin line of black light abruptly shot down from the sky. It struck Wu Chou's body, melting away the blue frost in a blaze of black fire and blue smoke. Wu Chou rejoiced. He hastily flew to the skies with an expression of salvation upon regaining his freedom. At that moment, he heard a cold snort transmitted to his ear, followed by an irritated voice, "Be careful. Next time, I might not have the chance to save you." His survival had been the result of Zenith Yin's actions. He had used his Heaven Void Corpse Fire to save Wu Chou from the sky. At that moment, the eccentrics of both sides stared at the blue flames coming from the hole without blinking. Each of them had varying expressions of interest, greed, and even nervousness. Zenith Yin's recent rescue of Wu Chou had been but a casual action. He hadn't even turned his head when he spoke to him. He simply licked his lips and gazed at the altar's hole with a feverish expression. The rank 1 hidden treasure for countless years in the scattered star seas, the Heaven Void Cauldron, was about to emerge in the presence of these nascent soul cultivators at that very moment. Even the gloomy Zenith Yin and the other expressionless eccentrics couldn't help but have their attention captured by the emerging blue flames. It was no wonder why Zenith Yin had spoken to Wu Chou with such an irritated tone after he rescued him. As the blood jade spider and the fire pythons had been trembling from exhaustion for a while now, the eccentrics watched them from the sky with worry. However, none of them dared to assist the beasts in the slightest, since the whole surroundings had already become a world of blue light. While the red lights emitting from the spirit beasts' bodies were able to repel the chilling light, the eccentrics were both unwilling and incapable of descending to assist the 3 spirit beasts. As for the core formation cultivators, they had already distanced themselves 100 meters from the hole and were watching the spectacle from a distance. Chapter 486, Incarnation Talisman. At this crucial moment, Manhuzi raised his head and stubbornly stared at a certain area. With an icy face, he loudly shouted, "Who is sneaking around over there? How about you get lost?" He then sent a punch that shook his beard, sending out a 3-meter large golden hand to grab at the air. A muffled ping sounded out, revealing a barrier of azure light. The light barrier forcibly stopped the golden hand's approach, but it revealed the white silhouette within. "It's you, Star Palace." Several shouts came from the eccentrics of both the Devil and Righteous Tao, and their expressions vastly changed. Zenith Yin's expression grew unsightly, and he rushed to question them. "Star Palace Enforcement Elder, when did you sneak up on us? Didn't you claim to not intend to enter the inner halls?" The white-clothed elder didn't respond to Zenith Yin and slowly addressed Manhuzi instead. "Sigh. My luck is truly bad. I didn't expect that the Heaven Void Cauldron's emergence would cause such a great disturbance that I would have to use a technique to defend against its icy chi, leaving me to be discovered by Brother Man. It seems fellow Daoist man possesses the highest cultivation out of all of you." His face remained completely calm for someone that had been lying in concealment. Zenith Yin grew furious, but he didn't dare to rashly act against someone from the Star Palace. As for the righteous Tao cultivators, it seemed they also had their own misgivings. They all stared at the Star Palace elder in a moment of silence. Wait, isn't there another person? Hanli, be careful. The Blood Jade Spider. Ever since the Star Palace elder had appeared, Qing Yi had started muttering to himself. After hearing the Star Palace elder's words, he became extremely suspicious. With some further thought, he suddenly recalled something and hastily shouted. When Hanli heard this from a distance, he was stunned. Before he realized what was going on, 2 streaks of burning white light shot out from the other side of the altar. Each one cut through the air towards Hanli and the Blood Jade Spider with a chilling whistle. Afterwards, a white-clothed old man appeared where the attacks had been launched from. Hanli's complexion paled. Fast, too fast. This was the single thought that filled Hanli's mind as he saw the white light flash towards him. He did the only thing he could possibly do in that instant. He raised the jade scepter with both hands and used it to block his chest as best he could. Pang! Hanli felt a huge impact from his hands before nearly losing all sensation. He fell from the sky, completely oblivious apart from a burning sensation from his chest along with the faint sounds of wind and furious shouting as he fell from the sky. Before Hanli could stop his fall, he felt pain on the back of his body. His body had collapsed upon a barrier of light that was slowly rising. A cry of disbelief came from the Star Palace elder that had attacked him. He felt surprised that he hadn't managed to execute a weakling like Hanli in a single strike. Since his magic treasure, the piercing sun swords, failed to cleave Hanli at such a short distance, Hanli must have been wearing a top-grade protective treasure. However, this was no matter as his other sword had struck true. With that thought, he turned his gaze to the altar. The Blood Jade Spider had been cleaved into 2 halves. Its blood flowed into the ground, and the small portion of the revealed celestial ice flame had silently sunk back into the hole. The 2 remaining fire pythons completely lacked the strength to further pull up the heaven void cauldron. Having seen this, the white-clothed elder was completely satisfied and recalled his 2 flying swords with a wave of his hand. He then put them away and revealed a strange smile towards the ashen faces of the righteous and Devil Dao nascent soul cultivators. Because these nascent soul cultivators had their attention drawn to the other Star Palace elder, they were unable to respond to the sneak attack on Hanli and Blood Jade Spider. As they had seen the Blood Jade Spider executed before their very eyes, they each wore an expression of fury and their eyes burned with rage. Manhuzi didn't have any qualms against taking action. He loudly rained curses on them and clapped his hand together, causing golden light to burst from his body. But before Manhuzi could do anything else, the Star Palace elder that had earlier attacked started to fade into specks of white light, causing him to disappear without a trace. All that had remained was a faint gold talisman that floated to the floor. A similar scene occurred with the other white-clothed elder. He faded away into specks of light with a smile on his face, leaving behind a similar golden talisman. Manhuzi quickly suppressed the fury on his face and muttered to himself with a flickering expression, "The Star Palace's incarnation talisman." So they flaunted their wealth instead of having their true bodies come. They did this to prevent us from being able to settle our debt with them. As for the others, they each helplessly watched the golden talismans fall to the ground with unsightly expressions before the talismans combusted and turned to ash. In a quiet corner of the 5th floor in the inner halls, 2 white-clothed were sitting down cross-legged in the dark, their eyes were closed. One of them slowly spoke with a voice containing slight happiness, "Fortunately, we followed them. Otherwise, the heaven void cauldron would have fallen into their hands. However, our incarnations had been discovered a bit too early. Else, we could have taken action as they fought over the heaven void cauldron. They would have been too distracted with one another to prevent us from making off with the treasure." The other old man spoke somewhat gloomily with a tone of slight regret. Hee hee. We had best not be too greedy. It was the optimal opportunity to sabotage the righteous and devilish Dao's attempts to acquire the treasure, and we achieved a decent result. However, we merely delayed the crisis for this occasion. The next opening of Heaven Void Hall will still prove to be a problem. The gloomy voice said without care, "That's not wrong, but we might not be there to see the day." I did wish to see whether or not the Heaven Mend pill was as miraculous as they had said, able to make up for the deficiencies of impure spiritual roots or refine new heavenly spiritual roots. It is quite unimaginable. That is a pity. However, we've nearly reached our end. It would simply be too much of a waste for us to use it. Though funnily enough, it was unknown who said it first, but many nascent soul eccentric had completely taken the rumors to heart. That it was capable of both extending one's life as well as breaking through the bottleneck of the nascent soul stage. If these miracles were true, the arch-saint of the six paths as well as the mad matron would have definitely arrived. But unfortunately, the Heaven Mend pill is only capable of massively increasing the chances for a core formation cultivator to condense a nascent soul. It's just that refining the pill is truly too difficult. The first voice said with a mocking tone. Humph. Are core formation cultivators capable enough to come here? Besides, those nascent soul cultivators were the same as us. They spent many years cultivating but found themselves unable to advance, and they placed their complete hopes on acquiring the famed Heaven Mend pill. That is at least understandable. Were we still young, we would have definitely made every attempt to acquire such a pill. It would even constantly be on our minds. After this was said, the other voice kept silent as if in tacit agreement. Let us set off. We had best prevent them from trying to find us in their rage. That would prove quite troublesome. They must be absolutely furious. With that said, the darkness became silent once more as if no one had been there. Their guess had not been wrong. The righteous and devilish Tao cultivators were fuming. Their eyes held no spirit and they felt rather depressed. However, they were all the cunning sort and were able to quickly recover their calm. They knew there was no value to staying angry over the Star Palace's disruption. Instead, the righteous and devilish Tao floated in the air in confrontation. Hanli was once again ascending as he remained on the light barrier that broke his fall. At that moment, he looking at his hands in horror. They were bloodily crushed and there was a complete tear between his thumb and forefinger. But his gaze didn't stay there, instead focusing on the jade scepter that he was clenched in the right hand. At that moment, Wan Tianming coughed as if he wanted to say something to the Devil Dao cultivators, but at that moment, Zenith Yin's fire pythons were no longer able to endure and had let go with a wail, returning to their original forms. The Heaven Void Cauldron released a hum as it fell. Everyone couldn't help but lower their heads at the scene, even Wan Tianming who was about to speak. Zenith Yin looked particularly gloomy, and his eyes contained objection. But then, something completely unexpected occurred. As the Heaven Void Cauldron was falling, it had been struck by something, and its hum became a dragon's roar. Then with a heavy roll of thunder, a fist-sized rainbow ball of light shot out into the air from within the blue flames. Heaven Mend pill. Both the righteous and Devil Dao cultivators simultaneously shouted out its name with delighted surprise. Chapter 487, Appearance of a Nascent Soul. Chaos erupted in the sky in response to the appearance of the Heaven Mend pill. Having been on the cusp of making peace with one another just a mere moment ago, everyone immediately turned into streaks of light and shot straight towards the newly emerged ball of rainbow light. But halfway there, their lights became interweaved, rendering them all incapable of advancing even a step forward. For a time, radiance flashed and devilish chi scattered in a far more intense display than before. As for the rainbow ball of light, it was motionlessly floating above the hole as if it waiting for someone to grab it. Everyone had now clearly seen the inch-thick medicine pill revolving inside the rainbow ball of light. Each time the pill turned, the ball of light flickered and contracted, appearing as if it were alive. Upon seeing this, the nascent soul cultivators only became even more fervent. Wu Chou and the Bone Sage were both mesmerized as they watched the battle that had erupted in the sky. Wu Chou suddenly heard Zenith Yin's ice-cold voice in his ear. "Are you an idiot? What are you looking at? Quickly, acquire the Heaven Mend pill." After hearing this, Wu Chou shuddered in realization and shot towards the rainbow ball of light as a cloud of black qi. At that moment, the Bone Sage also took action. However, the Heaven Mend pill wasn't his target. Instead, his hands blurred, transforming into devilish green pythons as they shot straight for Wu Chou's back. Although the green python's attack was silent, Wu Chou had been vigilant and faintly perceived their approach. In an instant, he hastily turned around to receive the attack in furious alarm. "You're courting death to actually be attacking me." Wu Chou was unable to suppress his rage, causing his profound yin qi to scream out around him and rush towards the Bone Sage. The Bone Sage coldly chuckled and responded by wordlessly sending a cloud of green ghost qi at him in response. "Man Huzi! What is your junior doing?" Zenith Yin naturally saw what was happening and furiously yelled at Manhuzi. Manhuzi launched a golden first towards Wan Tianming before roaring with laughter. "What is he doing? Obviously, he is blocking fellow Daoist Wu from monopolizing the Heaven Mend pill. Did you really think because we're fellow Devil Dao cultivators that this lord would just give the Heaven Mend pill to you?" When Zenith Yin heard this, his face turned white from anger. Manhuzi's words had effectively dissolved the alliance between the Devil Dao cultivators, leaving the acquisition of the Heaven Mend pill up to skill. But such a development had been inevitable from the very beginning of their alliance. The Heaven Void pill hadn't been acquired and only one Heaven Mend pill had appeared. Naturally, everyone wished to acquire it. Let alone the Devil Dao cultivators, even the righteous Dao cultivators had their own sinister plots in mind. Zenith Yin clearly understood that the midst of battle was not the time to be squabbling. He settled his mind and thought about using his heaven-wide corpses to acquire the Heaven Mend pill, but the dark-skinned old farmer's techniques were threatening and couldn't be ignored. So long as he released even a single demon corpse, the old farmer would release a green thread as if it had been foreseen and immediately restrained it. They simply wouldn't be able to escape. The situation caused him to clench his teeth with hate towards both the farmer and Manhuzi. However, it wasn't Zenith Yin who solely thought this way. Each one of the nascent soul cultivators had similar circumstances and were looking for any way they could escape from the battle and seize the treasure. Unfortunately, all of the old eccentrics present were exceptionally cunning and deceitful. None of them could easily break away from the fray. After all, it was far simpler to tie someone down than to fully escape the battle. As the nascent soul melee was unraveling in the sky, no one was paying any heed to Hanli. Hanli had been greatly surprised when he survived the Star Palace Elder's strike. After all, he had been struck head-on by a nascent soul magic treasure, but when he looked down at his chest, he discovered he had been saved by the Emperor's scale plate that Manhuzi had lent him. The remnants of his outer clothes had already been burnt black, only to reveal the sparkling silver scales that lay underneath. However, there was a slight dent at the very center of the armor. Hanli rejoiced after seeing this. Fortunately, he had decided to wear the armor as soon as he examined that nothing was wrong with it, as he expected the Heaven Void Hall to be extremely dangerous. As a result, his life had been saved. However, Hanli clearly understood that the most significant reason he survived was the red and yellow jade scepter. Just as he had brought the jade scepter up to block the attack, he faintly saw a silver wolf head emerge from the scepter and absorb a majority of the blow's force. Otherwise, despite its amazing defensive power, the Emperor's scale plate wouldn't have remained intact. In that case, he would have suffered a heavy injury, even if the attack didn't penetrate the armor. Han Li wished to further examine the true capabilities of the scepter, but now was not a good opportunity. It was only after he put away the scepter that he felt the ferocious pain coming from his palm and web between his thumb and forefinger. Han Li clenched his teeth and his hands flashed with white light, healing his wounds at a speed visible to the eye. At the same time, he vigilantly swept his gaze over the scene and saw the tragic state of his blood jade spider's corpse on the altar. A trace of sadness flickered from Han Li's eyes before it was replaced with wide eyes filled with determination. He crawled to the edge of the light barrier that was holding him up and silently flew to the steps. According to his exceptional memory, so long as those mechanical puppets didn't reappear, he should be able to return to the previous floor without much danger. This would be far better than staying in place and leaving himself at the mercy of those old nascent soul devils. After all, Han Li had lost all value to them once his blood jade spider had perished. Without any more protective talismans on him, he couldn't possibly entrust his life to the goodwill of those devil Dao cultivators. Han Li's best course of action would be for him to take his life into his own hands. Moreover, the attempt to acquire the Heaven Void Cauldron had failed. Even if those old devils still managed to seize the Heaven Mend pill, wouldn't they still have a bellyful of anger? It was certain that he would be the target for them to relieve their frustrations. With that thought, Han Li's movements became even more stealthy. Just as he had silently flown for about 40 meters and was about to prepare for his reckless charge, he suddenly heard a voice say, "Han Li, where are you going?" Although the Bone Sage's voice was calm and soft, it was enough for Zenith Yin and the others to hear clearly. In an instant, Zenith Yin and Manhuzi shot an ice-cold glance at Han Li, causing him to stop in place. Damned Bone Sage! Having caught the attention of the Devil Dao cultivators, Han Li didn't have the slightest confidence in escaping them. In the short amount of time he would be slowed down by the light barrier, Zenith Yin alone would be able to kill him several times over. The Bone Sage sneered. He had been using his spiritual sense to monitor Han Li this entire time. Although he had managed to cleanly deal with Wu Chou, he didn't display the slightest intention of acquiring the Heaven Void pill, rendering his intentions unclear. After returning, Han Li shot him a hateful glance, and a trace of suspicion arose in his mind. Manhuzi, if you do not step aside, then don't blame this sect master for using his heaven-sifting minds. Wan Tianming saw that the rainbow ball wasn't far beneath him, but in a mere instant, he had been beaten back by Manhuzi's golden fists. Having already suffered this several times, Wan Tianming had finally flown into a rage. Manhuzi was somewhat startled by this, but he soon sneered and casually said, "The heaven-sifting mine. Zenith Yin and Qing Yi might be afraid of it, but this mighty lord wishes to see its power. I'm afraid I must request for fellow Daoist Wan to broaden my perspective." It was clear that he didn't believe Wan Tianming was actually going to use the treasure. With a pale, ashen face, Wan Tianming clenched his teeth in anger, saying, "Good, good. Manhuzi, you forced this sect master to allow you to witness the true ferocity of the heaven-sifting mine." After that was said, he slapped the top of his head without further hesitation. A resounding cry sounded out, followed by a purple light that shot from the top of his head. It stopped about a meter above his head and revealed itself to be a 2-inch tall naked infant. Purple light wound around its body, and its skin appeared soft and delicate. But what was more shocking was that its face was entirely the same as Wan Tianming and that it held a sparkling purple ball in its hand. Manhuzi's careless expression underwent a massive change. With a spirited gaze, he imposingly said, "Nascent soul manifestation. Wan Tianming, do you truly wish for your soul to be exterminated? My lifespan has already nearly reached its end. What difference does it make whether or not I die a bit sooner if I cannot acquire the Heavenment pill? At worst, I'll have fellow Daoist man assist in sending me off onto the path of a warrior's reincarnation." After those vague words were said, his nascent soul became exasperated as if it had been strenuous for him to speak. At the same time that Wan Tianming's nascent soul appeared, his physical body had closed its eyes and become completely motionless as if it had become unconscious. Chapter 488, Battle for the Medicine Pill, Humph. Reincarnation. You sure can dream. You're not afraid that I'll refine your nascent soul. I'll be denying you of your next life. Manhuzi icily said as he glared at Wan Tianming's nascent soul. If you truly have the ability, then so be it, I will suffer. Instead of wasting time further deliberating on the matter, wouldn't it be better for fellow Daoist man to receive my heaven-sifting minds first? After the infant spoke, it tossed out 2 balls from its hands. As soon as the purple balls left its hands, they immediately grew several times larger and launched themselves towards Manhuzi with an overbearing momentum. Manhuzi's eyes widened and his face contorted in anger. He fiercely struck his chest with both hands, causing a divine sound to ring out from his head along with a burst of golden light. A 2-inch-long infant with faintly golden skin and Manhuzi's face appeared above his head. It was slightly larger and more solid than Wan Tianming's nascent soul. However, its eyes were closed and it held a small azure shield tightly in its hands. The round shield appeared exquisite and had a radiant soybean-sized stone embedded in its center. Although Manhuzi's nascent soul had its eyes closed, it was still aware of the approaching purple ball of light. It lifted the shield in its hands, emitting a light barrier that covered Manhuzi's entire body just before the purple balls of light struck his body. The other's nascent soul cultivators were dumbstruck upon seeing both of their nascent souls manifest, as it signified they were now in a battle of life or death. A world-shattering explosion shook the skies, and the light barrier surrounding the stone platform radiated a purple-red light. A 40-meter-wide cloud of lightning suddenly appeared, binding Manhuzi at its center. Purple lightning wildly stormed inside the clouds with thunderous bellows and blinding flashes of light intertwined. It was as if divine retribution had come, bringing forth an execution by celestial lightning. The others were thoroughly shocked by the sight. They had long heard of the heaven-sifting mind's ferocity, but this was the first time they had seen it. It was truly fearsome and deserving of its grand reputation. However, their attacks only became more fierce after witnessing the might of the heaven-sifting mind. Without looking at Manhuzi, Wan Tianming's nascent soul waved its small hand, summoning a small purple sword. With a flash of purple light, the nascent soul on the small sword disappeared. An instant later, it reappeared 15 meters above the medicine pill. Nascent soul sword flight. The other 4 nascent soul cultivators looked on in shock. It wasn't a trick of their eyes produced by amazing speed, but actual teleportation. Without a fleshly body to tie down the nascent soul, it was capable of extraordinary abilities. However, these sorts of wondrous techniques greatly harmed one's own origin chi. Although all nascent soul cultivators knew these techniques, none were willing to lightly make use of them. But now, much to everyone's astonishment, Wan Tianming had used one to great effect. Zenith Yin and Qing Yi simultaneously abandoned their opponents and hastily shot towards the heaven-mend pill. As for their opponents, Tian Wuzi and the old farmer, after glancing at each other, they merely cast a few magic techniques after them in a token show of effort, not making much of an attempt to block them. As such, Zenith Yin and Qing Yi were able to easily break free and quickly descended. Wan Tianming's nascent soul didn't turn its head around, but it was still able to see what was happening behind it. An unsuitable sneer appeared on the infant's face. At his current distance, the heaven-mend pill was practically his. What could they do now to block him? As expected, Wan Tianming's nascent soul flickered several times, appearing closer to the rainbow ball of light with each appearance. A large purple hand then appeared out of the air and grabbed the rainbow ball into its hand. The ball of light disappeared as soon as it had been grasped by the hand, leaving behind only the rainbow pill. Wan Tianming went rapt with delight as Zenith Yin and Qing Yi soon appeared behind him. They couldn't possibly allow Wan Tianming to succeed. Zenith Yin furiously growled, "Wan Tianming, let go of the pill." A large cloud of profound devilish qi then enveloped Wan Tianming's nascent soul, along with countless azure threads of light that tightly wove around it. "Are you truly capable of restraining me?" The nascent soul scoffed, and with a flash of violet light, it disappeared from the black fog and azure light surrounding it. It reappeared 40 meters away on the small purple sword with a mocking expression. But as soon as the mocking smile appeared on his face, it was immediately replaced with fear. It suddenly turned its attention to the sky above in disbelief. What it saw caused the infant's face to grow incredibly pale. Above him in the sky, Wan Tianming's fleshly body was in the grasp of a lofty figure surrounded in sparkling golden light. Who else could it be aside from Manhuzi? But now, Manhuzi's hair was completely curled and his clothes were in tatters, making for quite a wretched appearance. Still, the gold scales surrounding his body and his fiendish expression gave him a resemblance similar to that of a malevolent god. Impossible! How were you able to escape? Wan Tianming hastily looked at the lightning storm in disbelief, but his fears were only solidified. The domineering storm of purple lightning had disappeared, leaving behind only a few traces of static. He. Sect Master Wang, it can only be said that your luck was quite poor. In the past, I slaughtered a lightning whale demon beast. Although its body was heavily injured, the lightning absorption pearl inside its body had remained completely intact. Your heaven-sifting mind may be formidable, but with a majority of its strength absorbed by the pearl, it posed little threat to me. Manhuzi raised his hand, revealing a gem that flickered with violet light. Then with a wave of his hand, it disappeared. Now, this great lord is going to count to 3. If you do not throw the Heaven Mend pill to me, I will destroy your physical body. You should know what happens afterwards. Manhuzi didn't give Wan Tianming any leeway or time to consider. With one hand carrying Wan Tianming's body and the other grasping the skull, he started counting. His hands began to shine with brilliant golden light. Wan Tianming bitterly clenched his teeth. He had clearly placed several restrictions down on his fleshly body before he manifested his nascent soul. But now, his body had fallen into the hands of an enemy that possessed a lightning absorption stone. He could hardly believe it. He didn't have the slightest time to think. If his body were to be destroyed, his nascent soul would surely turn to dust. He had yet to reach the stage where his nascent soul could roam alone. Although a nascent soul cultivator could manifest their nascent soul to perform a few extraordinary techniques, it was rarely done as it would leave their body vulnerable. With the Heaven Mend pill in sight and after having been tied down by Manhuzi for so long, Wan Tianming became overwhelmed with impatience and greed, causing him to make such a grave mistake. With Manhuzi staunchly refusing to compromise, Wan Tianming felt immense remorse and started to quickly analyze his options. But as soon as Manhuzi said, "2," he clenched his teeth and tossed the Heaven Mend pill towards Manhuzi. Wan Tianming helplessly threw the pill he had acquired from using his nascent soul sword flight, concluding the dramatic development in an instant. Excitement flashed from Manhuzi's eyes. After he flew forward and caught the rainbow pill, he ruthlessly threw Wan Tianming's body towards the other side of the light barrier with all his strength. If no one were to intercept it, it would surely be crushed to pulp. When Wan Tianming saw this, he was overwhelmed with fright and shot towards his body without a thought. Fortunately, despite being far away, he was able to intercept it by using the teleportations of his nascent soul sword flight. Manhuzi then took advantage of the situation and flew towards the exit in a streak of light. It wasn't that Manhuzi didn't want to kill Wan Tianming, but rather, Wan Tianming was the sect master of the Thousand Gates of Enlightenment. Had he truly killed him, he would become a target of the righteous Tao. There was also the matter of the Thousand Gates of Enlightenment's mad matron, the number one figure of the righteous Tao. He wasn't yet her match and was unwilling to be relentlessly hunted down by her. As the main enemy of both the devil and the righteous Tao was still the Star Palace, he naturally only aimed for the medicine pill. Seeing that Man Huzi had unexpectedly acquired the Heaven Mend pill and was about to escape, Tian Wuxi and the old farmer immediately chased after him. Zenith Yin and Qing Yi had been momentarily stunned by the scene. After glancing at each other, they gave chase, unwilling to accept defeat. But before Zenith Yin gave chase, he turned into a black cloud and arrived above Han Li and Wu Chou. He coldly said, "Wu Chou, stay here with Han Li and don't wander. I will return in a moment. I will lend these two demon corpses to you for now." After that was said, two heaven-wide corpses appeared at Wu Chou's side, and Zenith Yin blurred through the air with a flicker. As such, the nascent soul cultivators were all chasing Man Huzi. Each of them blew a hole through the light barrier at the stairs in wild pursuit of Man Huzi. As for Wan Tianming, who had just regained control of his body, he grit his teeth and followed suit. Chapter 489, Killing Wu Chou. During the time when Wan Tianming was acquiring the Heaven Mend pill, Wu Chou was being restrained by the Bone Sage. He wasn't so foolish that he could not understand how much stronger the Bone Sage was compared to himself. In addition, it appeared that the Bone Sage held a deep understanding towards the profound Yin arts. Each of his strikes had been dissolved with little effort. Although that had frightened Wu Chou, he was now delighted to find the two heaven-wide corpses at his side. Each of the demon corpses were no less powerful than a mid-core formation cultivator. Despite the Bone Sage's fearsomeness, even he shouldn't pose much of a threat to him now. Even better, Wu Chou now had the opportunity to teach him a lesson. After the eccentrics left the stone platform, he immediately wore a sinister smile and looked at the Bone Sage with a malicious gaze. After looking at the eccentric's exit at the bottom of the stairs, he turned around to see Wu Chou's malicious expression and the two demon corpses at his side. He calmly smiled and said, "Han Li, this person is Zenith Yin's sole descendant. If I kill him, won't Zenith Yin suffer quite a bit of pain?" Shock momentarily appeared on Han Li's face, but his expression quickly returned to normal. He then indifferently gazed at the Bone Sage in silence. However, when Wu Chou heard this, he became vigilant and doubtfully glanced at Han Li. At that same time, the two demon corpses at his side had disappeared from sight. Wu Chou harshly said, "Han Li, have you been colluding with him this entire time? That's why he knocked the jade scepter in your direction earlier. How about you take that treasure out when my esteemed grandfather returns and let him decide who gets to keep it?" Having heard these false charges in an attempt to seize his treasure, Han Li became dumbfounded. It was clear Wu Chou had shed all pretenses of not oppressing him now that he felt Han Li no longer possessed any value. Perhaps Zenith Yin had even given him these orders in secret before his departure. With that thought, the corner of Han Li's mouth twitched, the many flying swords contained in his body throbbed with excitement. But it was the Bone Sage that was first to act. With a sweep of his hand, a green snake shot out from his cuff towards an empty location, resulting in a dull bang. Soon after, a green silhouette was revealed. The Bone Sage smirked and spoke disdainfully, "Heaven-wide corpse demon." Figures that Zenith Yin had refined so many of them. Zenith Yin then quickly pointed at it, causing a green lotus to emerge from its body. The green lotus wildly flourished until the flower petals completely enveloped the demon corpse. Wu Chou was greatly startled and hastily ordered the demon corpse to break free. But for some unknown reason, his connection to the demon corpse had been completely severed and he could no longer control it. In that moment, his body broke out into a cold sweat. Just as he thought to control his remaining demon corpse, the bone sage's body blurred and suddenly reappeared right before him. A flustered expression of panic arose from Wu Chao's face as he hastily protected his body with a large cloud of profoundine qi. At that same time, a fierce glint flashed from his eyes and he opened his mouth, spitting out a small black sword that pierced towards the bone sage at a speed faster than lightning. The bone sage's face wore a trace of derision. His fingernails immediately grew several inches long and became razor-sharp, making for a sinister appearance. He then reached out to the small sword and caught it without the slightest resistance. Wu Chao's complexion became deathly pale from disbelief. He quickly ordered the flying sword to return, but the bone sage had already grasped it between his claws with a malicious expression. After many attempts to break free from his grasp, the small sword scattered into black dust. At that same moment, Wu Chao's complexion paled at the destruction of his magic treasure and he involuntarily spat out a mist of black blood. Impossible, Wu Chao only had time to incredulously say those few words before the bone sage moved to strike him. His ghostly claw was enveloped with spirals of green qi. No longer capable of further speech, Wu Chao whistled, ordering the entirety of his surrounding profoundine qi to face the strike. At that same moment, his hand reached for the inside of his robes, wanting to take out a treasure. A strange scene occurred. With a flash of black-green light, the bone sage's ghost claw rapidly turned and the green qi surrounding it turned pitch black, piercing through the several layers of Wu Chao's profoundine qi as if nothing had been there. Wu Chao lowered his head in terror and saw the ghost claw piercing through his abdomen. Eyes filled with disbelief, he muttered a few words before the bone sage coldly laughed and shot countless streams of green fire from his claw, turning Wu Chao's body into ashes in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a black embroidered scarf, a ring, and a storage pouch. No longer possessing a master, the other heaven-wide demon corpse appeared beside the bone sage in a flash of black light. Its eyes were completely spiritless and it motionlessly stood in place as if it were now truly dead. After witnessing this sequence of events, Han Li's heart trembled and a newfound fear towards the old devil had grown within him. It was now clear that he hadn't been lying when he had said that he was well acquainted with the weaknesses of the profoundine art. When Wu Chao had used his profoundine qi to block the attack, it didn't have the slightest effect. But why was it that the bone sage chose this moment to kill Wu Chao? Did he not fear that he would alert Zenithine? Could it be that he was forcing him into battle, giving him no choice but to fight against Zenithine? Han Li's alarmed mind began to churn. As he did this, he readied the 5 colored copper bands in his hand. If the bone sage made any hostile movements against him, he would have to fight with his life on the line. At that moment, the bone sage had already gathered Wu Chao's spoils and looked at Han Li with a mysterious smile. "What are you doing, glaring at me like that? Quickly take out your other blood jade spider. The others have been drawn away by Manhuzi, but we don't know how long it will take for them to return." "What, could it be that you aren't interested in the treasures of the Heaven Void Cauldron?" The bone sage's words shocked Han Li and caused Han Li's gaze to wander. He had carefully concealed the existence of his other blood jade spider. How could the bone sage possibly know about it? He glanced at the corpse of the long-deceased blood jade spider. "What other blood jade spider?" "My spirit beast has already been slain by the Star Palace Elder." Not knowing how the bone sage could possibly know, Han Li was unwilling to acknowledge it. "Humph. Youngster, I don't have the time to waste on you, so I will tell you the truth. Long ago, I found a pair of blood jade spiders and put them into the care of my other traitorous disciple, Zenith Brilliance. I thought to bring the spiders to the Heaven Void Hall and seize the cauldron when they were a higher grade, but I hadn't expected that my disciples would betray me before that happened. Since you had that jade talisman, I figured that your blood jade spider had originated from the Zenith Brilliance's pair. You may not know this, but blood jade spiders possess some peculiar characteristics. Although a nest will have many eggs, only 2 of them will survive. These 2 spiders are certain to be a male-female pair. In addition, they can only ascend grades when the male and female spider are together. This was something that I had personally concluded after observing a pair of wild blood jade spiders. After all, one must be familiar with a spirit beast's properties if they are to promote its grade. However, this was unknown to Zenith Brilliance. He believed I had acquired both a male and female spider out of pure luck. Since the grade of your spider was so high, you must certainly have another. How about you take it out? The Bone Sage's quick explanation had left Hanley dumbfounded for a moment, as he truly hadn't known any of this. It seemed that the rainbow skeleton from back then had likely been Zenith Brilliant's one, but how did that fit together with the Emperor of Yu and Zenith Een Island's cultivation arts? Although Hanley's mind was flooded with doubts, he licked his lips and calmly replied, "That's right, I do have another blood jade spider. But why should I help you acquire the Heaven Void Cauldron? Are you willing to give me half of it? Moreover, there will be tremendous, world-shaking tremors as the Heaven Void Cauldron is extracted. Wouldn't this disturbance attract the attention of the other nascent soul cultivators and make them immediately return? That would just quicken our deaths. Also, it was only with the help of the flame pythons that the blood jade spider had been able to slowly pull up the cauldron. My remaining blood jade spider isn't enough to pull it up." Hanley spoke these words with a calm expression. Although he felt immense temptation towards the Heaven Void Cauldron, he stifled the burning excitement in his heart, allowing reason to seep through. He didn't wish to die just because of greed. After a moment of consideration, Hanley decided his best choice was to immediately escape. Without waiting for the Bone Sage's response, Hanley flickered, blurring towards the exit. However, it seemed that the Bone Sage had already predicted what Hanley would do. The next words he uttered caused Hanley to slow to a stop. 1. Chapter 270. Chapter 490, The Cauldron's Reappearance. Translator, Doubled Editor. Double. The Bone Sage coldly said, "Youngster Han, don't you wish to condense a nascent soul? The Heaven Mend Pill's greatest effect is that it purifies a core formation cultivator's innate spiritual roots, allowing a cultivator to enter the nascent soul stage with greater ease." Hanley was silent for a moment before turning around. He narrowed his eyes and spoke with disbelief, "Purify one's spiritual roots. You must think I am a child. How could there be such a legendary, heaven-defying medicine? Hee, it's up to you whether or not you believe it. Do you think that I have lived my many years idly? Back then, I had captured a Star Palace elder and used soul-searching techniques to acquire this information. The outside rumors that this pill can break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul stage, causes a massive increase of one's magic power, and can lengthen one's life are completely false. It had been proven when a Star Palace master had personally consumed the Heaven Mend pill. The Bone Sage calmly continued with a careless expression, "And since you've already acquired the 9-curl ginseng, with the complementary effects of the Heaven Mend pill, your odds of condensing a nascent soul will reach 40%. If you wait another 300 years to acquire a Heaven Mend pill, its effects will be of little use by then. This is due to the long process of spiritual root purification. It will take over 100 years for the effects to be fully displayed. A 40% chance at nascent soul condensation." Hanley felt giddy with excitement. As if having seen through Hanley's thoughts, the Bone Sage smiled and added, "As for your worries that the tremors would be far too noticeable, even if a great catastrophe struck, there would be no way they could possibly know unless they saw it for their own eyes. The barrier completely isolates any disturbances that occur from within. They can't use their spiritual sense to observe what happens in here either. Why else would this Tailstar barrier have been so renowned even in the era of antiquity? And if you're worried about your single blood jade spider being unable to lift the cauldron, don't forget that I am Zenith Yin's master. Even as a demon ghost, I am still capable of refining corpses. With that said, the bone sage immediately opened his mouth and spat out a fist-sized ball of glimmering light towards the blood jade spider's corpse next to the altar. In the blink of an eye, a dense, green mist enveloped the spider corpse that quickly absorbed it. A short moment later, the two halves of the spider began to join together. Green light flashed from the point of incision, and the blood jade spider shakily stood up, whole once more. Although Hanli managed to maintain a calm expression as he watched the scene, he was inwardly overwhelmed with shock. The world of cultivation truly had no shortage of extraordinary things. There was even such a technique that can refine a corpse in nearly an instant. The bone sage made the spider corpse walk several steps before he turned to Hanli and confidently said, "My corpse refinement technique is passable, yes? Although the refined spider corpse won't last for long, and it is somewhat weaker than when it was alive, it will have no problem lifting the cauldron with your surviving blood jade spider. After we acquire the treasure, I will give you all the Heaven Mend pills as I have no need of them. Also, I will cede half of the Heaven Void Cauldron's other treasures to you, but the cauldron is mine. How do you feel about this trade?" "Humph. Your words may be extravagantly beautiful, but how do I know you won't immediately attack me after the Heaven Void Cauldron is secure? After all, your cultivation and techniques are both an entire realm above me." When the bone sage heard this, he inwardly rejoiced. Although Hanli's tone was quite harsh, it was clear he was on the cusp of agreeing. Now, it was only a matter of haggling over price. As a result, the bone sage smiled and hastily said, "Hanli, you're being far too humble. If I guessed correctly, if we were to fight to the death, the odds would be 50-50. Moreover, such a battle wouldn't be concluded in a short amount of time, allowing an increased window for the others to return. Do you truly believe me to be so foolish as to bring about both of our deaths? Naturally, so long as you agree to help me acquire the treasure, I will hand over the 9-curl spirit ginseng refinement formula over to you as a token of our sincere cooperation." After this was said, the bone sage flipped his hand and tossed a white jade slip with an ancient aura towards Hanli. Han-Li quickly raised his hand and beckoned to the approaching jade slip. With an azure flash, a ball of azure light enveloped it, quickly bringing it to his palm. The bone sage responded to Hanli's great carefulness with a chuckle and said nothing else. Hanli quickly swept through the contents of the jade slip with his spiritual sense. Although he didn't have enough time to mull over whether or not the pill formula was genuine, it did mention the 9-curl spirit ginseng as well as 3 supplementary medicinal ingredients Hanli had never heard of before. After some consideration, Hanli bluntly put the jade slip into his storage pouch and raised his head. He calmly gazed at the bone sage and said, "Fine, I will agree to these conditions. Let's immediately start retrieving the cauldron." Since he had agreed to act, Hanli no longer delayed, as it would only allow their enemies more time to return. He quickly pat his spirit beast pouch, causing his other blood jade spider to appear with a flash of light. "Very good, you made the right choice." With an expression of excitement, the bone sage approached the hole and ordered the refined spider corpse to spit out a web at the cauldron, finishing his preparations first. Hanli followed suit, calmly ordering his blood jade spider to shoot a web at the Heaven Void Cauldron as well. The bone sage cast several magic seals of varying colors at his blood jade spider as he gave an explanation, "Let's be quick. We don't have much time. Although I cannot make use of the berserking technique in my current form, I can still use other slightly weaker supplementary techniques." Suddenly, the blood jade spider entered a frantic state. Apart from its blood-red shell, distinct black and green radiants were interweaved, making for quite a strange display. Hanli frowned but remained silent. After all, without these supplementary techniques, the blood jade spider would be incapable of lifting the Heaven Void Cauldron. With the combined power of the blood jade spider and the spider corpse, the cauldron began to rise with violent quakes and flares of blue light. Without the protection of layman Qing Yi, Han Li could only rely on himself. He hastily cast a fire attribute barrier around himself and utilized the white rhino emblem to its maximum potential, immersing him in a blistering white light. And for the innermost layer, he released the azure essence sword barrier. A layer of azure radiance appeared close to Han Li's body with faint sparks of gold mixed within. As for the bone sage, green chi violently surged from his body, enveloping him in a dense ghostly barrier. I can still hold. Although the cold glacial chi filled Han Li with a bone-chilling sensation, the full-strength circulation of the azure essence sword art allowed him to painstakingly avoid being frozen. This allowed Han Li to personally experience the massive gap between the core formation and nascent soul stages. Previously, all it had taken was a casual wave of Qing Yi's hand to produce a barrier that completely shielded him from the cold. Han Li sighed and focused a majority of his attention on the hole. His remaining attention was focused on the bone sage. Despite the bone sage's extravagant words, Han Li felt a need to remain vigilant of the old devil. With the strength of the frenzied blood jade spider, the heaven void cauldron began to slowly rise once more. But for some unknown reason, Han Li felt that it was unbearably slow in comparison to the last attempt. It was as if every inch it was raised took an excruciatingly long time, much to Han Li's irritation. If any of the old devils returned to this scene, it would make for a terrible situation. The bone sage appeared completely undisturbed, but once the blue light from the hole grew increasingly brilliant, a fervent expression began to appear on his face. As the two stared down, their perception of the passage of time grew even slower with every rise of the heaven void cauldron. While it was still unknown where the nascent soul eccentrics had wandered off to, their absence inspired both fear and delight in Han Li's mind. Suddenly, Han Li and the bone sage both shot to the sky as the blue flames had reached the top of the hole. Huge blue flames had blossomed yet again and immersed the world in blue frost. As Han Li stared at the vague shadow contained inside the icy flames, he could hear his own heart thumping in anticipation. The last time the cauldron had appeared, he had been entirely focused on the old devils and hadn't examined the cauldron in the slightest. Now, he had the opportunity to witness its true appearance with his own eyes. Although only some of it was exposed, Han Li was still able to make it out. Chapter 491, Acquiring the Cauldron. The heaven void cauldron had a flat bottom, 2 handles, and 3 legs. At over 1 meter tall and 3 meters wide, it couldn't be considered very large. It had a slightly protruding lid covered in carvings of beasts and insects along with various landscapes. Although they appeared rough and crude, they were true to life and exuded an aura of untamed antiquity. Just as the cauldron emerged from the hole, a faint hum was heard that gradually became louder. At the same time, the blue flames surrounding the cauldron flared before swelling to several times their original size. Having originally been standing near the hole, Han Li and the bone sage revealed expressions of shock at nearly the same time and increased their distance from the altar. The entire area within 30 meters of the altar glowed with faint blue light and was completely frozen over. Apart from the minor flickering of the blue flames at the hole and the movements of the blood-red spiders, everything had been encased in blue ice. Had Han Li and the bone sage been slower, they would have undoubtedly been frozen as well. At that moment, the entire altar was covered in a dome of blue crystal. Han Li couldn't help but betray his shock upon seeing this astonishing scene and asked, "How are we supposed to get the treasure out of that?" Han Li gazed at the marvelous frozen scene without any idea of where to begin. The bone sage stared at the celestial ice flames with a solemn expression and said, "It's not a problem. I have a way of restraining the celestial ice flames. My profound soul ghost flames are also cold by nature. Although it is in no way its equal, I will be able to break through the crystal and separate the flames from the cauldron. In that moment, you will take the cauldron out of the hole." Although his voice sounded cold, Hanli was able to make out a trace of excitement. Hanli was shocked. The bone sage took the initiative to deal with the extremely dangerous blue flames and wanted him to extract the cauldron. As this was truly unexpected, he couldn't help but look at the bone sage with an odd expression. Hanli absolutely didn't believe that the old devil was doing this out of kindness. However, this method didn't seem to have any faults. Could it be that it was more dangerous to acquire the Heaven Void Cauldron? Suspicions began to surge through Hanli's mind. Naturally, Hanli would definitely have refused if the bone sage proposed that Hanli would deal with the ice flame, and he would acquire the treasure. With that thought, Hanli could only agree. He couldn't shrink back now, so his only option was to move forward with discretion. If anything went amiss while acquiring the cauldron, he would naturally choose to save his own life over acquiring the treasure. Having come to this decision, Hanli casually nodded towards the bone sage in agreement. The bone sage responded with a pleased smile. He then glanced at the ice flame several times with an odd expression before his body began to revolve in the air. Ghostly chi began to spiral around his body, creating a 3-meter-wide dark green tornado. The air surrounding him became a dense mist that intermittently released faint ghostly wails. The whirlwind then dropped down towards the blue flames. A huge rumble erupted as the whirlwind dropped down, igniting into a torrent of flame. The result was a 40-meter-high pillar of red and white flames revolving around a core of dark green flame. It completely lacked any warmth and instead gave off an extremely cold impression. Hanli's eyes widened as he stared at the pillar of fire colliding against the blue frost. In that instant, the 3 colors of light intertwined into one, producing a harsh sound of scraping metal, causing Hanli to frown. Hanli soon unfurled his frown as the flame pillar managed to forcibly drill a passage straight towards the center of the blue flame. Hanli grew nervous at the sight and quickly linked his consciousness to the blood jade spider. So long as the bone sage truly managed to separate the Heaven Void Cauldron from the celestial ice flames, he would immediately order his blood jade spider to exert its strength. Eventually, the bone sage's pillar of fire managed to reach the hole. The flickering, glaring blue flames remained dormant for a short moment before finally erupting. In that instant, the pillar of flame transformed into a huge dark green lotus, wrapping around the Heaven Void Cauldron. Hanli was shocked at the sight. The first thought that came to his mind was that the bone sage had reneged on their agreement and intended to keep the Heaven Void Cauldron for himself. With that thought, he immediately prepared the 5-colored copper band and became vigilant. However, the following scene caused Hanli to become relieved. Shortly after, the huge lotus became enveloped in blue flames, becoming something like a shell over the Heaven Void Cauldron. Hanli's heart quickly thumped, and his face flushed with excitement. He sighed in awe of the bone sage's marvelous technique and quickly ordered his blood jade spider to exert its strength and lift. With a loud cry, the taut web violently trembled as the blood jade spider heaved at the cauldron with all its might, producing an unreal result that was completely unexpected. The cauldron they had assumed was immensely heavy flew to Hanli's side as if it weighted nothing at all. Hanli was overjoyed at first, but his mind then grew stern. Not daring to be careless, he raised his hands and shot out 2 mists of light. They suddenly transformed into ropes along the way and wound around the cauldron's 2 handles. With a heavy pull, the cauldron fell about 10 meters in front of Hanli. Hanli was rather stunned at how easy it had been to acquire the Heaven Void Cauldron. He faintly felt that the reason why the treasure had been so easily acquired was because it had been separated from the celestial ice flame. However, those thoughts only lasted for a moment before they were tossed to the back of his mind. Hanli then shook the ropes, having them wrap around the cauldron and slowly drag it closer. With a muttered incantation, the ropes quickly faded away and slowly dropped the heaven-void cauldron into his hand. This sequence of events went off alarmingly smoothly without even the slightest mishap. Hanli rubbed his finger against the lid of the cauldron, not daring to believe it. The heaven-void cauldron, known to be the #1 hidden treasure in the scattered star seas, was now in his grasp. Hanli attentively stared at the now fist-sized, miniature cauldron in his hand when a strange thought flickered through his mind: this cauldron can't be a fake, right? At that moment, Hanli's thoughts were interrupted by a howl of mad laughter. Hee hee. With celestial ice flame, profound soline flame, and divine devilbane lightning fused together, I will be able to cultivate the sacred azura flames from lore. I hadn't guessed incorrectly. Hee hee. It was clearly the Bone Sage's voice, but his voice was filled with ecstasy. For some unknown reason, Hanli's heart dropped and his body broke into a chill. He squinted at the small cauldron in his hand and then expressionlessly glanced at the Bone Sage. What Hanli saw alarmed him. The green lotus had already disappeared. In its place was the Bone Sage with a foot-wide orb of light in his hand. At first glance, the sphere of light appeared to be dark green, but after further inspection, Hanli discovered a blue flame burning at its center. Although an outer layer of dark green enveloped it, it restlessly flickered from place to place. But even more astonishing were the black sparks of lightning that shot from the orb, producing slight rolls of thunder with each appearance. Hanli's expression changed. Could it be that this had been the Bone Sage's plan all along? Before Hanli could finish his thoughts and figure out the specifics of what had occurred, the Bone Sage started slowly walking towards Hanli, stopping when he was about 30 meters away. His gaze fell onto the heaven-void cauldron that Hanli was tightly grasping. With an odd expression in his eyes, he said, "Very good, it seems nothing went wrong with my plan." When Hanli heard this, he snorted and vigilantly watched the Bone Sage in silence. The Bone Sage smiled and leisurely said, "It looks like you've figured something out. Although I really want to give you an explanation, my time is quite limited and you're going to die soon, so I'll just have to be satisfied with giving you an ignorant death." Hanli's heart trembled. It couldn't be more clear that the Bone Sage wanted to kill him and take the treasure. Disinterested in wasting the time or breath required for any verbal squabbles or nonsensical words, Hanli's expression sank, and he attempted to seize the initiative. He raised his hand, and sent out the copper bands that he had already prepared. With a flash of colorful light, they disappeared without a trace, reappearing only a moment later to restrain the Bone Sage's neck and limbs. Chapter 492, Divine Devilbane Lightning versus the Sacred Azura Flame Restrict. Hanli clutched his hands in an incantation gesture and sent an order to the ancient treasure. The 5 copper bands suddenly tightened and firmly locked onto his limbs. The Bone Sage revealed pain upon the clasp of the ancient treasures, but a derisive expression soon appeared on his face. Hee hee. The 5 element bands. Although they're rather famous ancient magic treasure, they're entirely useless on anyone possessing mutated spiritual roots, those possessing far greater cultivation than the wielder, or fallen cultivators, like me. He then raised his hand without the slightest obstruction and slapped the orb of light in front of him. The orb sparkled and cracked open in a huge burst of fluttering blue flame. A long ribbon of blue flame shot out from the orb and lightly swept past the Bone Sage's limbs and neck, condensing a thick layer of ice on the tightly locked copper bands. Afterwards, the Bone Sage's body underwent a series of inconceivable twists and distortions. With a series of crisp clanks, the frozen copper bands then fell to the ground. Hanli's heart dropped. Without any further thought, he opened his mouth and spat out 9 small azure swords. They merged into one huge sword in the air before ruthlessly cleaving towards the Bone Sage. The Bone Sage's face became stern upon seeing this. He lifted the orb of light in his hands, causing the tear to grow larger, causing it to spurt out a large jet of ice blue flame. The jet of flame transformed into a 5-clawed dragon of translucent ice, whose entire body shined with a cold blue light. It used its 2 front claws to block the huge azure sword and viciously unleashed a breath of blue flame onto the sword. After only a moment, the huge sword's brilliance greatly dimmed and a thin layer of transparent frost began to form on the sword's surface, causing the sword's movements to become sluggish. With a roar of thunder, several arcs of golden lightning shot out from the sword, fiercely striking the ice dragon's body. The dragon was knocked back, freeing the huge sword from its constraint for the time being. You still want to run? Your set of golden lightning bamboo swords shouldn't have much divine devilbane lightning left. Let's see just how many more times you can keep it up. The bone sage sinisterly grinned and pointed at the ice dragon, causing it to charge at Han Li's swords once more. Han Li's heart stirred. Although the bone sage appeared unworried, Han Li could faintly perceive that the bone sage held some fear towards the divine devilbane lightning. Following that line of reasoning, Han Li launched a magic seal towards the huge sword. He then pointed at the sword and ordered it to intensely sway into a blur, forming an identical copy of the huge sword. This was the Azure Essence Sword Art's Sword Shadow Phantasm technique. Both of the swords simultaneously released a dense stream of faint gold lightning. One was aimed at the ice dragon with the other targeting the bone sage. The bone sage cried out in amazement. The bone sage was astonished. Not only did Han Li still have the strength to release such strong bolts of devilbane lightning, he was able of creating another huge sword. However, this astonishment only lasted for a moment before disappearing. The bone sage then calmly slapped the light orb, spouting out another jet of blue flame. This time, the ice flames wavered several times and transformed into a triangular shield of ice. The blue mist emitted from the surface of the ice shield blocked the dense bolt of devilbane lightning, resulting in a deadlock for a short while. Rather than panic, Han Li rejoiced at the sight. Although the devilbane lightning was unable to restrain the celestial ice flames' glacial chi, it was mutual for the flames as well. The victor of the conflict would be the side that contained the most power. Having thought that, Han Li patted the storage pouch at his waist. A blood-red cloak appeared on his body. Although he hadn't yet reached a state of desperation, he thought it was best to be prepared for any contingencies. Afterwards, Han Li hurriedly clasped his hands together and his expression became increasingly grave. With rolls of thunder, an orb of faint gold lightning appeared at the center of his hands. Tiny arcs of lightning continuously sparked from its surface. The orb of lightning was only several inches thick, but Han Li didn't stop there. Emitting the hum of electric current, the orb gradually expanded, growing several inches in the blink of an eye. The bone sage controlled the celestial ice flame and planned to attack the 2 huge azure swords, but his face paled in complete disbelief when he saw Han Li. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. Han Li was still able to produce such a large sphere of lightning. Just how many swords of golden lightning bamboo did he have? Apprehension surged through him. The only reason he had turned hostile was because he believed he would be able to kill Han Li without much effort, given the profound might of his newly acquired celestial ice flames. Although he had yet to refine the ice flames into sacred azura flames, he was able to barely control it with the use of his profound soul-in flames along with his own divine devilbane lightning. The bone sage knew that the devilbane lightning was able to block the glacial chi of the celestial ice flames and that Han Li possessed the ability to use it. But he hadn't expected that he would be unable to kill Han Li during this time. The bone sage assessed that Han Li should have already spent a majority of his divine devilbane lightning to ward off his earlier ambush during their capture of the 9-curl ginseng. As a result, Han Li should have been unable to block his celestial ice flames. After all, there wasn't enough gold lightning bamboo in the world to make that many magic treasures out of it. But that was exactly why the Bone Sage felt such disbelief at the quantity of gold lightning bamboo swords that Han Li possessed. Divine Devilbane lightning was something that was sparingly used as it took quite some time to recover. As Han Li shouldn't have had much Devilbane lightning in reserve, the Bone Sage took the opportunity to eliminate him. Although he felt particularly full of loathing towards his traitorous disciple Zenithine, his ambition soared after he acquired the celestial ice flame. So long as he refined the sacred azure flames, it was possible for him to become the hegemon of the scattered star seas. As Devilbane lightning was the bane of Ghost Dao cultivators such as himself, Han Li, the possessor of the gold lightning bamboo swords, became his first target of elimination. And later, with the assistance of Manhuzi, the Bone Sage would be able to easily exterminate Zenithine. The powerful streams of lightning that Han Li had released from his two swords had already been enough to surprise the Bone Sage. As for the appearance of the large sphere of golden lightning in Han Li's hands, that had left him dumbfounded. This was entirely beyond what he had predicted. A mere early core formation cultivator actually possessed countless gold lightning bamboo treasures in his body. The Bone Sage felt regret, but even stronger sensations of shock and disbelief. Just how many magic treasures of gold lightning bamboo did he actually have? These swirling, inexplicable doubts formed an immense, massive weight upon his heart. As the Bone Sage gazed on in astonishment, the sphere of lightning in Han Li's hands grew to the size of about a meter and now floated a meter above his head. A deafening current of electricity could be heard from it. The Bone Sage regained his bearings, but his face still remained pale. His previous quantity of divine Devilbane lightning was nothing in comparison to this. The Bone Sage furiously gritted his teeth and said, "Good. Very good. Although I don't know how you managed to acquire so many gold lightning bamboo magic treasures, you were doomed to become the nemesis of all Ghost Dao cultivators the day they came into your possession. Today, I will have you witness the might of the Ghost Dao's sacred azure flames." It was already too late for him to withdraw, so he prepared to combine the three energies to create the legendary sacred azure flames. He hoped the flame would be able to break through Han Li's divine Devilbane lightning in a single strike and still the disturbance in his heart. Of course, forcefully creating these sacred flames in such a short period of time was extremely dangerous. The possibility of a backlash could occur at any moment, but the Bone Sage currently had no choice. While he had other methods for slowly whittling away at Han Li's divine methods and the ability to use both his techniques and abilities to avoid it, he didn't have the time to use them. That would either allow Han Li to escape or cause enough of a delay for the others to return. As a result, he could only clench his teeth and revolve his hands around the orb of light. Streaks of all sorts of magic seals continuously flew into it. At that moment, the light orb seemed alive. The blue flame at its center started to quickly rotate as the outer shell of profound Soline flames and black Devilbane lightning revolved in the opposite direction. A short moment later, the entire orb released a blinding radiance. In the following moment, countless gray embers of astonishingly cold flame wildly rushed towards Han Li with overwhelming speed. After a moment of surprise, Han Li's face grew stern. Although he hadn't heard of this sacred azure flame before, he knew it would be no less powerful than the celestial ice flames. With a grave expression, Han Li ceased pouring more lightning into the huge sphere and used his fingers to quickly form many incantation gestures as he began to mutter an incantation. The golden ball of lightning began to stretch, transforming into a web of lightning around him. Soon after, the embers of gray flame ruthlessly struck the gold lightning. In that instant, gold light and white flames intertwined, releasing both rolls of thunder and screeching whistles. Chapter 493, The Bone Sage's Death. Han Li's expression became unsightly. The web of lightning around Han Li had stopped the gray flames for the time being, but it appeared as if there was nothing that the flames couldn't burn. The lightning had already been set aflame, transforming the web of lightning into a cage of gray flame, trapping Hanli within. Now, he couldn't even escape if he wanted to. But what worried Hanli even more was that as the gray flames burned away at the net of golden lightning, he could slowly feel the lightning contained inside his body slowly withering away. The decaying nature of the flames gave the sacred azure flames an overwhelming advantage. The bone sage deeply sighed in relief and smiled. He felt confident that Hanli had no method of breaking free of the prison of gray flame. Based on the flame's legends, the bone sage believed that even a nascent soul cultivator trapped by it would have to greatly damage their origin chi by using a secret technique in order to escape. Once he refined his own azure flame and restored his nascent soul to the peak of his cultivation, he was convinced that it would be possible for him to rule over half of the scattered star seas. With that thought, the bone sage let his imagination run wild. In his eyes, Hanli was already a dead man. The situation was growing increasingly dire. As the golden net of lightning shrank, it eventually arrived on the verge of collapse. In response, Hanli expressionlessly spread out his palms and shot out dense arcs of golden lightning towards the net. The seemingly unending stream of golden lightning from Hanli's palms merged with the net, causing the withering net to immediately flourish brightly once more. Not only was it restored to its original size, but it also began to astonishingly launch an unending storm of lightning against the surrounding gray flames, pushing back the flames with great momentum. The bone sage's eyes widened and he nearly jumped. He now truly understood what it meant for heaven's will to overturn man's. The absurd amount of divine devilbane lightning in Hanli's body was wreaking havoc on the bone sage's nerves. Even though the sacred azure flames were in existence a level above the divine devilbane lightning, there was just far too much lightning. It was uncertain which would win. The bone sage glared at Hanli as if he were looking at a monster. Yet again, his mind was plagued by doubts. Just how many gold lightning bamboo magic treasures does Hanli have stored in that small body of his? Was it possible that his supply of devilbane lightning was endless? Just as that thought entered his mind, the bone sage fiercely bit down on the tip of his tongue. With sharp pain and the taste of blood, he managed to regain clarity of mind. He lightly shook his head and dismissed such absurd thoughts. Endless amounts of devilbane lightning. That was obviously impossible. He was merely unsure about the quantity of Hanli's lightning. However, the bone sage was convinced that with few more bursts of lightning, Hanli was certain to run dry. When that happened, he would be able to easily kill Hanli, and take as many gold lightning bamboo magic treasures for himself. With that thought, the bone sage roused his spirits and fiercely gazed at Hanli with newfound greed, raising his orb of light above his head. Earlier, the bone sage had only refined less than half of his celestial ice flames into azure flames in order to reduce the odds of backlash. But it appeared that this wouldn't be enough to kill Hanli as he still had devilbane lightning in reserve. In order to kill Hanli in one move, he would have to refine all of his remaining celestial ice flames. He then nodded his head in approval of his thoughts and formed an incantation gesture once more. The orb of light quickly rotated, glowing once more with dazzling brilliance. When Hanli saw this, his heart broke out into a chill. It was as the bone sage had anticipated. Hanli's continuous use of the devilbane lightning had left it on the verge of being exhausted after having dealt with the bone sage's celestial ice and sacred azure flames. Having seen the bone sage about to launch another attack with his sacred azure flames, Hanli pondered whether or not his remaining devilbane lightning would be enough to break himself free. His only option was to break through the cage of flames and flee. After all, no matter how mighty the sacred azure flames were, their power meant nothing if it couldn't connect. With that thought, Hanli came to a decision. He released the remaining devilbane lightning in a single, instantaneous burst, shooting out 2 arm-thick bolts of lightning from his hands into the net. The gold net of lightning rapidly swayed with muffled rolls of thunder before exploding in a burst of golden brilliance. Countless arcs of golden lightning pushed back the few remaining gray flames far away. At that moment, Han Li's body flickered several times and reappeared about 10 meters away. During that moment, Han Li was filled with apprehension. He feared that if he wasn't careful, he would make contact with a sliver of gray flame, something that would prove to be absolutely deadly. But now that he had made it past the barrier of sacred azura flames, he used his cloak without the hesitation. With a flash of blood-red light, he started to float off the ground. He had already decided to shoot straight towards the stone stairs and have his clouds-warm bamboo swords break through the barrier, allowing him to make a clean escape. The Bone Sage guessed what Han Li intended and immediately grew anxious. He immediately surged his magic power into the light orb and quickened its transformation. With a huge rumble, the entire light orb was set alight with gray flame as if it were made completely out of sacred azura flames. But strangely, the center of the orb still had a small ball of blue light. It continuously flickered, appearing quite unstable. The Bone Sage was initially surprised when he saw this, but he didn't take it very seriously. As his current magic power wasn't much, it wasn't particularly alarming if the transformation was incomplete. He was currently focused on Han Li's imminent escape. Nothing he could say would stop him now. The Bone Sage lightly beckoned to the orb of gray flames. The orb of flames lightly trembled several times and started to follow his orders to attack. But a sudden transformation had occurred. The remnant of blue light inside the orb suddenly flickered several times before it ruptured from the center of the orb. The orb suddenly became uneven and distorted, releasing a faint but shrieking whistle from it. The Bone Sage was greatly frightened and hastily attempted to control the orb's distortions. He had long since forgotten that the sacred azura flames wasn't something that he had truly refined. He was only able to manipulate it through the aid of external forces. Now, having encountered the disturbance of its core rupturing, the flame orb was completely unstable and had gone frantically out of control. His meager magic power didn't have the slightest effect in controlling it. As his head was lined with sweat, the flame orb suddenly dissolved into the colors of white, green, and black, and ruptured above the Bone Sage's head, releasing countless embers of gray flame. The Bone Sage's expression turned bloodlessly pale. He hastily started to turn his body without a thought, forming a vortex of black and green ghost chi towards the embers in an attempt to restrain them. In the following instant, an arrow-like bolt of black lightning shot towards the ruptured orb in an attempt to save the Bone Sage's life. Although the vortex of ghost chi appeared overbearing, they melted away into nothingness upon touching the embers of gray flame to no effect. While the embers did not fall at a fast speed, they were widely spread out over a great distance and drifted from place to place. But he should still be able to run from them, if just barely. When Han Li witnessed this reversal, he immediately changed his mind. He made use of the opportunity to shoot out 10 streaks of azure essence sword light from his fingertips and blocked the Bone Sage's path of escape. The Bone Sage inwardly cursed with alarm and fury. He was too preoccupied at that moment to dodge. He could only cross his arms in front of him with gritted teeth and emit a thin layer of green chi before charging forwards. Just before a streak of azure light struck him, he shot out a black streak of light from his mouth, his magic treasure, the gold lightning bamboo arrow. After striking the 5th streak of azure light, it was knocked to the side. As for the rest of the sword streaks, the Bone Sage directly received them with his arms. 5 muffled explosions sounded out. The Bone Sage had clearly underestimated the might of Han Li's azure essence sword light. Although he managed to repel the first 4 streaks of azure sword light, the last strike had broken through his green chi and struck his true body, pushing him back by several steps. In that moment, the Bone Sage's mind froze in terror. With a face full of panic, he hastily reached to take something out from his robes. But before that happened, a minuscule, faint ember of gray flame had landed on his shoulder. Whoosh! Gray flame wildly ignited. Without even the slightest scream, the bone sage's body succumbed to the flames, leaving nothing but drifting ash behind. Chapter 494. Celestial Ice Pearl. Hanli felt his blood run cold and his face trembled upon witnessing the ferocity of the Azura flames. After the gray flames incinerated the bone sage, they condensed into a delicate ember and flew off. For some unknown reason, the bone sage's death had caused a strange transformation in the Azura flames. All of the gray embers simultaneously released a thread of dark green chi along with a spark of black lightning, turning the embers blue in an instant. The embers appeared to have returned to their original form as celestial ice flames. Hanli suddenly felt his surroundings compress, as the air filled with blue glacial chi. The glacial chi started to cover the ground in thin layer of ice, spreading to the rest of the area within the light barrier. Hanli turned pale from fright at the sudden onslaught of cold and wildly poured spiritual power into the white rhino emblem. A scorching white light was emitted that repelled the cold chi, barring it from approaching his body. It seemed the celestial ice flame's true capabilities were only displayed after the bone sage had lost control. In only a short moment, the entire surface of the stone platform had been covered in a sheet of frost. Hanli's barrier of white light barely managed to protect him, but it massively drained his magic power, causing him to bitterly curse. Hanli now understood that the bone sage's celestial ice flames were weakened from either his shallow cultivation or a lack of time to refine them. This would explain why he had only been able to use a fraction of its true power a moment ago. Had the bone sage displayed this fearsome power with his celestial ice flames from the start, he would have been able to kill Hanli several times over without having any need to refine the Azura flames. In addition, it is likely that the true power of the Azura flames hadn't been displayed either. Its power had probably only reached a tenth of its potential. As these domineering thoughts entered his mind, he had nearly deduced the entire truth of the matter. Regardless, he wasn't about to let himself to foolishly meet his end by the masterless celestial ice flames after having put so much effort into eliminating the bone sage. At that moment, he grit his teeth and reached for the spirit beast pouch at his waist. He was going to release the gold-devouring beetles and see whether or not they could increase his odds of survival. The still immature gold-devouring beetles were certain to be unable to resist the fearsome chill, but Hanli didn't have many options left to keep his life. Hanli's palm moved, and just as he was about to open the spirit beast pouch, a sudden change occurred. The floating blue embers throughout the room suddenly flickered several times before releasing a clear ringing sound. They seemed to have received some sort of command and started to shoot towards the sky, condensing into a single solid form. A short moment later, a shining blue light sphere appeared in the sky. As soon as this fist-sized blue ice pearl had appeared, the fantastical chill within the stone platform instantly disappeared as if it had never been there. Having already opened his spirit beast pouch halfway, Hanli was dumbfounded, but he soon found himself overwhelmed with delighted surprise. Regardless of what strange transformations the celestial ice flames underwent, he could now safely make his escape. At that moment, the blue ice pearl slowly floated down from the sky and stopped in front of Hanli. Hanli looked at the ice pearl with a strange expression. After some contemplation, he reached out his hand and shot a bolt of the remnant lightning at it. After winding around the ice pearl for a moment, the pearl had been restrained and obediently entered the lightning's control with no further surprises. Hanli's expression grew solemn. He didn't dare to be overly confident, and carefully flicked his wrist, having the golden lightning slowly draw the ice pearl towards him. He had the pearl stop about a foot away from him, and looked at it with trepidation. With his hand firmly covered in azure light, he carefully reached out to it. Although his hand was still covered in dense true essence, Hanli could feel a slight chill through it. It seemed that after the celestial ice flames had condensed into this pearl, its glacial chi had been completely sealed. As such, Hanli breathed a sigh of relief and dispersed the light surrounding his hand. He grabbed the pearl with 3 fingers and carefully examined it. The blue pearl's exterior was solid blue crystal while its interior consisted of raging flames. Hanli hesitated for a moment. This celestial ice pearl was a treasure that had scarcely, if ever, appeared in this world. It could be considered a treasure even more valuable than the heaven void cauldron. Although he didn't know how this ice fire pearl could be refined or used, it was something that he absolutely couldn't discard. After having witnessed the viciousness of the Azure Sun Devil Fire 1 and the heaven-wide corpse fire, Hanli found himself desiring a powerful flame of his own. And even better, the celestial ice flame's power was even greater than the previous flames he had witnessed. With this, he would be able to fulfill his long desire of possessing some truly ferocious flames. Although attempting to use and acquire it possessed a certain degree of danger, Hanli was more than willing to brave the risk. With that thought, Hanli shot out a spark of gold lightning and wrapped the ice pearl in successive layers of lightning. A short moment later, he held the lightning-clad pearl in his hand while sparks of lightning occasionally arced off the bowl. The result set Hanli's mind at ease. If the ice pearl was to rupture once more, the cover of Devilbane lightning would be able to buy him enough time to wrest control over it. After having just battled against these very flames, he was completely confident that the divine Devilbane lightning could restrain them if need be. There would be no fear of any sudden backlash. However, he had now truly exhausted the reserve of Devilbane lightning inside his body. Not even a spark remained. However, Hanli couldn't bring himself to care as he put the pearl inside a square jade box and properly placed it away. At that moment, Hanli finally had the chance to take a breath and make a quick flight to the altar. He placed his over-exhausted blood jade spider into his spirit beast pouch. As for the refined spider corpse, it had long stopped moving. Hanli couldn't help but stop when he arrived at where the bone sage perished. With an astonished expression, he waved his hand. An item that faintly shone with white light flew into his hand from within the ashes. It turned out to be a flawless white gem that was several inches long. After sizing it up for a moment, he recognized it to be the bone sage's rib bone. Hanli was quite amazed to find that it had been completely unharmed by the sacred Azura flames. When he had first seen it inside the bone sage's prison, the rib bone had contained the map of Heaven Void Hole. Could it be that the rib bone holds other items as well? After some further thought, Hanli placed it into his storage pouch. Now was not the time to examine his spoils as his escape and survival were the far more urgent matters at hand. Just as Hanli flew towards the steps, he unexpectedly found a dormant emerald green arrow on the ground. Hanli frowned and waved his hand, sweeping the treasure into his grasp with a streak of azure light. After a casual inspection, Hanli placed the arrow into his bag, but a strange ringing then unexpectedly sounded out from within his spirit beast pouch. Hanli's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but be surprised. After frowning with some deliberation, he suddenly slapped his storage pouch. A streak of light circled around him before revealing itself to be the soul-devouring weeping soul beast. Hanli opened his mouth and spat out the gray pearl used to control it, the weeping soul pearl. Hanli had found the circumstances from when Yuanyao handed this beast over to him to be quite strange. As a result, he hadn't refined the control pearl. However, it was still an easy matter to erase her lingering spiritual sense from the pearl and exert control over the weeping soul beast. As he held on to the weeping soul pearl, he stared at the small emerald green arrow and suddenly opened his mouth. An azure ball of core flame enveloped the arrow and started to slowly refine it. At first the arrow didn't reveal the slightest reaction, as if it were truly dead. A cold glint then flashed through Hanli's eyes. After licking his lips, he threw the arrow into the air and gave the weeping soul beast a command. The beast suddenly snorted and shot out a yellow mist, enveloping the small arrow. The small arrow had originally stayed still, but upon seeing the yellow mist, it flashed with green light several times, enveloping itself in a streak of green radiance accompanied by a sharp whistle. The arrow then shot directly towards the stone stairs as if it were terrified by the yellow mist. 1. First and only appearance in Chapter 266. Chapter 495. Mysterious scroll painting. Hanli had already been prepared for the arrow to attempt to escape. Within the arrow's first few meters of flight, Hanli shot out an azure sword streak that intercepted it, causing it to tumble. In that opening, the weeping soul beast wrapped the small arrow in a yellow radiance, causing the magic treasure to incessantly flash. The arrow dashed back and forth within the cage of light as if wanting to escape, but the yellow light appeared immensely more powerful than it. No matter how much the arrow struggled, it was unable to escape. This was to be expected of the beast that was known to be the bane of all ghosts. As the small arrow's resistance grew weaker, yellow threads shot out from the cage of light and tightly bound the small arrow in an instant. The yellow threads then grew taut and dragged out a ball of green light from within the small arrow. The green light was ensnared by many yellow threads and incessantly transformed into all sorts of animals and insects, as well as fluctuating in size in its attempt to break free. Despite its efforts, it was unable to escape from the yellow threads and was gradually drawn closer and closer to the weeping soul beast's nose. At that moment, the green light grew panicked and transformed into the face of an old man. The light loudly pleaded towards Hanli, "Young friend Han, I beg you to let me go. So long as you spare my life, I will willingly serve you for the rest of my life. The number of strange and secret techniques I know are countless, and I am willing to give you all of them. Moreover, doesn't young friend Han wish to learn the entirety of the profound Yin arts? I didn't even teach the last few layers to my traitorous disciple Zenith Yin. Doesn't fellow Daoist Han also wish to know about the wonders of profound soul demonification? Although my own estate had been seized by Zenith Yin, I still have many secret cave dwellings, each containing their own hidden treasures. This old servant is willing to fully devote himself to you." The more the ghostly face spoke, the quicker the words came out and the more panicked it appeared. He even took the initiative to offer to become a servant because at that moment, he was only about a foot away from the weeping soul beast's nose. If he were to truly be absorbed by the beast, even if his soul were more tenacious, he would never be able to escape. Despite having a will far more staunch and unwavering than others, Han Li's heart thumped upon hearing the Bone Sage's offers, and his face revealed a trace of hesitation. Perhaps due to having seen Han Li's hesitation, the ghost revealed his greatest trump card with a low roar. "Even if fellow Daoist Han doesn't want those things, don't you want to know the weaknesses of Zenith Yin's cultivation arts? And how about removing the tracing mark he placed on your body?" Han Li's gaze flickered several times and his expression continuously shifted. He sighed and lightly waved his hand, causing the radiance encasing the Bone Sage to grow still, preventing him from continuing towards the weeping soul beast's nose. The thread-bound ghost rejoiced and sighed with relief. "Young friend Han, you are truly wise." By sparing this old man, the ghost face forced a smile and intended to ingratiate himself to Han Li. But when the Bone Sage was about to continue, the weeping soul beast snorted and resumed sucking in the Bone Sage. With his guard now down, he was sucked in without the slightest resistance. At that moment, Han Li wore a cold sneer. The weeping soul beast burped as if it was quite satisfied with his meal and clumsily patted its stomach. With a faint smile, Han Li shook the weeping soul pearl in his hand and returned the beast to his storage pouch. Han Li walked forward with the small green arrow now in his grasp. As he gazed at it, he muttered, "You want to be my servant? How could I possibly choose to act against my own interests? You lived for over 1,000 years. It would already be baseless flattery to say that I could possibly stand to out-scheme you. Killing you now will save me quite a bit trouble. Who knows when you would betray me? Even now, Hanli was unable to understand whether the ghost had been the bone sage's true soul or a soul shard that he had split off earlier. Hanli wouldn't be surprised if ghost Taoists had such soul-splitting techniques. After Hanli picked up the 5-element bands that were lying nearby, and lingered for a moment. The ghost face had reminded him of the marker that Zenith Ian had placed on him. If he didn't figure out how to remove it, he might be detected immediately after he left the barrier. Hanli had already examined himself several times with his spiritual sense, but hadn't been able to find the slightest trace. However, Hanli still had another way to look for any markings. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so rashly exterminated the ghost. Hanli released several thousand gold-devouring beetles into the air and had them crawl all over his body. After a short moment, a few of the gold-devouring beetles on his lower leg released a peculiar shriek. Hanli rejoiced and issued the command. The gold-devouring beetles on his leg became restless for a moment, before they all returned to his spirit beast pouch. Hanli then flew towards the stone steps without further delay. He felt that he had tarried for far too long and was on edge with fear. He traveled the 100 meters down the stairs in the blink of an eye. Hanli then opened his mouth and spat out a streak of blue light, cleaving open a 3-meter hole in the light barrier with his bamboo cloud's warm sword. He then shot out of the hole in a streak of light. According to his calculations, his best bet would be to stealthily return to the first or second floor and enter one of the doors. Afterwards, he would break the restrictions on the secret room and return to Heaven Void Hole. As for the rooms on the other floors, they were far too dangerous for him. Hanli shot along the path he remembered in complete silence. On his way back, the restrictions and puppets had all been long since eliminated. Apart from being careful about avoiding the old devils, he didn't have any other worries, and flew as boldly as he could. Because Hanli could see the path ahead with his spiritual sense, he took out the shabby scroll he had acquired from the hollow wall and decided to use the time to read it. After taking several quick glances at it, he couldn't help but yell in shock and slow down, despite having planned to rush through the passageway. The scroll didn't appear exceptional and didn't contain the slightest spiritual power. Rather, the scroll contained a rather crude and simple drawing, depicting a vague map. After Hanli studied it several times, he immediately recognized it to be a map of the 5th floor of the inner halls. Chapter 496, A Gorgeous Woman and a Spirit. Well, much to Hanli's surprise, the path revealed by the map he found hidden within a wall had been peaceful. He didn't encounter any restrictions or puppets guards as he followed the map and eventually arrived at the tall wall without any trouble. After looking at this common stone wall, Hanli unfolded the aged scroll and carefully examined it once more. This is the place, Hanli muttered to himself with certainty. He emitted streaks of azure sword light from the fingers of one of his hands and directly walked towards the stone wall. Hanli rejoiced upon seeing there were no restrictions on the wall, and as he had hoped, the wall was hollow. He used his fingers to cut open a 3-meter-wide circle with great ease, and gently pushed it with his other hand, revealing a large hole with a dark interior. The sword light on his fingers disappeared with a shake of his hand. He then summoned a ball of white light in his palm and had it slowly enter the room. Without any further hesitation, he nimbly leapt in after it. The hidden room was only about 6 meters tall and about 15 meters wide. Although the entire room was covered by a thick layer of dust, there was also a very crude transportation formation at the center of the room. The transportation formation was drawn with crooked lines, and its talisman markings were as crudely drawn as if it were a poor imitation of a formation by an unskilled layman. Han Li wrinkled his brow. Could it be that the formation was incapable of being used or that it had been long since discarded? He took a step forward and inspected the formation using his own knowledge on spell formations. After a short while, he let out a long sigh. Although the formation spell was crude, it could still be used. Furthermore, it didn't seem to be a long-distance transportation formation. It would likely take him to a place that should seem at least somewhat familiar. Han Li took out several spirit stones and quickly placed them on the four sides of the formation. After a series of hums, the spell formation shined with faint light. Han Li smiled at the sight. Instead of hastily using the formation, he turned his head to look at the hole in the wall and pondered for a moment. He approached the wall and cast several minor restoration magic techniques, returning the fallen stone to the open wall. In the blink of an eye, the wall had returned to its original appearance. Han Li dusted off his hands and walked into the spell formation before disappearing in a flash of white light. A moment later, Han Li reappeared in a thin mist. The mist was warm and carried a floral scent. About 3 meters ahead of him, there was a milky white pond that spanned over 30 meters. The pond seemed to be the source of the white mist and fragrant odor. What stunned him wasn't that, but the naked woman that was crouched at the pond. She seemed to have been enjoying the water. The amazing sight of her lustrous, flawless body and her long, shiny black hair caused Han Li to unconsciously swallow, putting his mind into a daze. But when he saw her incredulous expression, Han Li bitterly smiled. After bluntly taking a long look at the woman's body with a strange expression, he spoke without the slightest hint of sincerity. "Lady Yuan, what a coincidence. You've also arrived here. However, it seems I've appeared at an unsuitable time." The naked woman in the pond was actually the beauty Yuan Yao that had disappeared into the inner halls. At that moment, Yuan Yao was in shock at Han Li's sudden appearance. When she heard him speak, she suddenly awoke and her face flushed red. She hastily used her hands to cover her ample figure and flusteredly yelled, "How did you get here? The transportation formation shouldn't be in any condition to be used. You. Quickly. Turn around." Yuan Yao appeared to be both startled and embarrassed. After chuckling, Han Li didn't reply and casually walked back to the transportation formation and examined his surroundings. It was a stone room that spanned over 100 meters and had a stone gate at either end. Alongside the pond across from Han Li, black clothes and several storage pouches lay in a pile at its shore. When Han Li's gaze fell onto the back wall, he spotted a white jade sculpture of a dragon head mounted 10 meters up on the wall. About a meter below the sculpture there was a recess that shined with green light coming from a jade bottle with a long neck. It appeared to contain something valuable. When Yuan Yao saw that Han Li spotted that jade bottle, she had forgotten about her embarrassment and revealed shock. However, Han Li turned a blind eye to the bottle and immediately turned his gaze. He instead walked towards the edge of the pond and lowered his head to look at the milky white water. Yuan Yao inwardly sighed and her expression returned to normal. However, her beautiful eyes glinted with a strange light as if she had thought of something. At that moment, Han Li suddenly thought of something and swept his hand across the surface of the pond. Han Li easily cupped some of the water into his hand and brought it towards his eye. The pond water was extreme fragrant and was filled with pure heaven-earth qi. But after a short moment, he saw the fragrant qi disappear from the water, turning back into regular water. Han Li's expression stirred. Han Li tossed the water away in his hand and said, "A spirit wellspring. I truly didn't expect for the master of Heaven Void Hall to have placed such a large spirit well here. Could it be that Lady Yuanyao had braved such great danger for that reason?" He then calmly turned his gaze towards her. At that moment, Yuan Yao had recovered her calm, but when she saw Han Li sweep his gaze past her bare shoulders, she couldn't help but lower her body and angrily reply, "Humph. Is that how fellow Taoist Han speaks to a woman? Could it be that you still haven't seen enough of my naked body? Even with her beautiful face warped by anger, she still appeared quite graceful. She was truly the most outstanding beauty of a generation. As Han Li's gaze focused on the woman's appearance, his heart was set alight. Although he had managed to keep his mind clear and free of desires, he was still a man. Despite being uninterested in forcing any disgraceful and unbecoming acts, he couldn't help but feast his eyes on the beautiful scene before him, and found himself wanting to make fun of her words. As Han Li sat at the edge of the water, he took off his boots and boldly stepped into the water. He leisurely teased, "If Lady Yuan wishes to wear clothes, please don't hesitate. I won't stop you in the slightest. However, if there is an opportunity to see such an amazing beauty, please don't expect me to act as a cultured gentleman. As such, I will be taking a look." With that said, Han Li smilingly stared at the blushing woman with chin in hand. Yuan Yao's face was scarlet. She thought to say something, but with a roll of her eyes, her beautiful face immediately returned to normal. With a charming smile, she chuckled and said, "Hee, I had believed fellow Taoist to be an uncultured brute without any understanding towards the fairer sex. I hadn't expected fellow Taoist Han to understand such charms. As a great kindness, I will allow you to enjoy the sight of this young woman's body for a moment. However, the sight of a naked body can't be considered much to us cultivators. Therefore, I will be coming out to put on some clothes." With that said, she shyly raised her hand from the water and lightly brushed her hair. She then seductively smiled at Han Li, revealing an amorous allure from her flawless beauty. Han Li's mind grew blank as if he had been captivated by her. In that instant, Yuan Yao gracefully struck the water, causing a curtain of white mist to emerge in front of her, blocking her entirely from Han Li's sight. She took that opportunity to fly out of the water and shoot straight towards her clothes and items. A cloud of black qi then emerged from her body, blocking her once more from sight. Once the black qi disappeared, Yuan Yao was revealed to be fully dressed as she gently floated to the ground. At some unknown time, the long jade bottle from underneath the statue had disappeared. Chapter 497, Myriad Year of Spirit Milk and Soul Nurturing Tree. The screen of white mist thinned and Han Li looked at the woman with restored calm. Han Li muttered, "It is truly a pity that I can no longer enjoy such a view." When Yuan Yao heard this, she blushed before delicately chuckling. "Didn't Brother Han go to the 5th floor with those masters? How did you arrive here?" After she said that, she caressed her wet hair and it dried in an instant with a flicker of white light. A few strands of dark hair fell in front of her face, a stark contrast against her snow-white skin that served to illuminate her beauty. Han Li enjoyed the sight as this woman was among the greatest beauties he had ever seen. Each and every one of her movements were enough to ensnare any man. After taking several glances at her graceful appearance, he calmly said, "I merely triggered a restriction and ended up teleporting here. I wish to ask for guidance from Lady Yuan. What is this place?" Triggered a restriction. Yuan Yao's eyes shifted and she wore a mysterious smile. It was clear she didn't believe Han Li, but Han Li paid her doubt no mind. He merely chuckled and indifferently stared at her in silence. Yuan Yao's face slightly reddened. This past Han Li was truly giving her a headache, as she was keenly aware of her inability to deal with him. Not only had she witnessed the fearsomeness of Han Li's insects, but even the charming techniques of an expert such as herself had little effect against him. She furrowed her slender brow and could only helplessly respond, "This is a secret room on the 2nd floor. You came out of such a shabby transportation formation. Had I known this were possible, I would have smashed it to pieces and prevented myself from having to deal with you." With that said, Yuan Yao glared at Han Li with obvious annoyance. It appeared she still felt aggrieved at having her naked body seen. Han Li remained completely unperturbed as if he hadn't heard her. Instead, he lazily stretched his back and emerged from the water before putting his shoes back on. In the short time he had spent in the water, he had restored a portion of his magic power. Although he wished to spend more time there, he felt it would be in his best interest to leave Heaven Void Hall as soon as possible. As a result, Han Li no longer paid any attention to Yuan Yao and walked towards the south exit of the room. When he arrived at the exit, he saw a mess. There was a large stone room with a completely fragmented puppet lying on the ground, surrounded by holes. It was clear that Yuan Yao had fought a bitter battle here. There was a gate on the other side of the room. A familiar white light sparkled from it, appearing to be exactly the same as the other gates from the inner halls. Han Li hesitated for a moment before walking towards it. After looking at it for a moment, he took out his Heaven Void map fragment and poured spiritual power into it before slapping it onto the door. As a result, the door flickered with white light, but did nothing else. Han Li sighed. As expected, using the map fragment to leave wasn't possible. He wondered whether or not he possessed the skill to break open the restriction. As he was unable to come up with a solution, he started heading towards the north exit. Yuan Yao's gaze fell upon Han Li. After a moment of thought, she coldly said, "What are you doing? That gate has a formidable formation spell. It isn't something that an ordinary cultivator can destroy. Could it be you wish to break it and seize the treasure within?" Just as Han Li arrived at the other exit, without turning his head, he asked, "I wish to leave Heaven Void Hall. Does fellow Taoist Yuan have a better method?" Yuan Yao's eyes brightly flickered in thought before a peculiar expression appeared on her face. "None. However, this young woman fancies the treasure here. Would fellow Taoist Han be interested in going treasure hunting with me?" As he stared at the colorful mist surrounding the exit, he bluntly said, "Hunt treasure? It seems fellow Taoist Yuan has already spent some time here. If you are truly able to break through the restrictions here, then wouldn't you have done so earlier?" Yuan Yao blushed, but her expression soon grew serious as she adopted a stubborn attitude. "I've already spent the day researching it. In about 4 days, I will be certain to break through the formation." When Han Li heard this, he turned around with astonishment and looked at the woman with narrowed eyes. Yuan Yao felt restless. After some time, she eventually conceded, "Fine. I'll admit that if I were to attempt to break the formation spell alone, it is possible that the Heaven Void Hall would close before I succeeded. However, if fellow Taoist Han were to aid me, it would take far less time." Han Li silently stood in place without a change of expression and waited for her to continue, confident that the beauty still had more to say. As Yuan Yao stared at Han Li, she slowly said, "However, before the formation is broken, this young woman would like to reach an agreement with you." "What agreement? Tell me." Han Li crossed his arms and attentively gazed at her. "So long as Brother Han is willing to renounce the treasure inside, I will be willing to compensate you." "Compensate?" Han Li remained expressionless as he continued to watch her. Yuan Yao revealed hesitation. After lowering her head and muttering to herself for a moment, she raised her head with a resolute expression. She solemnly said, "I am willing to hand over a bit of myriad-year spirit milk as compensation. What does Brother Han think?" Han Li's expression stirred. Myriad-year spirit milk. Legend says that only a small mouthful would be able to restore one's magic power in an instant. It is said that even 10,000 spirit stones cannot buy even a single drop of it. That's spirit milk. Yuan Yao stared at Han Li with bright eyes and slowly said, "That's right. Since I trust you, I've taken the risk to tell you. There is no way that Brother Han would kill this young lady over treasure, yes?" After traveling together with Han Li through the ghost mist and the paths of fire and ice, Yuan Yao recognized that while Han Li wasn't an upright gentleman, neither was he a ruthless and vicious wretch. Of course, if she possessed any other treasures that could entice Han Li, she would have mentioned them instead. Although she thought it wasn't likely for Han Li to attack her, her hands still casually fell to the storage pouches at her waist. Although she knew she wasn't Han Li's match, she still had a few mighty life-saving treasures that could protect her against any foul intentions Han Li might have. This was precisely why she had dared to mention the spirit milk in the first place. Han Li rubbed his nose and remained silent. Then, he turned his head towards the dragon head statue with a contemplative expression. Yuan Yao's tone turned soft as she said, "It seems Brother Han has figured it out. My myriad-year spirit milk was something that had been accumulated in the spirit spring for over 10,000 years. But with this, a fellow Daoist Han should know that I am not deceiving him." Han Li calmly nodded his head. "That's right. With such a large spirit spring being so cleverly hidden, it's reasonable that a bit of spirit milk was produced." Yuan Yao's expression blossomed and her eyes brightly shined. "So what does fellow Daoist Han think?" Han Li looked at Yuan Yao with a chilling, ice-cold gaze and asked, "Could young lady Yuan tell me what treasure is concealed within? Since fellow Daoist Yuan is so willing to pay me such an exorbitant price, then the treasure must be worth even more." When Yuan Yao saw Han Li's expression, for some unknown reason, she felt a chill run down her spine and she began to panic. Brother Han is quite funny. This is the first time this young woman has been here, so how could I know what lies inside? Brother Han is quite suspicious. Fine, fine. I'll tell the truth. I know what the treasure inside is. Although its value isn't below the myriad-year spirit milk, it is far more important to me. That is why I was willing to give the spirit milk to you. The treasure is an unrefined soul-nurturing tree. Yuan Yao had initially attempted to play it off as a joke, but when she saw Han Li's gaze grow colder, she hastily revealed the truth. For some unknown reason, she felt trepidation and fear at the thought of their relations turning hostile. Han Li was stunned for quite some time before asking in amazement, "One of the three divine woods, capable of being worn on the body and nourishing the primal spirit to slowly strengthen one's spiritual sense?" After some thought, her expression sank and she softly said, "That's the one. However, I am not interested in the soul-nurturing effects, but rather its ability to preserve and house one's soul, preventing their spiritual sense from scattering." Spirit-nurturing wood and myriad-year spirit milk. Han Li stared at the ceiling as he muttered to himself. Chapter 498, Distinguishing the Truth. Han Li turned towards Yuan Yao and leisurely said, "So that's why there was a spirit spring placed here. It was to nourish the tree. I do desire the myriad-year spirit milk, but the soul-nourishing tree is also quite interesting." Upon hearing that, Yuan Yao's expression instantly became ice-cold. "Relax. Having so many years of rich nourishment, the tree can't be small. And I only want a portion of its roots. I won't fight over the trunk, the most important part of the tree." Yuan Yao's expression softened, but her eyes contained a trace of doubt. "You only want the roots?" Han Li said with a blank expression, "Naturally, I also want the myriad-year spirit milk that you offered to me earlier as well." Yuan Yao's eyes slightly shifted as she made her own conclusions about Han Li's intentions. She sweetly chuckled, "Hee hee. Brother Han is quite shrewd. The soul-nourishing tree's roots will certainly fetch a high price from many sections. Regardless, I will agree to those terms." Even with this, she was still relieved. Han Li smiled and offered no further explanation. Yuan Yao chuckled, "Let us start on breaking through the formation. I'll give fellow Daoist Han an explanation of what I've learned about the formation spell." It seemed as though she was in even more of a hurry than Han Li, before we start, I must ask whether or not Lady Yuan plans on taking the spirit spring. Han Li pointed to the pond with a mysterious smile. Yuan Yao coquettishly said, "Is Brother Han joking? This spirit spring has been bonded with the entire inner halls by the Master of Heaven Void Hall using profound restrictions. Had I possessed the ability to take it, I would have directly aimed for the Heaven Void Cauldron instead of hiding down here." When Han Li heard this, he appeared slightly disappointed, but after some thought, he broke out into laughter. It seems he had become far too greedy. Upon spotting a treasure, he thought to immediately acquire it. This was not a good omen. If this were to continue, he would likely meet his death as a result of greed. With that thought, Han Li steadied his mind before continuing with a solemn voice, "Fellow Daoist Yuan should hand over the spirit milk first before we start talking about the formation spell. With our combined efforts, we'll be able to break through the formation in no more than 2 days." When Yuan Yao heard this, her sweet smile was replaced with a ghastly expression. 2 days later, about 20 kilometers away from Heaven Void Hall, a man and woman emerged from a flash of white light above the sea. The man appeared quite ordinary. Apart from his clear eyes, there was nothing exceptional about his appearance. As for the woman, she was as dainty as a flower, and her bright, lively eyes suggested that her grace was limitless. When the two emerged, they vigilantly examined their surroundings. Upon seeing that there were no other cultivators nearby, they both let out a sigh of relief. The pair were Han Li and Yuan Yao, who had broken through the formation of the secret room. Yuan Yao gazed in the direction of Heaven Void Hall with an odd expression. It seems the others are still trapped in Heaven Void Hall. They won't be coming out for some time. Would those nascent soul eccentrics do the same as us and seize treasure to escape the halls? Han Li hadn't relaxed his guard and frowned. Yuan Yao casually brushed her hair and softly said, "Be at ease, after acquiring the treasure, one will be teleported to a random location. It can be anywhere from next to Heaven Void Hall to several hundred kilometers away. It is impossible for anyone to be monitoring such an expansive area." "Good." Han Li nodded his head with peace of mind. Yuan Yao blinked at him and she probingly asked, "What? Could it be that Brother Han has offended those nascent soul eccentrics? If that's the case, then you had best be careful. Fellow Daoist Yuan need not worry herself about me. As I have matters I must attend to, I will be taking my leave first." Han Li expressionlessly cupped his hands to Yuan Yao and shot across the sky as a streak of azure light. He displayed neither reluctance to leave nor any desire to hear her response. When Yuan Yao saw Han Li abruptly fly off, she was flabbergasted. After a long while, she eventually shook her head. She then extended her hand and summoned a foot-long block of wood with a flash of black light. The wood was rough and scorched, appearing ugly by all means. But when Yuan Yao looked at it, she revealed sadness. "Big Sister Yen, please wait just a few more days. I will find someone to refine this wood into a soul keeper box and help you escape having your soul refined." After she softly said this, she donned her hood, concealing her astonishing beauty, and transformed into a cloud of black chi before flying off in another direction. In the blink of an eye, the sea became calm once more. Meanwhile, several people solemnly stood on the platform of the 5th floor of Heaven Void Hall with unsightly expressions. They were the 6 nascent soul cultivators who had apparently come to some sort of agreement, as Manhuzi was standing there without being attacked. "We've already searched every corner of the 3rd, 4th and 5th floors. Even after breaking through countless restrictions and puppets, we've yet to find any sign of them. Zenithine, 2 of the 3 have a deep relationship with you. Did you not instruct them to seize the treasure and escape?" Wan Tianming spoke with an ashen expression. Zenith Yin's cheek twitched and his face grimaced. "Humph. Sect Master Wan, you've already asked that several times and my reply is still that my grandson has met his end. As I personally used a secret technique to search for him, I cannot be mistaken. Were it not for the obstruction of the tail star formation, I would have felt the instant my grandson perished and would have prevented those other two youngsters from running off with the treasure. Zenithine stared at Manhuzi and gloomily said, "With that said, I personally believe Manhuzi to be the most suspicious. Why did Manhuzi draw us away for enough time for the Heaven Void Cauldron to be seized? Manhuzi is also unwilling to reveal the history behind that junior of his. Could it be that you colluded with that youngster beforehand?" Manhuzi glared back at him and bluntly mocked him, "Ridiculous, what do I have to reveal to you? What do I have to do with that youngster running off with the Heaven Void Cauldron? I was busy escaping from everyone, but that isn't enough evidence to say that I helped him. Rather, you claim that Wucho is dead, who's to say that's true? Perhaps you are actually filled to the brim with happiness." Zenithine was seething with anger. His beloved grandson had died, and now he was being made out to be a scapegoat. He wasn't about to take this silently. But when he was about to engage in a furious argument, Qing Yi interrupted him in an attempt to alleviate tensions. "Brother Man and Brother Wu have no reason to dispute. The ones who took the treasure were amongst those three. As for who it was, what do we care? That's secondary. What is most important is that we find them, regardless of if they are alive or dead. As of now, we've already set up a formation at the entrance to the third floor, preventing them from escaping. Breaking into any of the secret rooms above the second floor is an impossibility for them. As they are all only early core formation cultivators, even if the three of them joined hands, they would be incapable of progressing through a room on the third floor or higher. Unless, of course, they've lost their heads and decided to commit suicide in the attempt. However, we've searched the entirety of floors 3 through 5 without finding even a trace." Wan Tianming coldly said with a suspicious expression. It wasn't just him, all three of the righteous Tao cultivators were skeptical. They had held voice transmission conversations several times already and believed the most likely explanation to be that the three Devil Tao eccentrics were playing an elaborate ruse. They had deliberately drawn them away and allowed their juniors to seize the Heaven Void Cauldron. Thus, while the three felt great remorse, they also vigilantly watched the actions of the Devil Tao cultivators, completely unwilling to allow the Devil Tao cultivators to leave their sights. The Devil Tao cultivators naturally understood the intentions of Wan Tianming's party. However, they were also burning with impatience, but could nothing. All they wanted to do was quickly find Hanli and the others so they could take the Heaven Void Cauldron. As the nascent soul cultivators were bitterly feuding in the inner halls, the core formation cultivators had already taken advantage of the chaos to escape with the treasure. If this news were to spread, they would become laughingstocks. Furthermore, how could they allow the Heaven Void Cauldron to fall into the hands of Hanli and the others? Manhuzi was also at a loss as the Bone Sage wasn't acting in accordance with their earlier agreement. Could it be that he truly had fled with the cauldron? Were it a common core formation cultivator, it'd be impossible for them to break through the restrictions of a third-floor secret room. However, if we're the renegade Ghost Tao cultivator, the Bone Sage, it would be possible. Although suspicions began to spring into his mind, Manhuzi didn't betray any of this in the slightest. But because he felt the need to muddy the waters to distance himself from this matter, he said with a cold tone, "Do you think it could be that the Star Palace elders still haven't left and had actually remained hidden nearby? When they saw us run out, they could have taken the chance to slay the three core formation cultivators and acquire the Heaven Void Cauldron." When they heard Manhuzi, they each looked at one another in dismay and then displayed pensive expressions. Chapter 499, Wolf Artifact Spirit. As Hanli continued to fly far away from Yuanyao, he felt an impatient urge to take out the Heaven Void Cauldron and examine the contents. Shortly after giving in to this urge, Hanli felt like spitting blood. No matter what methods he used, the cauldron lid wouldn't open in the slightest. Regardless of whether he wildly poured magic power into the cauldron, or struck the cauldron with his magic treasure out of frustration, the only response would be a flicker of blue light. Hanli eventually managed to momentarily calm down and consider his situation. Apart from being able to shrink and enlarge the heaven-void cauldron at will, there wasn't anything he could do with it. Having determined this, Hanli vented his frustrations in the barren seas for a long while. The target of his groundless insults was naturally the master of Heaven Void Hall. It was clear that the master of Heaven Void Hall was a strange individual. It wasn't that a nascent soul cultivation was needed, but rather that a trick needed to be used to open the cauldron. It wasn't as simple as pouring spiritual power into the cauldron. Could it be that opening it had something to do with the celestial ice flames that had surrounded it? With his mind clouded by emotion, Hanli could only make some muddled guesses. But after some further thought, it seemed rather normal that the top-ranked secret treasure in the scattered star seas would require some sort of trick. After only a short moment, he was able to discover two of the ancient treasure's remarkable abilities. Its simplest ability was activated by pouring spiritual power into it, producing a red and yellow barrier around the user's body. He had personally witnessed its power inside Heaven Void Hall when he saw it block Layman Chingy's grasp without the slightest harm done to it. Its defensive capabilities were clearly immense. Its other ability required Hanli to silently mutter an ancient incantation to the scepter. After he immersed his spiritual sense into both ends of the scepter, he would be able to either separately summon two small wolves, with one red and the other yellow, or he could summon one large silver wolf. The small red wolf seemed to be created from pure fire attribute spiritual chi and was innately capable of many impressive fire spirit magic techniques. Similar to its counterpart, the small yellow wolf was created from pure earth attribute spiritual chi and was adept in earth spirit magic techniques. There were a few techniques that Hanli had previously learned, but he was quite surprised to find that the wolf didn't understand earth attribute movement techniques. As for the silver wolf, Hanli found it quite troublesome. He was incapable of controlling it. Although the silver wolf would respond to his orders, it would always move quite lazily. When he ordered the wolf to display what magic techniques it was capable of, the silver wolf brushed him off as if it hadn't heard him. Hanli was rendered speechless when he saw the human-like insolence in its eyes. Hanli was able to make out that the silver wolf was clearly the true form of the scepter's artifact spirit. As for the silver wolf's stubborn disobedience, Hanli could only guess that it was likely due to him having yet to completely refine the scepter. However, Hanli had clearly remembered the astonishment that the Bone Sage had revealed upon seeing it. He had even released his gold lightning bamboo arrow in the presence of Zenithine for it. There was undoubtedly more to the silver wolf artifact spirit than meets the eye. As a result, Hanli put away the jade scepter without the slightest discouragement, and decided to take a look at the other treasures he had gained in Heaven Void Hall. There were the many treasures that the old devils had given him, the white rhino emblem, the glacial ice pearl, the royal scale plate, and so on. Although he had found nothing wrong with them after further inspection, he didn't dare to continue wearing them and placed them all in his storage pouch, apart from the royal scale plate. Hanli was unwilling to forego its extraordinary defensive abilities and decided to have it remain on his body. As for the puppet fragments, the half-bottle of myriad-year spirit milk, and the half-finger-long root of the soul-nurturing tree, Hanli also examined them. As he rummaged through his new gains, Hanli had unintentionally found a few small rainbow beads. This had surprised him, but he soon remembered where they had come from. When he had first discovered the transportation formation at the Heavenly South region, he melted the rainbow skeleton, producing these rainbow beads as a result. With the blood jade spiders nearby the skeleton, it seemed that the skeleton had belonged to the Bone Sage's other treasonous disciple, Zenith Brilliance. However, Hanli still felt quite confused on why the skeleton was rainbow and what relation it had with the Emperor of Yu. But as he gazed at the beads, Hanli was reminded of the heaven-mend pills that had flown out of the heaven-void cauldron. However, those pills were much larger and also shined with a far brighter light. Hanli gazed at the beads in his hand and muttered to himself for a moment before putting them away with a solemn expression. Afterwards, Hanli verified his direction and donned his blood-red cloak before shooting off full speed ahead. He tore through the sky towards Heavenly Star City as a red shooting star. Although he lost a large quantity of spiritual power by doing this, it was several times faster than the speed of a common core formation cultivator. Currently, he wanted to return to his cave residence as soon as possible, preferably before the other cultivators even left Heaven Void Hall. It would have been possible for him to abandon the residence were it not for the meticulously raised gold-devouring beetles he had left behind. He was unwilling to allow those insects to fall into the hands of some future excavator. Perhaps the plunderer would also possess a secret technique to hasten their maturation as well. Besides, he had already decided to immediately renounce his cave residence after returning to Heavenly Star City, and use the city's transportation formations to teleport him to the outer star seas. This way, he could both acquire more demon cores and avoid any of the attention he had attracted during his time in Heaven Void Hall, allowing him to break through the early core formation stage as soon as possible. After Hanli lost a majority of his magic power, he stopped using his cloak and switched to his normal method of flight as he held a mid-grade spirit stone to slowly recover his magic power. When his magic power was just about restored, he resumed his use of the blood-red cape and hurriedly tore through the sky. In this manner, Hanli was able to travel a distance that would have normally taken him half a month in the span of a few short days. On the way, Hanli had encountered a few cultivators, but they were only at the foundation establishment stage or lower. He was disinclined to pay them any notice and hurriedly shot past them. When they saw the speed of Hanli's streak of light, they naturally knew that he was a core formation expert and didn't dare to bother him. But as Hanli drew closer to Heavenly Star City, he began to encounter cultivators at greater frequency, even spotting groups that could be considered an army. After a month had gone by, Hanli finally encountered his first core formation cultivator. When this cultivator saw Hanli, he vigilantly avoided him and clearly didn't have any intention of talking with him. This was completely understandable. But when he saw two more core formation cultivators act in the same way, Hanli felt that something was amiss. Could it be that a significant event had occurred while he was in the Heaven Void Hole? When this thought emerged, Hanli grew worried as he hurried along his way. One day, when Hanli was slowly flying across the sea with a spirit stone in hand, he spotted a group of about 8 cultivators flying nearby. They were all at Foundation establishment and seemed to belong to some local power. Hanli wordlessly flew towards them as a streak of azure light. Hanli didn't conceal himself, allowing the group of cultivators to see him approach. They raised an uproar, but the old man in charge berated them, causing them to stay still. Although the old man in charge had fully whitened hair, he was quite intelligent. Without waiting for Hanli to draw close, he took the initiative to respectfully salute him and asked, "What can these juniors help the senior with?" His mannerisms didn't hold the slightest flaw. The azure light faded away before them to reveal Hanli. He indifferently swept his gaze past them and calmly asked, "What sect do you belong to and where are you headed?" The old man solemnly replied, "These juniors belong to the Three Immortals sect. We are under orders from the sect master to head to Heavenly Star City." Hanli frowned and grew silent for a moment before he slowly said, "Heading to Heavenly Star City?" Along the way, I've discovered that there were many cultivators heading towards Heavenly Star City as well. However, they appeared quite nervous. The old man inwardly sighed, but he hastily laughed, "Haha. It seems Senior must have spent quite some time in a desolate area to not have heard of this. Not long ago, a great event occurred at Heavenly Star City. All the closest sects and powers have begun to send people to the city. Chapter 500. The Starfall Coalition. Han Li spoke with an indifferent expression. What great event. I only left seclusion a few days ago. Tell me about it. The old man locked his fingers together and spoke carefully. It is only natural for Junior to answer Senior's questions. However, may I ask for your name? After he heard this, Han Li felt somewhat surprised. After he tilted his head and pondered for a moment, he mysteriously smiled and said, "It seems that you're being quite careful. I am the exquisite sound sex guest Elder Han. Have you heard of me before?" After he heard of Han Li's identity, he let out a long sigh of relief and smiled. So it turns out to be Elder Han. You can't be considered an outsider then. Our own sect's Fairy Shuadi is close friends with sect master Fairy Violet Spirit. Han Li was surprised at his claim that they were on the same side and couldn't help but laugh. Han Li's laugh caused the old man to grow somewhat uneasy. Did I say something wrong? The old man thought apprehensively. Han Li's smile disappeared. I don't involve myself in the matters of the sect, nor do I care if you are lying. All I want is for you to properly answer my question. I won't make things difficult for you. What major event occurred recently? The old man pledged he was speaking the truth with smile. How could I deceive you, Senior? All of my words are true. But when Han Li's gaze grew icy, he immediately started his explanation. There were rumors that had suddenly emerged recently in the scattered star seas that the heavenly star sages were on the verge of breaking through to the great success stage of divine essence-fused light. The Star Palace took advantage of this opportunity to start eliminating certain disobedient or uncontrollable powers. This was originally believed to only be a rumor, but not longer after this rumor was spread, the Star Palace issued an official command to powers of all sizes to have their sect leaders and island lords immediately come to Heavenly Star City and pay audience to the Heavenly Star Sages. Otherwise, they will be branded as traitors and be eliminated. Han Li blinked before speaking with disbelief. Have every power pay audience to the Heavenly Star Sages? Did I hear correctly? The Star Palace gave such an obviously insidious command. The old man bitterly smiled. That's right. The official command stunned many powers upon arrival. Were this at the peak of the Star Palace's power, there would be no problem with this order. But as of current, it would be surprising for the powers of the righteous and Devil Dao to obey. Han Li swept his gaze past the group and frowned, asking, then all of the cultivators I saw on the way were heading towards Heavenly Star City to pay audience to the Heavenly Star Sages? That's hard to say. The old man appeared hesitant. A strange expression appeared on Han Li's face. He curiously asked, hard to say. What does that mean? The old man continued with a helpless expression, Senior, there are some things I still haven't said. Soon after the Heavenly Star Palace issued the command, the righteous and devilish Dao suddenly formed the Starfall Coalition, in proclamation of smashing apart the Star Palace's hegemony in the scattered star seas and ending their reign. The righteous Dao has dispatched their enforcement elder Wan Sangu, and the devil Dao dispatched their towering hero, the Arch-Saint of the Six Paths, as the two leaders of Starfall Coalition. After the alliance was established, many sects belonging to the righteous and devilish Dao began joining under their banner. Unaffiliated powers have also joined them, and several tens of rogue nascent soul paragons have been appointed as elders in the alliance. In addition, the Starfall Coalition copied the Star Palace and made their own proclamation with what is known as the Starfall Coalition's Ghost Crest, proclaiming that any power to respond to the Star Palace will be branded as their enemy without exception. In addition, they claim that they will soon be launching an attack on Heavenly Star City and welcome all powers to witness the battle and make their allegiances clear. Having heard this, Han Li's expression remained completely indifferent, but his mind was left in a daze. This was beyond imagination. Such a massive event had occurred in the short time he had been stuck in Heaven Void Hall. For some time, Han Li was at a loss. but his mind suddenly stirred and he calmly gazed at the old man, asking, "What is the Starfall Coalition's ghost crest? Do you have it on hand?" The old man was stunned for a moment before enthusiastically replying, "It is in my sect master's possession, but if Senior desires, I have a record of it on a jade slip that I can show him." "Yes. Let's see it." Hanli nodded with an indifferent expression. The old man immediately searched his storage pouch for a yellow jade slip and hastily handed it over to Hanli. Hanli bluntly took it and quickly immersed his spiritual sense into it. A second later, he felt shocked. The crest appeared to be the same as the ghost head that the Six United Palaces elder showed Wu Chou long ago. Although there were slight differences in appearance, it held a near-exact resemblance. It seemed that the righteous and devil Dao had long colluded in secret, infiltrating other powers for many years with meticulous care. Hanli was amazed and expressionlessly returned the jade slip to the old man. Hanli casually said, "Since that is the case, you must be drawing close to Heavenly Star City so that you may observe the results of the battle and come to a decision afterwards." The old man revealed a trace of embarrassment. "That's right, Senior. Under the command of our sect master, we are to head over and examine the situation. After all, our Three Immortals sect isn't a large organization, and can only choose to be pragmatic. However, in this short amount of time, Starfall Coalition has already launched an attack on the Outer Star Islands and has successfully taken them over. There were even islands that defected to the Starfall Coalition. It seemed that the Inner Star Islands will soon be attacked as well. There are also a few scoundrels that have taken advantage of the situation to stir up havoc. Many rogue cultivators have ended up dead in the wilderness and no small number of small sects have ended up thoroughly exterminated." The old man's worrying words explained why so many cultivators had been so cautious as they traveled. Hanli was very satisfied with the old man's answer and calmly said, "So it was like that. All right, since you have answered my questions, you may leave. Then us juniors will hastily set off." The old man rejoiced at Hanli's words and respectfully said his farewells before hastily leading the group away. Although he saw that Hanli wasn't an evil and vicious character, he couldn't help but feel apprehensive in the presence of an unfamiliar core formation cultivator. Hanli stood motionlessly in place as he muttered to himself. A huge war has erupted between the Star Palace and the alliance of the righteous and devilish Dao. On the bright side, this war would certainly take up the nascent soul eccentric's attention. As they were aligned to either side, it would be impossible for them to avoid participating in the war. As such, he would be far safer as they wouldn't be able to dedicate their time to tracking him or the Heaven Void Cauldron down. Conversely, the war would make it rather troublesome for him to return to Heavenly Star City. At the very least, the cultivators entering the city would be thoroughly inspected, especially a core formation cultivator such as himself. Furthermore, if a battle were to erupt in the city before he returned, he would be unable to enter. The Star Palace would likely bar any cultivators from entering during that time. With that thought, he let out a sigh. In the following few days, he intercepted several more low-level cultivators and asked them the same questions, only to receive similar answers. As a result, Hanli was now floating above the sea, blankly staring off into the distance with a face of hesitation. He raised his head to look at the blue sky and flipped his hand, causing a small azure bottle to appear. Hanli helplessly looked at the small bottle. Using the myriad year spirit milk so soon seemed like an immense waste, but if he didn't hurry, the Starfall Coalition would launch an attack. His plans of entering Heavenly Star City and escaping to the Outer Star Seas through their transportation formations would then become null. After a long while of contemplation, Hanli eventually opened the bottle with gritted teeth and carefully poured several drops of thick, transparent liquid into his mouth. Afterwards, he placed the bottle away and put on his blood-red cloak before suddenly shooting through the sky and disappearing from sight. Half a month later, when Hanli had nearly exhausted his magic power, he took another few drops of spirit milk and continued to hurry on his way through the use of the blood-red cape. As a result, Hanli was able to travel at a speed similar to that of common nascent soul cultivators, and greatly reduced his travel time. Along the way, the few core formation cultivators that he came across had mistaken Hanli to be a nascent soul expert and steered clear of his path. As expected, there weren't any cultivators that dared to even think of bothering a nascent soul expert. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.